Can we get more of a metric of like the faith in like American companies that are listed
In
on the
the
stock
economy,
exchange?
yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
just,
more
I
of like,
just, I
it's-
just
What are you
explained
doing
how
now?
10%
Hold
of the
on.
population owns 89% of the stocks.
yeah, but
It
you're not
is
understanding.
completely
Even if that is true,
divorced.
hold on. Even
That's
if that
quite
It
a
is
is
lot.
true,
completely
it shows-
divorced
hold on,
from
even
the
if that-
current American
If
public.
you let me finish, even if it is owned by like just the top 1%, it still shows the faith that people have in American companies, more or less.
No, not more or less. I completely disagree with that premise. That's on you to prove.
So if no one is wanting to buy shares of American companies, it would mean that the stock, like there would be no demand for shares, right? Is what you're saying?
The issue
Which means
isn't
there'd
that
be
there
no
isn't
demand for
demand.
American companies.
The problem is
Like,
that
your
over
entire-
half the population is so indebted that they can't even afford to get in the stock market game, my man.
No, I understand that, but what you don't understand is the demand for like shares is about your, I would say, the future stability of like a company. So that's why certain shares are more desirable than others.
If I got
Like
100 people
no one's gonna be buying a
and
share
only
for
10
a
of
company
them
that is
can
extremely risky.
participate in my theoretical money game, and they just keep passing the theoretical money back and forth,
Do you think that
Well,
they're
it's not
claiming they're
theoretical money.
generating
Hold on.
all the
Theoretical money.
profit and all
It's
the
not-
GDP of the nation. You're just blowing smoke up your own ass.
Hold on, GDP isn't based on the like volatility of the stock market.
Yeah.
That's number one. Like, I don't think you understand what like a demand for a share is and why the price of like certain shares goes up and down. You do realize that, right? Which
Go
is
on.
why, like, when you have an initial public offering, like you're correlating GDP to the stock market, which is not at all the case.
Timothy Chalamet.
Do you understand like the difference?
Sure.
Okay, what's the difference? Because you correlated the GDP and the stock market. So I'm just wondering, how are they tied together? And if they aren't, then what's the difference between them? And you just said sure, yes.
No, I'm just letting you talk to your premise, man. What I was
I'm
answering
asking
Little
you, I'm asking
Scarecrow
you.
about was he asked if we think that the president should be fired for, quote unquote, taking the stock market, and I said no, let the fucker burn.
Hold on, do you
Then
know
decided
why
to pipe
the
in
actions...
and start talking?
No,
your
because
talk, so I'm letting
you
you
went
go.
off on a tangent saying that you want the entire stock market to burn, and I asked you, do you understand why the stock market goes up and down, and do you understand that the actions of the president cause the stock market to drop?
Sure.
Because people expect less revenues from American companies. Because they're going to have higher costs from imports overseas. Because there will be tariffs on their products.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you like Trump told them: build American, buy American, and don't deal with the tariff.
Yeah, but you're not
Yes, sir.
understanding. Yes, even if that happens, I mean, like, if that happened, like,
How long?
great, but do you understand the ramifications of that?
Oh yeah, we're gonna probably have maybe 2 years of slightly higher prices.
Okay,
and then
hold on,
as
pause right there.
industry
No, that's just
reshores.
No, hold
No,
on.
you asked
real
for an
quick.
answer. You asked if I
No.
understood the implications. I'm explaining.
No,
it.
I know,
There's
bro.
going to be a
You told me.
short
Let him answer.
period of pain. There's going to be a short period of pain. Once we reshore industry, prices will drop domestically and things will be fine.
Okay, why would prices drop domestically after 2 years?
Because they no longer have to pay the tariff fines for importing the goods. They're building it domestically. You,
Okay, but
you
why were
understand
tariffs
how
in-
this
hold
works,
on.
right?
No, I know, but you're missing a crucial thing. Why were tariffs imposed in the first place? To make it so American industries can be competitive. So why would prices drop after 2 years if we keep the tariffs in place?
I got my shotty.
I mean, companies like Ford and Chevy have already announced they're dropping their prices.
No, I'm
Boom,
asking.
boom.
Yay, Chevy mentioned.
Chevy.
My dad works at Chevy.
I think you're missing
We
the point. He's
love a
saying that
good
prices
Chevy.
will drop automatically after 2 years. I'm asking why would they drop?
Oh, I didn't say they drop after 2 years. I used 2 years as a potential reference for that
Okay.
period of short-term price increase. It could
Okay,
be longer.
after your period,
it could be shorter.
after your period of short term, why would they drop?
Because the companies are no longer paying the tariffs.
Oh,
So they're
How long do
using
you think,
ex-
how long do you think it's going to
so
take
they're
to build
using-
infrastructure? here?
Wait, so they're using imports from other countries after that short period that you referenced. So the tariffs were useless in what they were meant to accomplish. They never moved industry back to the United States.
No, why?
No,
why
you've
do you-
clearly
why do you
misunderstood.
question
They're going to
people
move
like
the
this
industry
stupid
back to the States. They're going to start using American resources, and their entire supply chain from, digging it out of the dirt to finished product is going to be here in the States.
Yeah, but then it'd be more expensive because wages here in the United
Yeah.
States are considerably more expensive than wages overseas. So prices would not drop, is what you're saying.
Well, to play the negative there, it sounds to me like you're fine with slave labor being used to make your iPhone.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that
Well, isn't
The
that
US
what
has
you're
benefit-
arguing for by implication?
He is.
No. I am not
Are you
advocating for
claiming
that.
that every import is made
Getting a
by
little
slave
dicey.
labor?
Majority of it is
Snow
if it's made
probably
from
has,
Chinese. If it's
Snow
from
probably
China, hell
has,
yeah, it is.
What
like
about
a slave
Taiwan?
in
See, that's not
Cambodia?
also acknowledging the fact
Taiwan.
that
Can't
why
forget about
would,
Taiwan, guys.
Oh
why
yeah, no, they
would
got those suicide
companies
nets in
drop their
Japan.
prices if they know Americans are willing to pay for it?
Are you gonna pay $20,000 for a cell phone?
Brother, I've had the same cell phone for a
no.
decade. Only retards upgrade every year. And if you've listen, it says
Yeah,
more
for real.
about you than me that you're thinking about buying a new phone every year.
I'm not. It's just they did a study on it saying how much
Yeah.
it cost. and it
Well,
said
I
it was
mean,
like
some people can
$30,000.
afford
It's a
that.
waste
Some
of
people are
fucking
just
money,
born into
bro.
rich
What a
families.
waste of money.
It's like
I think
this.
it's a waste
Phones
personally,
last
but I
longer than a
understand that
year, so
people
why buy
do
every
it.
year?
It's like this.
Hey man, I don't
Snow
know
and
about
his
you, but my
fellows
LG version
represent
2 is
that
working fine.
represent the 10% class of Americans who are frantically panicking about the stock market because they're in, while the rest of us are saying,
What do you
"Good,
call,
let it
what do you
burn,
call
let
it?
it
What do
tumble."
you call it when you want companies, when you care about companies bringing back manufacturing over here? Who do you think you're worried about then?
I'm worried about the working class
I'm
because
talking
I want
about-
my
you
fellow
keep saying
Americans to
the
have
working class
good jobs and good lives.
Not
There's
just wearing
70
them.
million people that have 401ks. That's 70 million people that care about the stock market, correct? That's a lot of adults, right?
Yes.
That's quite a bit.
That
You
sounds
keep
like a
saying,
lot,
you keep saying
yes.
nobody has skin in the game. Pretty much over half the adults in this country have skin in the game. We don't want to watch the stock market go down 10, 20%. Especially if you're 60, like if you're 60 years old about to retire, you just lost
Wait.
40, 50 grand.
Wait.
Yeah.
So when people hold on, when people retire, they take all the money out of the stock market.
Yeah, but let's say you got to retire in 2 years from now and you just lost 50, 60
Yeah,
grand.
But do they take all that money
Let's just
out?
say
of the
you
stock
retired right now.
market? They take all that money out of the stock market.
Let's say you are retired right now and you are trying to receive checks. You lost money
What?
because you're actively having to sell your shares off to get a monthly income.
Wait a minute.
What do you...
You don't need to sell your shares if they're dividends. You understand that, right?
Do you understand how 401k works? You think that they're sitting on
Yeah,
dividends?
I've been
Yeah, that's
looking
what a
at
lot
it
of them
because
do,
I'm
yeah.
getting close to that age. Of course, I know how it works. Do you?
So how much do you think they're making on dividends monthly? The average person making on dividends monthly on a 401k?
Most people don't even know their dividends.
I'm asking you. You seem to know a lot about them.
I'm not other people. Asking me
I'm
is
asking
pointless.
you, not what other people. I'm saying,
and
what
I'm
do you
giving
think
you
the
an answer.
average?
It's
what do you-
pointless because I
Oh,
don't know
shit.
what stocks
Sorry,
they
dude.
hold.
What do you think the average person?
I don't think because I don't know the average person.
Okay, so how can you even make the
So
claim?
what's the point of the
How can you
question?
even make the claim that they're living
No,
off
what
of
is the
dividends if you
point
don't
of the
know?
question?
How
What
can
is
you
the
make
point
the
of the
claim
question?
they are living off of dividends if you don't know?
You don't even understand how this system works.
Yes, I. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. You're right. I don't.
What was your question, dude?
What's the question?
What
I
even
don't
was your
understand.
question?
My question, my claim was that people who have a 401k currently, who just saw that their 401k drop, is now having to. They were already selling to live off of said 401k, and now their actual realized losses are. They actually have realized losses because of this.
Yeah.
That's the claim.
And my point
Well, that's
was...
I mean, I
That
hope my
wasn't
dad.
a question.
Never mind. And my dad's supposed to retire soon,
No,
so I
he-
hope the
yeah,
stock
he
market
said
doesn't
his
crash
claim
too
was-
bad.
He said
Yeah.
his claim was it wasn't a question initially, and then Trolltech responded saying most people receive their checks off of dividends.
Yeah, exactly. And then
I
And
don't
then he
think
says-
that's true at all. I don't think most people make are living off of dividends only.
Yeah, they
Yes.
don't. They don't. That is like
You're going to
most
make
people
money off
don't
of the
have-
interest that you accrue over time, not the dividend.
Also, not only that, but usually dividend-based stocks are more risky. So usually, when you have a 401k, you're investing in long-term stable stocks, which have projected long-term growth, not like dividend stocks, which are
it doesn't
offering
matter. In order,
high dividend.
in order to make $50,000 worth of fucking dividends a year, you need to have $1.1 million worth of stock. So like nobody has that amount.
Most
anyways.
people don't have. Most
Right.
people don't have anywhere near that, and a
No,
lot
yeah.
of companies don't even offer.
Yeah, sure you have a
dividends.
401k, but you're not like you're only dipping your toes into the stock market, you know?
What?
Yeah, but a 401k
If
doesn't mean you
guys-
have
if you
millions
guys
of dollars in
didn't,
stocks.
Yeah, that's.
Invest
Yeah.
wisely. I can't help you.
I mean,
Dude, investing in dividend-based stocks is not investing wisely.
Trolltech, do you live
Dude,
off of
it does
dividends,
help.
Trolltech?
If you're not
Why-
comfortable with the
It
risk
helps
you're
when you're
taking, then
younger
you
and
should not take it then.
it's okay for you to take the risk. Not when you're older and you need it as a source of income. Yes.
Yeah.
You guys.
I mean, if
are
you're a
just-
kid and you're just starting out, I probably wouldn't spend all
So,
that
like,
on
I've been-
stocks
I-
either.
I played
I mean,
Okay,
you still
hold
want
on.
to be
I
smart
got
with
you're
your money.
taking a
money.
risk,
Oh,
you're
real
playing
quick.
dividend
Half's
results.
not. Half's
No,
from growth. and
real
half's
quick.
from dividends.
No, I know it. Dividend-based stocks are usually a more volatile stock in the first place. Usually, like real estate funds and stuff like that, which provide a high dividend. So why, if you want long-term growth, so you can retire early at a certain age, like 50 or 60, why would you invest in dividend stocks instead of long-term growth stocks?
No, if you're saying that, you have no idea which stocks are dividend stocks.
No, I do know what dividend
It
stocks.
depends.
But I'm saying the
There are
majority,
dividends
as in the
too.
general rule of
Then-
thumb.
Then why don't you give me some dividend stocks and we'll see if they're
Well,
volatile
like
or not.
T-Mobile is
Wait,
dividend.
Trolltech,
It
do you have to close your eyes to think? I'm just curious.
Oh shit.
Sometimes, yes. Why?
Okay, interesting. I'm just wondering. Everybody's got their own habits.
Hey man,
Because I
if you
feel
can't
like- I
visualize,
feel like
that's
that doesn't sound
okay.
like a
It's
bad idea.
understandable. It's a very common problem that NPCs don't have their inner worlds turned on.
NPCs and alphas and betas,
And-
mate.
But as long as you have an
I
internal
love your
voice,
accent,
you
it's so
should
funny.
be okay. Please tell me you
hell,
have an
mate.
internal monologue, man. Otherwise, we can't help you. You're just a non-player character at that point.
Damn.
I'm so glad you've
Wow.
labeled me as an NPC based off of one statement. You're very smart.
No. I'm asking you. If you have an internal monologue, it's okay. You're just a little different.
I mean,
Wow,
obviously
that's
I
a
do.
very
It's-
All right, well, we don't need to
intelligent
name
way
call.
you're Stupid, right? If you're gonna call somebody a name, be a man and call them a name.
Wait,
Don't
what?
be a
What did I
pussy
call you a
about it.
name? Did I call somebody a name? Who did I call a name?
Yeah.
Huh?
What did I say that was offensive to you?
Well, not to me.
You see?
Wait, sorry, what were we talking
Wait,
I
about?
Trolltech,
got
you
called,
said it's
I got
time to
called
call
an
people.
NPC. I'm defending myself. I got called an NPC.
Exactly.
Trolltech.
I don't think you should be called an NPC. What's wrong? I mean,
Yo, Trolltech, you
I
said
I don't think
hold on.
NPCs exist in the real world. So that's
Yo,
my opinion.
Trolltech,
Yeah, why
you
would
literally
you
said it's
call-
fine to
no,
insult
why
people
would
in
you-
here.
why would you insult a person by calling them an NPC? I don't get it.
Trolltech, you
Stupid.
cannot be
Hey,
serious
man.
right now. Hold on.
He's trying to imply that because you need to think with your eyes closed, that's a problem. So if he wants to, start
Did I say it was
smashing
a problem,
people,
or are you just making assumptions?
oh, you implied it, and you cheeky
Hold on,
fucker, you
real
can
quick.
deny it if you want, but
I didn't
Cheek is
imply
completely
anything.
NPC
I
energy
didn't-
shows,
listen,
man.
listen.
I
This
mean,
is supposed to be a serious debate.
It's a
and you're
European
derailing
insult
it with
right there.
personal attacks, mate. You're just derailing it with personal attacks. Do
Hey,
your thing.
I'm just a guy building Legos, all right? And if I talk with my eyes closed, so what?
They just
Exactly.
couldn't deal with the point that I was making about investing and people who are retiring, investing in risky stocks. They don't do that. They have their money safe, and then they actually lost money. They couldn't deal with that actual fact. They had to fucking shift it and say, no, they're living off of dividends. And then when they were called out on their bullshit, they fucking couldn't. They didn't have a comeback, dude. Like
There's no doubt that a lot of normal people with 401ks are affected by this. Like, is that being
Yes.
denied?
yeah,
people
I
denying that?
believe it was being denied. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think the average person with a 401k is living off of dividends. That's just not a real
they're
thing.
not living.
Yes, that claim was made, and then my original claim was
Yeah, I
should
made
we-
that claim because I'm planning on doing that. I don't see why other people aren't.
Aren't what?
Because those stocks are
You
usually
should have a
volatile.
mix. They should
So
be
when-
mixed. Like you should have some that are
And,
because
and when you're
growth and
older,
some that
the
are
mix is
dividends.
way lower on volatile stocks. Like you can ask any financial advisor, they'll tell you this. My original claim was that
Jesse Waters.
My original question was, do you like Donald Trump because he runs the company or the country like a business? The answer was yes from somebody, and I said, should we fire Donald Trump because he has tanked the stock market over the last 3 days? and then it was no. So I don't understand how we can hold
Wait a
CEOs
minute,
to a
the
different
stock
standard than
market
Trump
back in
when it comes to
2022
that.
and
If we like
23
that he
lost
runs the country
10,000
like a
points on
business,
some days. I don't understand why the crying is all about.
I just
I don't get it.
explained. It was just explained to you. Real people
One's an
lost
elected
money because
official,
of this.
one's
70
not.
million.
Yeah,
Fucking
well,
cry
You're
harder.
trying too hard to shoehorn it.
Cry harder, man.
I didn't know I was crying. I guess that's just a great dodge
Again,
tactic.
listen, man. It's like this. It's
Well,
like this, man.
Your voice says so.
It's like this, man. 88% of stocks are owned by 10% of the American population. Another, about 13% after that own about the remaining 23%, and the rest of us have debt. So you're going to be hard pressed to find any working class person who gives a shit about the hedge fund guys losing their money.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean those
It's
same?
not the hedge fund.
You
It's
do
not
realize that since 2015 to now, the rate of elderly retirees having to work has gone from 5% of the workforce to 7% of the workforce. So even under the Democrats, retirement's a fucking joke.
Yeah, I hate the Democrats as well.
Wait, so I can
I hate
ask
the
you a question.
Democrats as
So
well.
I'm asking about the 70
it's a
million
good
people
thing
that
that
have them.
people are losing money in their 401ks. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Because the hedge
70
fund
million
managers
people
can
have a
afford to lose
401k.
money. They can afford to lose money. If you're rich, you can afford to lose money. If you have a 401k that you worked your whole life for, you can't afford to lose that money.
That's true.
That's a little.
Everyone's at a different
unfortunate.
place in life.
Sucks to
Everyone
suck.
has different.
Sucks
you
to
know,
suck is not
it's
what you would be
the
saying
lack
if it
of
was a
empathy and
democratic
care, right?
recession.
No,
would-
sucks
you would
to
be
suck
saying-
is what you
you
say
would
when
be
you
saying-
can't defend it.
No, I can defend it. It's just you guys decided to jump in before I could. The good part is that we're going to be reshoring American industry. We're going to be reopening, the steel mills, the coal mines, all the necessary functions of a nation.
Wait, hold on.
Hey, American pride.
Why
Can I
would
ask
we
you a
want coal
question?
mines?
Wait,
Why would we
sorry.
want coal
Are
mines?
we in the
Wait,
Industrial
what?
Revolution?
Coal
Are we
mines.
going backwards? Are we going backwards here?
Yeah, he wants to
Wait,
go back
but
to
wait,
the
what's the
1920s.
All
unemployment
forms
right
of energy
now?
are welcome.
Dang.
What is the
Hey, what do
unemployment
you
rate
mean?
right now?
Well, I
American
mean, some of
taxpayer
those
here.
types of energy are really bad for the environment.
Unemployment in the
They
U.S. I
don't
think it's
care.
like 4.3 right now, 4.4.
Oh,
Where are all
none
these
of them
people that
don't-
need
none
a
of them
job
care.
coal mining?
I mean, we should care for the
Yeah,
environment.
that's what I'm
a
saying.
little
Is like
bit.
The
Well,
Appalachian,
yeah, we should, but,
the
you know.
Appalachian mountain chain. Have you not heard about how fucking destitute those people are?
So
Of
wait,
course, you probably
so the
haven't.
only job they can do is mine coal. That's the only thing that they can do.
in a developed economy, we can only
What,
mine coal
you
here.
wanted to go learn
We about to go back to the
programming?
industrial
Innovators of the world.
days.
So
I
there
know,
are-
and they
there
don't
are-
have
learn
to
to
learn
code?
programming, but
Is
there's
that
more
the
jobs
answer?
out there than just mining coal. Wait,
And there are
literally, you want to go
1.7 million
backwards.
people. There are
You want us to go
1.7 million
backwards in
people in
history.
Yeah.
There are
Train 'em
1.7
on
million
AI.
people who live in West Virginia, but you
Well, he
don't
was
care
literally
about
just
70
stating a
million
form-
people who have
form
a
of energy, you
401k.
dunce.
That makes
Yep.
no fucking
That
sense.
is so true.
I've already told you. There's going to be a short-term pain in the markets as it readjusts, and we onshore industry, and then things are going to bounce back. It's that simple.
How long is it going to take to
You
build
don't believe
infrastructure?
it.
How long is it
But
gonna
we
build-
don't know how long it's going to take. That's why people are worried.
Okay, wait. Can I just say to build?
Hey, man,
factories in
you either
America-
got diamond hands or soft hands. I'm not on what to
Can
tell
I-
you, man.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, I
To
don't
build
think it's wrong for
factories
people to
in
be
America,
worried.
It's going to require components that are tariffed. You realize that,
Yep.
right? Almost
Then we
every
build these
component that it
we
takes
build
to
it
make
here.
Worried, but I'm still
It
going
will
to
be
work
the
extremely
tomorrow.
material to build
expensive.
the new
Nothing
factories
really
and
changes
stuff
for
are gonna
me.
cost extra, right?
Can I tell you what I think is going to happen?
But this dude's
Sure.
little face got in the way.
I think that companies aren't going to invest in America because they know in 4 years the American people are not going to vote for Donald Trump. It's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, he can't have a
Well, I
third term
mean-
anyway. So yes, you're right, but
He's saying that he wants to run for a third term, and he said it's not
I
a
don't.
term.
I mean, I thought they were priming up JD Vance to succeed him. That's what I thought was kind of happening. That's what I
they
keep
definitely
seeing.
are. They definitely are preparing JD Vance to be the guy.
Plus, like
It's not really
a
clear
possible
who's gonna be
president that
what.
isn't
Vance
already like
2028.
70 years old. Everyone's gonna be all over that. You know how long we've been wanting like a younger president? Like
Absolutely.
it's been quite a while. Now if they have,
It's
now if the
really
Democrats
just not
have
clear
like a
who's
younger
gonna be,
person
like,
too,
the
I could see them
inheritor
also. I mean, the youth want someone to relate to. They can't
Yep.
relate to an 80-year-old person who doesn't understand what they go through.
And they're sure as hell not going to relate to Kamala.
Exactly.
How old is Kamala and how old is JD?
She's
I
over
thought
60
they,
at this point.
oh, JD
Yeah,
looks
she
like
doesn't look
40.
like it with all the makeup, does she?
Oh yeah, no,
I
the
thought the same
pounds and
thing,
pounds of
honestly.
makeup. It's crazy.
Oh,
I
I
thought
don't
the
know.
same thing.
I, don't
I,
really
I was
pay
like,
attention to
shit,
that.
she must be like 40 or 50 or some shit.
The
don't
things
crack.
that matter to the working class man are how are my gas prices, how are my grocery prices,
And how's he breaking it
and
down?
Yeah,
oh,
luckily
oil's
tariffs are
down,
going
interest
to
rates
raise
are
all
down,
those.
food prices are down.
He's bringing down
there's no
prices by
inflation.
causing a recession. That's how
104%
he's
tariffs
bringing
on
down
China.
prices.
There will be massive
Recession.
inflation due to that.
Okay, lower
Got
gas
a lot of
prices
chips
are
and
one of the
everything
key
else.
indicators that a recession is coming. The oil industries believe that there is going to be a recession, so they're lowering prices because they know people aren't going to be going out as much as they would if the economy was booming. That's why
Can I-
oil prices are going down, because they're predicting a lowering of demand.
Can I ask a question expanding on that? Is there a such thing to all the Trumpers in here? Is there a such thing as positive inflation? Inflation that's good.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
for example, if you have $100 trillion worth
I'm
of
sure
debt.
I'm sure it's possible.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you have $100 trillion worth of debt, you can increase your the monetary supply to pay
So
off
the
the debt
reason
for
why
half the
inflation,
value.
the reason why inflation, there's a healthy number of inflation because goods don't.
I'm sorry.
raise-
Did you want an answer, or were you just gonna like ignore what I said?
I thought you answered it. You said if you had a
Well, I mean,
trillion
you interrupted me
dollars-
halfway into my sentence, but yeah.
Go ahead, I
Right?
apologize.
It's classic liberals, man. They just keep
I
interrupting.
apologize.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to engage with what I said though?
Wait, am I engaging or am I listening? You said I interrupted you.
You did interrupt me, so I guess you don't want to hear the rest of it. But from
Yeah,
what I
do.
did,
said I
You can say it,
apologize.
dude.
okay.
Fucking
So
say it.
here, so here's my question to you.
Yeah.
Can you engage with what I said?
Anyways, so
You have no idea what he
No,
just said.
I guess you can't. I guess you can't. Do you even know what I said?
I said you said if you had $1 trillion, yes, inflation would be good.
No, I didn't.
Okay, by all means.
So you interrupted me to not even listen to what I said, to not even engage with what I said.
Dude, make your point.
Okay, can we
Make
just
your
stop the
point.
grandstand
Okay,
and try
okay.
to make the point? Make the
Oh, okay, yeah. So maybe take a chill pill and listen for a second, okay? So a good point, a good thing you can use inflation for is if you have a ton of debt, which China does all the time. What you can do is you can actually increase the monetary supply. You can inflate your currency, right? You can cause a bunch of inflation to be able to pay off that debt at a much cheaper rate.
Okay, so the reason why the
Troll Tech,
reason why
yeah,
inflation
mute
is
Mike.
good, the reason why inflation is good for a country is because goods and services don't typically.
Wait, why is he getting muted? He didn't even get to respond. He
Wait,
didn't get to engage in the question.
Wait, hold on. I asked
Wait,
Troll Tech to mute.
didn't. He told Trolltech to mute his mic. He muted him instead, not his mic.
Yeah, I meant Troll Tech mute your own mic. There's a lot of background noise.
Oh, sorry, my son was here.
He muted him again.
Yeah, Choltek, I have a question. Yeah, Choltek.
Okay, that's better.
Are you Choltek? Are you a stay-at-home husband?
I'm a stay-at-home father.
Gotcha.
That's sweet.
Oh, that makes sense now.
Does your
I'd
wife
like
work?
to hear more about inflation, but that's me.
My
I
wife.
mean, I
Can we-
was about to say it. I don't know if I'm going to get muted again for no reason.
Bro.
No, you can talk.
Dude, it was an accident. It's like
It literally
He did it. He did it 3 times in a row, though. It was
Yeah,
just-
yeah. You're just retarded and don't know how to listen. Apparently, like we all knew it was on accident, like 3 times
Yeah,
in a
no,
row.
I listened, but then he did it.
And
again.
now we're on to the
Yeah,
I
he
got
did it on
conversation
accident. Can you get back on topic?
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
can
the
you
reason
quit
why
soiling yourself?
the reason why inflation is good is first off it's a sign that your economy is growing, and then the prices
it's
of
not.
goods and the prices of goods and services don't increase in real time. So oftentimes what will happen is a business will get fucked because they're selling things for less than what they should be sold for. Right, so it's a way for businesses to recoup some of their profits that they didn't make by selling something for a loss the previous quarters or years.
So I want to address the first thing you said. You said inflation is a sign the economy is growing. That's absolutely not true. Inflation has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not an economy is growing. That's just a thing you just made up. You're just wrong about that.
Okay.
So anyway, somebody who has something interesting to say that isn't false, go ahead.
Do you guys like Call of Duty?
Bro, who the fuck
Call
do you
of
think
Duty
you are?
fire.
Wait, so wait, hold on.
Call of
So
Duty.
like
The guy
moderate
who's right.
inflation. Wait, but
The
moderate
guy who's
inflation
right.
is
You sound
definitely
fucking
an
retarded,
indicator.
bro.
Moderate inflation is definitely an indicator that your economy is growing.
Thank you.
Do you disagree with that?
In monetary inflation, is that what we're talking about, or are we talking about anything getting
Inflations
bigger?
of goods and services.
So yes, inflation is caused by increased money supply. Like, did you guys not take basic economics? Like the fuck?
I took
Been a few
basic
years,
economics.
I'll be honest.
I just recognize that the experts are fucking retards.
Okay, so when we're talking about
You know more
inflation
than
is
the
a
experts.
sign. When we're talking about that inflation is a sign the economy is growing.
I said it
Can
can
we
be
say-
a sign.
No,
It's a-
you, well,
it's
you
an
didn't say it
indicator.
can be. You didn't say it can be. You said it was.
Yeah, you said with your full chest that inflation is a sign of a growing economy.
Because
Own
it shows that there's a high demand for goods and services.
It's
that
one of. It's
constantly
not the
go
only.
up. You want prices to
It
go
has
up.
nothing to do with whether or not an economy is growing. Because when we're talking about the context of what we're talking about inflation, we're not talking about inflation of anything. We're talking about inflation of the monetary supply. We're talking about the inflation of the dollar, right? We're not talking about, oh, well, inflation in general means like there's more eggs in the market. That's not what we're talking about. So don't try and like rip the context of the discussion. He said, and I quote, inflation is a sign the economy is growing, right? That's just not true.
My
be an
original
indicator,
question was: is there any inflation that is good inflation? That was my original question.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so
I
now
gave
he's
you- and I-
trying to
and
wiggle
I-
out of it.
Okay,
No, that's what I
cool.
originally
No, that's
asked,
what
right?
no,
That's
I remember. That's
cool.
what he originally asked. He's not.
Thank
He's
You're right.
not
That
changing
is
it.
what he originally said, but then he followed up by saying a bunch of wrong shit.
Okay.
That's what we have a problem with.
Wait, so can we answer that
Define
question?
wrong
Is there
A
a
moderate
good
level of
levels
inflation is
inflation?
often seen as a positive sign, indicating the economy is growing and the demands for goods and
2%.
services is
Like,
increasing.
Are you reading something from Google or what?
Now I
Well,
am. I'm
everybody
reading it
knows that the
exactly from Google
inflation
after
goal
making
from the
the claim,
federal,
yeah.
the Fed is 2%, right? We all know that 2%
Yeah,
is the goal
thank you.
of the Fed. The
I'm
Fed
sorry.
has to balance-
Did anybody here say that 2% to 3% inflation year over year is a bad thing?
I
I
would
didn't hear
consider
any of
that
you guys
moderate,
say
and I
that
think that's
any
our
inflation was a
opinion.
good thing.
Well, remember when I was in the middle of talking, you interrupted me?
Well, you're being very aggressive. I don't think we. I think if as long as we all agree in this.
If I'm the
call-
one being aggressive, why am I the one being interrupted?
Can I finish my point, please?
Yeah,
2 to 3% inflation is moderate and healthy, and kind of shows that your economy is growing.
Yeah,
Do we
nobody
all
disagrees
agree
with
that moderate inflation is okay?
Depends on what you mean by moderate. Everybody here understands that 2 to 3.
I just said that.
Okay, why are you asking a question? Then you continue yapping. Let me answer your question. Nobody here disagrees. Everybody says that 2 to 3%, 1 to 3%, somewhere in that range. There's a magic number where it's good. Not because inflation in and of itself is good, but because the knock-on effects of it, where people aren't encouraged to sit on large amounts of money. People are encouraged to constantly have their money moving in the capital markets, right? Creating value. That's the whole point of having 1 to 3% inflation. For that reason.
I believe it was for the reason that I said, and not your reason. But that's fine. We can agree to disagree.
I don't think anybody here can say what your reason was because it was nonsensical.
So, because the cost of goods and services don't increase real time, right?
What does
Like
that
you
even
understand,
mean?
like you understand that cans of beans that sit on a shelf don't just increase in price, right?
They can. What do you mean?
No, they don't. Like if a store purchases a can of beans and it'll just sit there on a shelf until it's sold, the new cans of beans will increase in price.
Or a store can just increase the price of it and put a new tag on it.
Legally. Yeah.
Like
Well,
what you just said
it's
was
not-
nonsensical
You
and
guys don't
dumb.
understand business. That's not how it works. But
That
it's
is
not-
literally how it works. You're nonsensical.
Jesus
No, it's
Christ.
not.
It's
Those
not
are
as if
new
the fucking
products that
store
are
just
there.
goes like,
Just
yeah,
because
how many
you visit
fucking
a
cans have we
grocery
got of the
store-
old fucking version of whatnot so we can
because you
sell that
visit
at
a
the original
grocery
price
store
when they
and
mark the
the
price
next
up.
can of beans you see is higher price does not mean it was the same. Can
I walked into a grocery
This is so
store.
fucking
I walked
dumb.
into a grocery store. I was going to buy eggs, and I literally saw the worker change the price tag on the eggs right in front of me. Those eggs were $4.50 1 second, and then they were $5 the next second. They literally just put a new sign on it, and the prices of those goods literally changed in front of me. How are you saying that never happens?
Anecdotal.
What do you mean anecdotal? It literally happens. You're saying that never has happened ever in the history of the planet?
I'm not saying it never happened.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
what
that
happens,
just
you
said was
fucking
anecdotal.
retard?
I'm saying that what you just said
This
was
is literally how prices adjusted in the store, dude. It's not as if they go and clean out the fucking product and then go like, yeah, let's put in a new one at a higher price.
So every time you go to the grocery store, your goods and services or your groceries are
Have
up
you
and
ever
down
seen
every
shit being
time.
sold at a discount?
Every time you go to the grocery store, it's a different price, right?
Have you ever seen a sale?
Every time you go to the grocery store,
I just asked
It
this
doesn't
question,
need to
have
be
you ever seen
every
a
time. It
sale?
only needs to be once to disprove you. And there's discounts all the time on goods all the fucking time. You fucking
so it
dumb
goes
fuck.
down in price then, right? Not up.
And then there's discounts that are
my
removed, which means the
fucking
price goes
God.
up.
Oh my god.
I do enjoy a good Black Friday.
Prices go up and down. What are you talking about? Everybody here thinks you're a fucking retard for saying that prices never change at grocery stores. What are you talking about?
Most of the people in this room didn't agree that there was such thing as good inflation.
Everybody agreed that there was such a thing as good inflation.
You were the only person. You were the only person.
And then didn't we literally just ask the room and say,
No,
hey, does anybody
nobody
think that
said
all
that.
inflation?
Nobody
Yeah,
said
we.
that.
Oh, hey, I'll ask the room then. Does anybody think all inflation is bad?
No.
Fuck no.
Oh, there's your answer.
Okay, cool. So what made the inflation under Biden bad if it was less than 3%?
The inflation under Biden.
Wait.
Wait.
He didn't admit that prices change inside grocery stores yet. Don't let him walk away on that.
Oh yeah, let's do that first.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'll bite the bullet. Yeah, prices change. So
Please
if
do.
inflation under Biden was less than 3%, what made it bad?
What do you mean it was less than 3%?
I said if it was, what made it bad?
No, was it or was it not?
If it was, let's just engage in the hypothetical. What made it bad?
So let's take Biden out of it. Hold on. Let's take Biden everything out of it. So let's think of a hypothetical president and inflation's around 2.5%. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. But the problem is during Biden's term, inflation wasn't just at 3%. There was months and months or a year where it was 8 to 11%.
So 2022 was the highest.
Yeah, because we were recovering from COVID. Inflation was bad worldwide, and we recovered much better than other countries.
I understand that, but it was still affected the United States, right? Just because
goalposts. Like,
hold on.
man.
No one's moving the goalposts here.
No,
What
I'm talking
is?
to Scarecrow.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
I'm
that's
talking-
fine. Hold on. So first of all,
I'm just telling you that.
First of all, inflation wasn't at 3% under Biden. It was much higher. Okay, I'm looking at a chart right now. Late 2021, it was 6%. Hold on. Late.
Are we doing year by? Are we doing year? Are we doing year?
How about you let me talk for a second?
You're talking about months. We're
You've
talking.
been talking, bro.
Okay, how about I finish what I'm saying? Okay, so in late 2021, it was 6%. 2022, it was 7%. Mid 2022, it was 9%, and early 2023, it was 6%. So there was a 2-year stretch there, right? About 2-year stretch where it was 6 to 9%. That is well over what is quote unquote normal.
Yes, but he got it down when he signed the Inflation Reduction Act, because that was signed in August of 22, and you can see it's at 8.3%, and after that it goes down every month.
I don't think the Inflation Act really did anything to combat inflation.
Well,
it was already on a downward
Isn't
trend.
it ironic that he signed it on this day where it's 8.3 and it goes 8.2, 7, 7, 6, 6, 3, it goes down.
Well, it was already on a downward trend by the time it was passed, so it's hard to say that it literally caused it, right?
Maybe, but I'm just saying.
It was going from 9%. It was at 9% the month
9.1.
before, and then it went to 8.7% like 2 weeks before, and it was going down and down and down before the bill was even passed. And not to mention, that's not even how bill expenditures work, right? The second you sign a bill doesn't mean that the money's distributed right away. No, it takes 10 years for that to happen, right? So it probably would take 2 or 3 months before a single penny's even spent. So that entire line of argumentation is just completely just dumb.
I mean,
noted.
I'm saying, but to his point, when he left, it was at what, 3.0, 3.2?
Yeah.
So I mean,
FN
he had a 2.9 for the whole year. So I mean, he got it down to where it should be, right? By the end.
I mean, three is still pretty high on the normal average. I mean, the average was probably around like 1.8 to 2.2. That's usually where it sits at. 3 is still pretty high, mind you, but It's not as high as 9. Congratulations. Instead of being at
it's
9 for
COVID.
4 years, it was only
Is
at
it a
9
big
for
event for
3 years
COVID?
or 2 years.
FN, what happens when inflation's negative numbers? So let's just say it was -1 to
What
3%.
happened? So you're asking me what happens when deflation happens?
Yeah,
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So deflation is particularly bad because it disincentivizes spending, investing capital, investing money into different businesses.
Damn.
Right? It's better to just sit on cash because of deflation. Because
So-
sitting on cash, let me finish.
Yeah,
Sitting on
yeah.
cash is more effective than and it's generally bad because you want capital moving, you want it churning, you want to invest in increase output.
And I know I'm not trying to like this isn't a got you because I know this is a negative number, but are you okay with Trump saying that he wants inflation numbers at 0%?
No, Trump's a retard.
Okay. We can agree
Where
there.
did he say he wanted 0?
This last weekend.
Yeah, Trump says a lot of shit that he doesn't do.
I'm not saying that I'm just saying,
But it's not much that he
how am I
does.
supposed to know?
He's just
Alright,
making a
alright,
point.
so-
I think. He's not trying to.
Hey, did you know Trump said a dumb thing? Oh, okay.
No, so
Congratulations,
we-
congratulations. You got us. Like,
No, wait,
I didn't say I
FN,
got
are you?
I never
are you-
said I got you. I just said we could agree there.
Wait,
right?
FN, are you pro or
So
anti-tariff?
all I'm saying is that
I'm
me as a
very
person-
strictly anti-tariff.
Me
Okay.
as a person listening to Trump, how am I supposed to know what is just stupid and what is real?
You really don't.
Okay.
That's the
So-
problem, right? And how is stock market or anything going to have good outcomes when nobody can trust what the fuck's going to happen the whole process?
Well, you understand the goal or the point of these tariffs, right?
Not really, because
To get more favorable trade terms to the United States.
Well,
But again, that's not.
Wait, that's false
It's-
because we're applying tariffs on the countries where we have a surplus of exports to.
Vietnam has offered.
I'm sorry. The
0%
trade. Hold on. The trade deficit has absolutely nothing to do with tariffs, right?
Yeah, FN. But the point is, Vietnam has offered 0 for 0 tariff rates. Trump declined it. EU
Condemn.
offered 0 for
Condemn.
0
Hold on.
industrial
Condemn.
tariffs.
Condemn.
But
Wait,
Trump declined
condemn.
it.
If you do
Yes.
this again, I will fucking mute you for the night.
What'd I do?
You absolutely know. We talked about this last night, and this was the reason I muted you. All right, because Vietnam
was wrong
didn't
about?
actually say that, right? And you brought up the EU as well. Okay?
No, the
And
article
EU
that linked
hold on.
was
and the
stated
EU
that.
said it was for industrial goods only.
Yeah, I said industrial for the EU. I said for Vietnam it was 0 for 0 across the board.
Yeah, maybe,
For the
maybe
EU
Trump.
for the
Maybe
EU, I
Trump
just
wants.
clarify, but it was
maybe
industrial.
Trump wants better terms than 0 for 0, right?
Yeah, but you just said if the intent is for better terms.
what
and they
could be
offer
better than
better
0 for
terms,
0?
then what was better than
We
0
have
for 0?
tariff. What's better than 0 for 0? 0 for 5. So we put 5 on you, and then you give 0 to us.
But that's already happening. He's putting 10 on them.
Wait.
Okay,
you
so
also
maybe it's
understand-
working.
no, but the thing is,
Yeah,
Hold
the
on,
tariffs
you
are
also
great, aren't they?
understand-
you're gonna get
They
mad
didn't
at
drop
You
their
also understand that it's
I-
not just
what
the
I am,
number.
what I
them.
am, hold on. I'm not saying whether or not this is a good or a bad thing. I'm telling you what the goals are, right? And for some reason you're coming at me for what Trump is doing. I don't understand where your confusion is. He's clearly
No,
trying to
but-
get better. He's let me finish. What is it
Okay.
with you? Okay, he's very clearly trying to get better trade deals. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any intent. Like, if you think there's an intent to this madness, then it's all cope. Because if it's to bring back manufacturing, then there's no companies that are going to invest in manufacturing in the U.S. when our economy is basically on shaky terms right now. And if it's for better trade terms, then he's declined better trade terms at every corner. He's not been able to negotiate with Mexico or Canada
You
when he's
just
threatened tariffs
forgot
for
what I
4
just
months.
said. You just forgot what I just said.
What'd you just say?
What? I don't know. What did I just say? Did you forget?
Are you talking about the zero?
You guys are so
Repeat what
funny.
you said.
Just because he turned down a 0 for 0 deal doesn't mean that he's not trying for a better deal. I don't know why. I don't know why this is confusing to you. He could be. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. What is wrong with you? Okay. American Pride, mute your mic. You're fucking hot micing. You're slurping. Okay.
Oh, don't I? What do you mean? I ain't slurping anything. I
Bro,
ain't gonna
just mute
drink.
your mic. You're just hot micing constant like mouth noises.
All right, let's take a chill
Okay.
pill here.
Holy
So,
shit, you're retarded.
just because he turns down 0 for 0 doesn't mean that he's not trying for the same thing, right? He could be trying
What a
for
horrible fucking
beneficial
argument.
terms. Like, hey,
Jesus.
we're going to tariff you, you're not going to tariff us, right? This is totally a thing he could be trying for. To pretend, when he has said this many times and it's very obvious that's what he's trying to do, like, he's trying to get better trade deals, he's saying he's trying to get better deals, right? His actions show that he's trying to get better trade deals. Like, I don't know. Like, it's very obvious to somebody who isn't a retard that that's what he's trying to do.
I don't know if you know the date, but it's April. It's going to be April 9th tomorrow. So the tariffs go in effect tomorrow. So unless you expect them to renegotiate with 100+ countries in 4 hours, then no, that's not the plan.
They can negotiate after the tariffs go live, can't they?
You can't just like dropping a tariff is harder than instating a tariff. You do understand that, right? You can't just like drop tariffs after you put them on. This is not like a switch that you just flip on and off.
Yeah. So what? You can still negotiate. You can still negotiate anyway, right?
Yeah, just like he
just
renegotiated.
Because it's harder.
But he didn't negotiate with Canada or Mexico. So like
he tried to. He definitely did.
It didn't work. So why do you think it's going to work in the future?
So
I'm not saying. I don't know why you're so confused. I'm not saying whether it's going to work or not. I don't know why you keep changing the goalposts over and over again. Let me finish, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is this is clearly the goal. Whether or not you think it's going to work is your problem. This is clearly the goal. Every single time we get nailed down to this is the goal, you change it to some completely different topic every single time, as like you just did, to whether or not you think it would work.
Yeah, I think we can both realize that when he put 25% tariffs on Canada for fentanyl, that his goal was not actually fentanyl, and that he wasn't actually going to take down the tariffs if they were going to address their quote unquote 20 pounds of fentanyl issue. Like he can say something.
45 pounds, get it right.
Bullshit.
I don't think Trump ever put 25% tariffs on fentanyl. I think he wanted zero
Canada.
coming in.
I said
you said 25% tariffs on fentanyl is what you said.
No, he said on Canada.
Because
I didn't hear what you said because somebody else was talking at the exact same time.
But the point is, fentanyl was a bullshit reason, and everyone realizes it's a bullshit reason. You keep saying he has some goal, and the goal is unfounded because he's not been able to do this with a single person.
Your goal doesn't change with whether or not you're successful. I don't know why I've had to say this 4 times. Just because if I'm trying to fuck your girl and she turns me down at every single point in time, that doesn't change what my goal actually is. I could be unsuccessful for 5 years trying to fuck your girl, right? And it doesn't matter because that's still my goal at the end of the day.
Yeah, if you say but you end up fucking 100
I didn't
guys,
hear what either of you said because you said it at the same time. You both talked at the same time.
Mama. Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't feel like you're arguing in good faith, right? Like you say he's changing the goalposts, but it seems like you just keep deflecting, right? By posing a grievance about something irrelevant.
Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example of what I said.
Deflection from him.
Yeah, give me an example of what I said.
Well, you're saying like, okay, the method is different than the efficacy. I think they're one and the same, right? Like we're judging whether if these tactics that he's using are of value, and he's arguing that they're not because they're not effective.
He can argue whether or not they're effective or not, but that's a different question to saying that you don't believe that this is the intent. Intent is completely different than...
We understand that, but it doesn't matter.
Hold on, let me finish. I let you finish, okay? Intent is fundamentally different than outcome. We're talking about intent here. To me, it's obvious what the intent is.
Wait,
if you want to argue, argue outcome, argue outcome.
Let's put it in this anecdote.
Real quick, Mama, you think that intent doesn't matter? Only the efficacy matters?
I feel like, if we all wanted to join on a struggle bus, right? Then, we all think we're gonna get in the same place, but we don't. Would you get mad at that? Like, think about this. I don't
understand the question.
Would you give keys to a guy that's not professional, right? Like, let's just say if we put an amateur into a boxing ring, right?
No, this is a deflection from the question.
This is not a deflection.
Would you? Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. He asked a question. Am I okay?
Well, he said that the intent doesn't matter. It's the efficacy that matters. That's what you said, right, Mama Llama?
I mean, the intent matters. He's trying to do something, but it's not working. Period.
Okay, that may be a cool opinion for you to have, but that's not the discussion we're having, right?
Yeah.
You can talk about how Trump is incompetent all you want. That is a separate discussion. Well, we're talking about what Trump's intent is. And anyone who isn't a retard understands that Trump's intent is very clearly to get favorable trade deals.
No,
right? It's obvious.
Is he getting it,
yeah, you can have that. That's a separate discussion that we can have after this.
What's the point of the discussion?
Again, there's been multiple...
Because intent matters.
Because he says Trump's goal isn't to actually get favorable trade deals. He says this guy's literally saying it's just to cause chaos. That's literally what he said twice now.
FN, he's had stated demands for Canada. and they fulfilled those demands, and he still shut down any attempt to negotiate. So, which would tell you that Trump is not negotiating in good faith. If he asks somebody to do something and then they do it, and then he still tariffs them, then that would suggest that's
I'm
not
sorry.
his actual goal, right?
Why is negotiating in good faith a prerequisite to you not having?
Because if your goal is to get something,
You didn't even let me finish the question.
Go ahead.
You didn't let me finish. You don't even know what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
Okay? If you're negotiating in bad faith, that doesn't change your motive. Your motive may be the same thing. You're just coming from it from an underhanded way or a shitty way. You can still have the exact same goal. Just because you're acting in bad faith doesn't mean anything.
Who's gonna make it?
I don't know. It
So,
sounds like
wait, FN,
like an equivocation. But go on.
let me give the hypothetical. So FN, if somebody's goal is to get Coke, and they say I'm willing to spend $5 for this Coke, and then somebody offers them a Coke for $5, and then they say no, I don't want the Coke. Then was their intent to get Coke or no?
It still could be yes.
No,
right?
You're bullshitting. You're being
let me
bad
ask you a
faith
question.
right now.
This isn't being bad faith. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an exact example, right? Let's say I'm like, hey, I want to fuck your girl. I tell you I want to fuck your girl, right? And so what I do is I'm like, I will pay you $1,000. I'm going to take you out to a steak dinner. And throughout the entire steak dinner, right, I lube you up. We have a great conversation for 3 hours. We become friends, and then we become best friends for the rest of our days, and we have a good time. Now imagine I lied to you about my intent. My whole goal was to be your best friend, right? Does any of that change my actual motive? Does that change my actual motive? Hold on, that's because I'm not done. That's because I'm not done. Okay? Does it change? My original motive is still the same. Just because I lied to you, just because I used bad faith tactics, just because I manipulated you, does it change my goal? Absolutely not.
Again, we're not talking about lying. We're talking about they give him exactly what he asked for, and he still declined it.
Maybe
That's the example
more.
that you're looking for. No, this is what he asked. What do you mean he wants more? He stated what he wanted, and they gave him what he wanted.
Is it impossible to want more?
Of course, it's possible, but he would have to communicate that, and he didn't communicate that.
He doesn't have to communicate it.
Of course, he does. If he,
no, he doesn't.
According to you, if he has a goal and he communicates what he wants, then that is what he wants. That's what he's trying to negotiate.
Maybe from the public communications, it may appear like that, but you don't know that, right? From what has happened.
If
Canada ask me for candy and shit, and I give you candy.
Why would he say one thing and mean another?
Candy, but in reality, you
Why would anybody in a negotiation say one thing and want something else? That's crazy. Who would ever do that in a negotiation?
The easy way to bite
Unheard
this
of.
bullet, the easy way to bite this bullet is saying yes, that's fine. He might want something else, but it's unethical of him to not state it publicly or privately.
Well, no. When you're negotiating, you always ask for more. But if you ask for more and somebody gives you your exact demand, then caving is a sign of bad faith. But it's also a sign that you're not, what you're asking for is not what you actually want.
What do you think Trump actually wants?
Well, you said
chaos.
He just wants chaos.
You said that we can't know.
Hold on.
Know
Okay,
what
so
Trump wants
condemn.
earlier.
Condemn. What do you think Trump wants?
I think Trump has.
Hey, did you miss what I'm asking him, not you? I called him out by name asking him. Shut the fuck up. Condemn. What do you think?
Relax.
Condemn. What do you think Trump wants?
Trump has an infatuation with the Gilded Age, and during the Gilded Age,
infatuation is not a word.
Infatuation, it is a word.
Infatuate.
Infatuation.
No, infatuation.
Infatuation
is a word. Infatuation is not.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what I said.
Okay,
no,
you know what he meant. Carry on.
He has a love for the Gilded Age, and during the Gilded Age, they basically raised money for the federal government through tariffs. And Trump wants to basically take us back to the late 1800s. And that's why he wants tariffs, and he's using every other excuse right now as bargaining, as bullshit. But realistically, all he wants to do is tariff the entire world.
So your idea is Trump wants tariffs in order to raise money?
That is the purpose of tariffs, yes. Tariffs is raising money for the federal government.
That doesn't have to be the purpose of tariffs. There could be many reasons for tariffs.
Yes, but if you're doing tariffs to bring back manufacturing, then you're typically going to take a more targeted approach.
No, I understand. I understand that. I'm just saying that something you just said is factually wrong.
Let me finish. And on top of tariffs, you're also going to do what Biden did, which is do an infrastructure bill or whatever type of industry that you're going to fund. You're going to subsidize that industry, and that will bring back manufacturing. But he's not done that. All he's done is universal tariffs, which are useless.
You're gish galloping. Okay. So you said
I'm
tariffs
not
are.
listening.
So I said tariffs. Tariffs. One way you can use tariffs is to raise money, and you said no. Tariffs are for raising money. So let me give you an example. France has a bunch of tariffs, massive tariffs on wine. Why? Because it's a cultural thing for them, and they don't want to import wine from other countries, and they want to make sure that the France wine industry is huge.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Italy has
exactly what I
massive
said.
tariffs on coffee. Right? No, it's not what you said. You said tariffs are for raising money. There's many ways. There's many ways. There's many reasons. There's many reasons to have tariffs that have nothing to do with quote unquote raising money. There's national security reasons to have tariffs.
I literally said that in order to bring back manufacturing or to protect an industry, that yes, that's another reason to tariff. That's what I said. You just didn't
Okay,
listen.
that has nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
It does. We're talking about reasons as to why somebody would tariff and why Trump wants to tariff specifically. And I think we both agree that Trump is not tariffing to protect industry.
I don't think anybody made that claim.
Okay, so the point is he would be tariffing in this case to raise money for the federal government.
I don't necessarily think that's the case.
So what
number one,
what reason would there be if it's not to protect industry and not to raise money for the federal government?
what do you mean?
Reason.
Yeah. Let me
What would it
explain
be?
the question. Okay, so tariffs. Number one, I just want to make this clear. You said tariffs are for raising money, right? We know that's not true.
I said
right?
yes, it is. Tariffs are for raising federal for raising federal funds. What are you talking about?
No, they're not.
Where do you think the tariff money goes?
It is a part.
Are you gonna let me finish this time?
Where do you think the tariff money goes? Answer that question.
In the Federal Reserve. What do you? Or in the pockets of the federal government?
Okay, so it goes back to the federal government. So it is for raising money, right?
No, it's not for raising money.
One purpose for it.
Do you want me to answer your question or not?
But we're not one-to-one right now. We are having a miss.
I can explain if you would shut the fuck up and let me speak.
All right,
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So you said tariffs are for raising money. Period. End of discussion. And when I said there were many other, let me finish. Let me finish. This is my third. This is my third attempt at trying to do this. My third attempt at trying to address you this. Okay. You said tariffs are for raising money. Period. And I said that's not true. There's many reasons to tariff. And you said no. Right? This was the whole point of contention. You just lied, and now you're lying about what you say, and you're refusing to let me speak about it. Right? Tariffs have many different purposes. There's many purposes to tariffs.
Look, FN, I have one question.
Wait. Can you say the purposes for tariffs?
I literally said.
We already talked about multiple reasons for tariffs.
What are the reasons? I'm stupid.
I didn't hear what either of you said. You were talking over each other.
I'm stupid. I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat it?
Yeah. So you can do tariffs for national security reasons. Like, for example, let's say we get all of our hypothetical. Let's say we get all of our food from China, but there's raising tensions, right, between the United States and China, and we're afraid that if a war does happen, they will simply stop exporting food, and the entire country will starve. So we can put massive tariffs on Chinese food, making it so that American industry will start producing its own food, ensuring that if a war does happen, people don't fucking starve and die.
All right. What are the other reasons?
Wait. Let me.
Cultural reasons, right? So, for example, cultural reasons.
Hold on.
France
I just have
has
one question. I just want to ask one question.
Hold on, let me answer his question. There's cultural reasons, right? So let's say, for example, we don't like Chinese tech industries, right? Like TikTok operating in our country.
Huawei.
We could put, or we don't like Chinese goods mass coming over to our country that are shit quality, that are much cheaper, right? Funded by child labor, right? We can put tariffs on these things, and so we can basically stop this flood of Chinese goods coming in.
Okay. Let me step in.
You can
right
also
now.
look at the French wine industry, for example.
FN, I did not say tariffs are only for raising federal money.
did.
You
actually did.
You are misrepresenting my point if you think I said that. Because
what you
in the
said,
next next sentence, I said that Trump is not using tariffs to bring back manufacturing, which would be a purpose for tariffs. I said he's not using it for that purpose, but he's using it to raise federal funds, which would suggest that I agree that there is multiple purposes.
Well, maybe you said it by mistake. Maybe you said it by mistake.
Doing it for
I say it by mistakes. Yeah, but the point is, Goose, that he's not the tariffs that he's putting in place right now are not to bring back manufacturing. It's not
Says
going
who?
to bring back. Says every economist.
I just have one question.
Even
I
Trump says that.
No, he didn't.
I have one question.
Why would he be
do you think
negotiating?
it's at all possible? Do Do you think it's at all possible for Trump to be wrong about tariffs?
I think it's possible for anything to happen for the most part.
So there is a So you can say that there's a possibility that he is making.
I think it's possible that you stroke out and die in the next 5 seconds. So yeah.
Well, I'm asking you. Do you think there's a possibility that Trump could be making a huge mistake here?
Yeah, it's possible that your head explodes in the next 2 seconds.
What is the? What would you?
One second.
Your constant attempt to say some shit is possible is completely meaningless and
no. So I'm asking you, what is the possibility that Trump is like? What is the possibility to you that you think that Trump could be wrong about blanket tariffs across every single country?
What do you mean by wrong?
That it's a mistake. That it will do more damage to
GDP
people.
tanks, stocks tanks.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
jobs.
I'm gonna say. Just it'll do more damage to the American people than if there was no tariff, or that if we never got into a tariff war with our.
I don't know.
allies.
Probably 75-25. It's a mistake.
So you think there's a 25% mistake that he could be wrong?
No, that's the opposite of what I said.
No, so you think there's a 75%?
It's hilarious because Effin agrees with you guys. He doesn't like the tariffs. He's not one of us conservatives who believes the tariffs are going to work out. I mean, it's not a monolith fair on the right either.
Well, but these guys can't stop fucking saying completely wrong bullshit things like every other sentence. Like
I
use the most
enjoying it.
retarded justifications of like the most insane things.
How is it wrong? It's just an opinion.
Saying that Trump does not have a plan right now. He doesn't have a goal.
I think Trump does have a plan. Yeah.
You can say that, but it's
and it
not
won't work.
to say.
But he got a plan.
No. I'm not assuming it. I think it for a lot of different reasons. Because for one, it would be retarded to think people at this high level have zero plan and they're just winging it. That's like a retarded thing to think.
I mean, I already told you he wants to take us back to the Gilded Age.
Yeah, I don't think that's substantiated.
Wait, hold on. Why is it retarded to think that like certain individuals don't have a plan? Because we've seen it in the past.
I mean, here to clarify, I think they have a plan, but it's probably a stupid plan.
They most definitely have a plan.
They have a
probably
thought.
think it's a stupid plan.
They have a thought.
I don't even think it's a thought. I think they have a well-written plan of what they're trying to do.
They have thought this out. I will give them that.
Kehan, stop eating your mic, bro.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Didn't know you could hear that. But they have a plan.
No, did you miss?
Just not a good
mic.
one.
You're just eating into the mic.
I'm not eating into the mic.
I mean, I can give you the quote of when Trump said from 1870
The guy
to
might just have a cotton
1913
mouth
that we
where
were
you
the
open your
richest
mouth
we've
and it
ever been.
smacks.
He's always been
Nobody heard what
No, I got food in my mouth.
All I was saying,
Trump likes the Gilded Age. So what?
Yeah, so his
Who
goal is
doesn't?
to give us economic policy that leads to the Gilded Age, which is why I say it's the goal.
Yeah, I think that's unsubstantiated. Sorry.
It's not unsubstantiated. It's even the
Trump
economic policy.
I'm sorry. Trump saying, "Hey, I like this. I like the Gilded Age." I think that doesn't mean that he's trying to get us back there with this current.
Whenever he talks about,
I think that's a
tariff,
massive leap.
Whenever he talks about tariffs, he mentions the Gilded Age. So yes,
whenever, every time.
Not every time, but when Trump
what percentage of times? What percentage of times do you think he does it?
When Trump said that he wanted to make the External Revenue Service to collect the funds for tariffs, doesn't that support what Condemn was saying?
Honestly,
show
you could
me the
argue
source.
that Trump just says whatever is on his
Wait,
mind. I mean,
why
look
and
at what
what'd
he
you say?
tweets, what he posts on True Social. He literally just spouts like random bullshit every single day. So why do you think he has a plan here and not everywhere else where he just has like random ideas that come to him?
I think Trump yapping on Truth Social or Twitter is different than when he's enacting policy.
Yeah, how are you going to
This is-
compare? How are you going to compare a social media post to policy?
Because it's one of the main
literally
form of
the
communications that he gives.
No, it's
What's
not. The White
really,
House, the White House
really
page is how they
funny,
communicate.
gentlemen, is that you assume that there is no plan at any given time. It's beyond your comprehension that maybe, just maybe, the entire public persona is just that, a fucking act. Make everyone who is against him think this is just a bumbling fucking retard. We got
And why
this
does he
in the
want to
bag.
display incompetence?
and he is. But
You're right.
Why does he,
Maybe the plan
why
is
does
the
he want to
type of
display
stock
incompetence
market.
then?
FN,
Maybe his plan
FN,
is
here's the
stock
quote.
market.
He says, "We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were a tariff country, and then they went back to an income tax concept." So, and he's floated during this administration to get rid of the income tax. So he's
But
literally.
I hope they do. It'd be
floating-
great.
He's floating the exact same things that came from the Gilded Age. So how can you say he's not trying to push for that?
Okay. So he said that the best time we had in America was when we had a certain kind of policy, right?
Yes. And he's pushing for that policy right now actively.
I don't know how you can say he's quote unquote pushing for it, but he has floated the ideas.
He's not, dude, he's implementing universal tariffs. They go live in 4 hours.
So what?
So I don't know what you mean. He's just talking about it. He's implementing them.
You're saying that there's a 0% chance that his. Oh, I'm asking you a question here. Do you think that there's a 0% chance he wants favorable trade deals?
I don't think he understands what a favorable trade deal is. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Okay. It's almost like I didn't ask you. Condemn, can you answer?
Well,
the
how
question?
can he be going for something that he doesn't even know
Hey,
what it
Snow,
is?
it's almost like I didn't ask you.
Well, I'm answering the question because I believe he agrees.
No, yeah, but I'm not interested. I don't care about your answer. I'm asking condemn the question.
I mean, I agree with Snow pretty much.
Well, what did he say? Use your own words. Tell me.
I don't think he understands what a favorable trade deal is. That's why his entire algorithm was based
Okay,
on trade
that's cool.
deficits.
Even
which is
okay, he
kinda
doesn't
stupid.
know what it is. Now, can you answer the question?
Well, that's also not true. The algorithm had a lot of
I
things
just
in
told
it.
you what his
Like,
goal was. His goal is to take us back to the Gilded Age, and during the
No,
Gilded Age,
no.
when
I'm
we
asking
were
you.
our
Do you
riches.
do you think it's impossible for him to want favorable trade deals?
To want favorable trade deals, it's not impossible for him to want favorable trade deals.
No, it's not impossible. Okay, and I think it's highly likely, considering since 2015 he has yapped about it year after year after year about how we're getting just raped by these foreign trade deals, right? All these other countries. He's nonstop went out of his way constantly for a decade, over a decade, saying and how we need to be combating China. We need to be combating these countries that have been just raping us with the trade deals.
So,
I mean,
FN,
he
how do you
renegotiated.
hold
Real quick. He renegotiated NAFTA, and then he went to shit on NAFTA in 2025. So again, like all the shit that you're talking about is not relevant.
how did he shit
Okay,
on
but, like,
NAFTA
okay,
when it's
but
not
let-
even a thing? What?
He
He
redid
renegotiated it.
He's the one that negotiated and created
NAFTA is gone.
USMCA.
I don't know what
NAFTA's
you're
gone.
Yeah,
He renegotiated it.
and then
Into
said it was
what?
a bad deal after he negotiated it.
USMCA.
He did
Trump,
do that.
Trump said
But-
the USMCA was a bad deal.
So FN, I'm gonna put this
Yeah,
on
yeah,
you. Like,
show
what do
me
you?
where it is.
Yeah,
what do
where
you
is this
think-
at?
What do you think is like his ideal policy then? His ideal trade policy. Like, what is a trade policy to you?
I think
that
he
think
wants
we're winning as.
I think he wants to get the best he can get for the United States of America.
Yeah, but like specifically what though? I hear all these notional things,
yeah,
but like what
specifically
exactly?
what? Specifically nothing. I think he wants to get, genuinely, I think he wants to get the best trade deals for the United States of America in general.
So if he went to a place to where it was like, okay, I'm going to have these tariffs here until it's 0% America, 100% other countries. Is that okay?
So basically, what you're applying, FN, is that anything he says goes, and whatever he says is a good trade policy is the definition. He's the arbiter of truth of a good.
Well, the trade
deal.
policy is going to vary based on each country, right? I mean, like
I know, but like specifically,
like
what
when
are we
it,
looking for?
not every country has the same internal. Like obviously, the trade policy is going to be different. It's not going to be 0-0 if the country is heavily subsidizing their industry. Then you're going to want a little bit more. Like when China subsidizes steel, you can't just have a 0-0 trade tariff with them because they're still subsidizing their steel. You have to have something extra on that.
So what should America look like when it's winning?
Ideally, American and competitive and foreign goods are similar in price.
I mean, how you gonna
Wait,
do
hold on,
that?
hold on. I just have a question. Just so I heard correctly, because that was kind of crazy. Is you're okay with massive inflation across every single industry as long as
Where's the inflation?
Well, that's not even what
I mean,
inflation means, and
Well, if
I'm
you want-
okay with prices rising
well,
generally.
inflation is prices rising. That is
No,
the
it's not.
definition of
No, it's not.
Inflation is the price of yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Look
No, it's
at
not.
what inflation means.
No,
Okay, then look-
inflation is when you have more or the same dollars chasing less or the same goods.
Go slow. Literally type in Google what is inflation.
Inflation is not just when prices go up. That's not what inflation
Type in
is.
Google what inflation
Instrument
is.
for it. What's the instrument for it?
What inflation is whenever you have more dollars chasing the same or fewer goods.
Yeah, but
That's
what
what
does that
inflation
cause? What does that cause?
No, don't get lost in their pedantic.
Okay, okay, whatever. Whatever you say. So, regardless of like if we can agree on the definition of inflation or not, hold on one second. I'm just gonna ask: is if you want, how should I phrase this? If you want equal prices,
I
for
didn't
like
say
every
equal.
single, well then how would you make it so we get equal imports from another country?
I'd say
Why
equal
should we
import.
be
I said
importing it all?
Similar priced items, right? So the problem right now is you're going to have
Fuck the global economics.
You're going to have a huge disparity in prices, especially out of things from China, when China is subsidizing their industry and they're also getting subsidized transport out of their country for their goods.
I mean, you have the same problem if you look at like other countries, say like Vietnam, for example. The price is not going to be the same because the workers end up getting paid less there. The cost of living is much lower. So yeah, the price is going to be much cheaper for things coming from
so
there.
basically what we're doing is in the U.S. is we're outsourcing our stuff to slave labor.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't have to be slave labor. It can
That's
just
what
be
it
that
is,
in
That's
the-
what it is, though.
It is.
It's not.
So every import is slave labor.
It's
Oh
not.
no, the ones from China and Vietnam are effectively slave labor, child labor.
But every did he only put tariffs on China and Vietnam?
No.
You know,
Okay,
he tried to
That
do
doesn't
targeted.
have anything to do. But you would agree
Yeah.
that putting major tariffs to remove the competitive advantage of slave labor and child labor in China and Vietnam and the Southeastern Asian countries is probably a good thing, right?
It could be. It's not
Well,
inherent.
no, it would objectively be like a moral
because
reason
it's
to
not,
do
it's
so,
not the
right?
same thing.
Wait,
It's
so
just
you
like,
want me to-
I think you are inherently immoral if you don't think that's a good thing.
Well, it doesn't matter if
I
you're
believe
moral or
in
not.
I believe in moral
It's not
relativism.
gonna. It's not gonna.
Oh,
make
Yeah,
us more
so do
he's
I.
a retard.
No, so do I.
Oh
However,
no, you're a retard too.
Yeah, so do I, though. Right? Obviously, in
Damn.
the United States, people would think you are insanely immoral for saying that. I think we should have cheaper iPhones, and I think it's okay that children slave away in fucking meat factories, right? To make
Same
those cheaper
people
As long
iPhones.
as they're
own
okay with
iPhones,
it.
so it doesn't
As
sound
long
like
as
they're
they're okay
really
with
living
it.
up to their
As
morals.
long as the children consent, what's wrong, right?
It doesn't
They
sound like
do
they're
yearn
living
for
up
the
to their morals
minds.
because they own iPhones. So
What about like Florida? Florida's trying to make child people work again. Are you?
I mean,
cool
is
with
child
that?
labor even a thing in China anymore? Like,
You got a source for that, buddy?
yeah, they were
Yeah.
trying to pass. They were trying to put a
are.
bill on in Congress.
Tried or did?
They were trying. He just said trying.
Okay,
Yeah, some
so
some people in Congress were trying to do something. Yes.
yeah, some
yeah,
people
but it's
always
not that
try
they're
to
trying
do
to do something,
something. It
they're
either
trying to
hit the
bring,
floor
child
or it
labor
didn't
back.
happen, man.
Breaking news at 11.
Okay,
Well, like I-
so if you try to kill somebody, and you don't
Freaking
succeed,
cats
then
stuck in
Did you know
tree
some
in
random
some
rep?
American city.
Did you know some random American rep was trying to give Trump
No,
a
he's-
third
it's
term
DeSantis.
because he proposed one
He's-
bill?
He's a governor.
Okay.
Breaking
let's
people retarded.
not go back to this red herring. Like, let's just focus on the issue right at hand, which is like, how is it more competitive, right?
Yeah,
Who cares about the
DeSantis.
moral dilemma? Like,
Who cares about the moral dilemma of slave labor
let's
and child
just
labor?
let's disassociate it.
You know
right?
what? True.
Well,
No,
so
no,
here's the thing.
that's
universal.
absolutely true. We should enslave
Well, here's
black
the
people
problem,
again, yeah.
right? Is there is a moral dilemma when it's American companies who are engaging in slave labor in foreign countries, right? That is a moral dilemma that the American government should be part of.
I mean, you could argue that our prison system, puts out plates like in a lot of basic
Okay.
goods.
And
Whereas
slavery
that's-
is legal for
arguing
prisoners.
the morality of it. You can also argue that taking away their money is just going to make their lives.
Oh, so there's moral relativism
Yeah,
there, right?
forced labor is legal for prisoners.
So moral relativism, perfect.
It's not moral relativism. It's literally they are prisoners. We
It's
are
also-
allowed to
it's
force
also
them to
not
do
Just
labor.
because it's legal does not mean it's moral.
Exactly, moral
Hold on.
relativism.
It's also not
Okay,
forced
it's also
labor.
moral.
I'm sorry. It's not forced labor in American prisons. No one is forcing you at gunpoint.
Angola, Louisiana has forced labor.
I mean, yeah.
No. What are they going to do to you if you don't do it?
They whip you.
Yeah, they punish
They
you.
do not whip
Wait,
you.
what-
Yeah,
what-
no,
I mean,
Angola-
so if you have someone in prison and you're like, hey, if you don't do this
Angola,
work, then you
Louisiana,
can't go
they actually
outside.
can
That's
whip prisoners.
forced labor.
Not-
Fucking based?
Well, hold on, they can or
All
they
right.
do.
Well,
That's a big
outside of
thing.
outside of 0.01% of the United
Yeah.
States population.
Well, you just said that any kind of labor that is slave.
First of
labor
all, I don't
is-
belive it still, but
you could
But
move
I'm
so
just
much
saying,
dirt
you just
with
said
all
any
those
kind of labor
goalposts
that's slave
pushing
labor is
around.
morally wrong,
We didn't-
right?
Yeah, of course, slave labor is morally
even
wrong.
if it's 0.001 or
It's
0.01%.
it's not slave labor. It's
it'd be
forced
slave labor,
prison
right?
labor. It's a completely different thing.
You
Completely different.
just admitted that slave labor in prisons is okay because they have no rights. So slave labor in prisons is okay.
Yeah, go
because they
read the
have no rights.
13th Amendment. It's right in there, dude.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm saying it's still immoral, even if
No,
it's
it's
legal.
not.
It's still
It's not
immoral.
immoral.
I think there's a. I
Yes,
think
it
I think
is.
it's still
No,
immoral.
it is
However,
not.
I think the level of immorality is completely unmeasurable.
Forced labor as
Thank you,
punishment
or
for a
thank you,
crime
FN,
is
for-
nowhere
for
near the same thing as
finding the
forcing
bullet and
12-year-olds
understanding
to manufacture things.
Yeah,
The
Goose,
unemployed.
don't let these retards pretend that there is no difference between
Are you going to tell me that
convicted.
there's no moral difference in forcing a murder?
That's what they're gonna
convict
say, yeah.
to pick
yeah,
fields?
moral
That's exactly what they're gonna say.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish here. Are you telling me that there's no moral difference in a murder convict picking fields than there is in enforcing a 12-year-old to manufacture iPhones?
We agree there is moral relativity.
And why you say there's not?
So this is
Well,
not
I
morally
feel like-
relative, so
I
it's
feel
the
like
same
this is-
thing.
Okay, but like,
So,
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like this is
say
a big
two things
distraction,
anyway.
though.
I'm gonna
I feel
say
like-
two things, right? Okay,
ahead,
number
Bob.
one, it's
It
not
wouldn't be a
like
distraction
it's-
if you had retards that wouldn't like fall on their own swords for hours and hours on end. It's very clear that there's a huge
No, that
difference.
would-
Shut up and let somebody else finish. What is wrong with you?
He's a
okay?
liberal. He's
Let me
clearly
finish.
retarded.
Let American
I'm
Pride.
not even
you
a
too.
liberal.
You shut up too. You shut up too. Okay. And there's very clearly a difference in a 12-year-old being forced to work. No, I'm not talking even one 12-year-old. I'm talking millions and millions of 12-year-olds being forced to make iPhones day after day in horrible conditions, and a murderer in Louisiana, right, being forced to make license plates for 8 hours a day. And like we're talking about 30 people versus millions. There's a massive difference, of course. You have to be the most disingenuous fucking retard to think that there's no difference and it's the same thing.
Well, I'm not a
Oh,
not a
I mean,
liberal.
the
I'm not even a
Well,
conservative. I'm moderate.
I'll argue the point. Number two,
cares?
I'm going to say two things.
Cry me a river. You know,
Two
I
things.
don't care.
Number one, how many Chinese people in the modern day are still doing child labor? It's not like 2000 or 1990s. And then number two, I don't actually see a problem with that. Like, if you're from a poor country and your choices are starve or work in a factory, I actually don't see a problem with that.
It's not starve or work in a factory.
I mean, I don't think anybody's really against tariffs on China. I think we're against universal tariffs, but we did targeted tariffs in 2017. and no
As
one
long
had an
as
issue
you,
with
as
that.
long as you agree the Trump tariffs on China are a good thing, we can move
No,
on.
not the universal ones though. Nobody had an
That's
issue
not what
with
I. That's not what I said. It's
2017.
almost like you never. It's almost like you never fucking listen to anything anybody said.
You said the tariffs on China, which would suggest the universal ones that are in place right now.
They're not universal. They're targeted to China.
What are you talking
Universal
about?
right now, it's 104%.
No, they're not. There
on all
are
goods.
there are Chinese targeted tariffs.
No, they're not. They're universal.
Yes, there are.
Single tariff is universal.
No, it's not.
Condemn.
No, it's
We're
not.
talking condemn. Let me break out of
It's
all the
not
tariffs. We're
universal.
talking about the Chinese specifically right now. Do you agree with just the Chinese ones?
No, I do not agree with universal tariffs. I agreed
It's
with the
not
2017.
universal.
You don't know what universal means, you fucking retard.
Do you currently think the
They
tariff
are
rate for the
universal.
world? Hold on. I want to clarify something. Do you think the tariff rate for the world is 104, the same as China,
Yeah,
universal?
it's
Is that what you believe?
104% tariffs on the entire world.
Is that what you believe?
No, I said 104% on China. The other rates are different.
So it's not universal.
Boom.
No, do you understand what tariffs on all goods mean?
Oh my god, you are so fucking stupid.
It's a tariff on every country.
Yeah, but that's not what a universal tariff is, though. Universal
That's
tariff
also
is-
not what I'm asking you.
That's
It's
what he's asking, though.
anything that comes in from a foreign country
Tariffs
is
on all
taxed.
goods. We have tariffs on all goods on China. Yes.
We also
That's
have extra tariffs on China as well. Thanks for that
We're not talking
from
about,
even
he's talking
before
about
Trump's
the whole
president.
tariffs
We're not.
around the world.
I'm talking
He's
about,
talking about like
the
Italy
tariffs.
or Canada.
No.
all these
I said
countries.
we have. When by universal, I mean a tariff on all goods. We have tariffs on all goods on China.
That's fine.
That is objectively true.
Okay, and
And
we have
against-
exceptions for
I'm
other
against
countries. in the
universal
tariffs, too.
tariffs.
We also have exceptions for other countries'
Yeah,
tariffs too. It's
but we're not
universal.
talking about other tariffs. I said that I'm against universal
You mean
tariffs
by
on China.
universal? You're misusing the word universal for every good.
Universal means on all goods. When we said 25% universal tariffs on Canada and Mexico, that was a tariff on all goods for those two countries. That's what universal
I
mean.
think you're misusing the word universal. I think you mean
No,
a total.
you're using
that is a total tariff.
You're using the
All right,
colloquial
let's stop
definition.
dogpiling.
We've been seeing universal tariffs since 2024.
No, universal
dude.
universal tariff means any good that comes in from any foreign country is taxed
You're-
at this
no,
rate.
you have no clue what you're talking
Oh
about.
my god.
You just
That's
have no
universal
clue
tariff.
what
That's
you're
what it is.
Like it's like the
So-
weirdest
we can-
nitpicking.
We can
It's the
disagree.
weirdest
We can disagree on the pedantic stuff. I disagree with a tariff on all goods on China. I think targeted tariffs are better than a tariff on all goods.
The bathroom code's 9914.
It's like you make your point, and everyone's like, "I need your life story." Like we're just like,
No,
you
no,
bring
no
it
one's
down to
asking
like
that.
every single.
What? Are you an idiot?
He's just using the wrong terms constantly. Like
He's
this
just
is the
using
first
the
time
wrong
he just
term.
uses the wrong
It's
fucking
not the
word.
wrong term
It's
at
the
all.
wrong
It's not the
term.
wrong- We've been
It's
using it since 2024. You're incorrect.
It's just weird. I don't.
What's happening?
What up?
Motherfucker?
All right, so I just heard this thing on Easter. Trump is planning these Insurrection Act. What is that exactly? I know it dates from 1807, and it has something to do with the militia. It says he's likely to reenact that.
I bet he would.
And yep, and I told myself if he does, and I'm working that day, the Easter buffet type shit. But if I catch word he's
If you do civil order, insurrect, or rebel, they can send National Guard and military troops to like America, like cities. So just
Kent State, Ohio.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, if he, like I was just saying, if he's gonna do that bullshit, yeah, I'm not gonna quit, but I'm gonna walk out and be like, hell no.
Right. This would power
Fuck
the president to
that.
deploy United States military and federal National Guard troops to the United States in particular circumstances such as civil disorder, insurrection, rebellion. This act provides a stationary exemption to the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which...
Oh, yeah, that's back before we had a legit mayor. Well, we did, but we didn't have it nationwide. That's basically what it was, is we didn't have it nationwide, and they could act as their own military. It's a 200-dated dusty-ass law, basically, that's stating that the frontiers have their own military power, basically.
Yeah, just fucking... It's always so silly when people do shit like that. Like, people, like, if you have to go back to the 1700s to get rules to try to fucking break them, like, that should just be a sign to people. It was pretty
Well,
crazy.
trust me, there's more, but the one thing we need to eliminate now, Elon's pretty much done for. He's already cooked. He's on the roaster. It's Pam Bondi we need to get rid of.
Well, like I said, when Trump
That
made that one
fucking
Trump made
cunt.
Trump made that one executive order where him and her get to make all the laws, right? I can't believe the Supreme Court. And it's funny. I've been telling people I love Amy Coney Barrett. She's a Trump chick, but she always goes against him. So she did it again. So I'm like, you know what? She should get.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah, for sure.
So,
it's like Trump appointee, but always secretly anti-Trump though.
Well, not even necessarily
just
that,
kind of
at
played the
some point you
hard.
gotta know, man. Once you see evil and craziness coming, you just gotta kind of someone's gotta step up and do something, you know.
And really, I don't think it's going to go because obviously all the people who've been rising up against Trump, all the Republicans, plus all the judges, they're going to fucking block it within a heartbeat.
I don't know.
As soon as it comes up, like, nope.
They just had something.
I don't think it's something this fucking big that targets pretty much everybody who rebels. Basically, anybody who has a sense of brains will not. Is like, this is way too important. The insurrection cannot go into pass. Even if it does, hey, guess what? Switch from your stupid ass anti-Tesla protest. Let's burn down the real thing. Let's drag them out from the fucking fires and beat them.
Oh man, like I said, we got time. Because the thing is, even with this will take time to get through. I mean, there's a lot of things. So
yeah, but I'm still a huge proponent of
28.
like, 28, fun.
Or no, 26.
Yeah.
I lied, 26. Keep thinking.
Yeah, midterms. Oh wow, fun. How about we just impeach them or
you can't
as
impeach
I
him
say,
right now,
the
but thing
easy.
is, if you can win the midterms, maybe you could impeach him.
But the easiest thing, though, I would say, you don't like a military coup, but I say Mar-a-Lago party, accidental, kind of North Carolina in 1952, accidentally lost a nuclear bomb somewhere around there. Except this time it's fully armed. I'm pretty sure most people wouldn't mind. Just saying. Just saying. But yeah, military coups are bad. But that's all I want to do is just eliminate the top brass. And let's
thing is, there's always
But
something crazy.
what should?
The power vacuum is never a good thing either, though.
Yeah,
Once that happens,
power vacuum is even more deadly.
It usually is. Maybe not always necessarily, but more times than not.
Well, yeah, especially for underdeveloped countries,
Mm-hmm.
warlords.
Yeah.
On this side, the only warlords you really actually see, for the most part, are the Republicans and the oligarchs. Otherwise, most people, yeah, well, most people don't really. Yeah.
Buford's gonna show up in tens.
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, Timberwolves, because we're stomping them. We're winning by a lot, so he's gonna want to talk about the Wolves.
Really?
Yeah, we're beating your team, Milwaukee, brother. We're up by 16 with 9 minutes left.
I could give two flying fucks less.
I know you personally can't, but you're in Milwaukee, or you're in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
So we're taxing Wisconsin.
Oh shit! 46-32. Oh no, 94-79. Oh shit!
So
Holy shit!
We're up 16 with 9 minutes left. Yep.
Oh, it was that third quarter. We whooped their ass on the third quarter.
Yep. Yeah, we were up 5-6, so we're up 11, and then we broke open. Either way.
Oh, did you see the Dodgers accepted an invitation to the White House?
Yeah, they already met him. The one dude shook his hand.
Oh, traitors. Fucking traitors. LA Dodgers are going to lose a shit ton of money. I guarantee it. I'll put the Billy Mays guarantee on that shit.
You're right to an extent, but the thing is also you're wrong because all these right wingers are going to be Dodger fans now. They're going to be like, oh, I love the Dodgers. They're going to buy all their shit. So, I mean, you're kind of.
Well,
right.
yeah, I want to tell you one.
It's like I said,
Yeah.
if you grift to the right, dude, let's say like that, dude, you make a lot more money in general.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's just the same thought process.
No.
But who knows?
Yeah. At this point, until I learned about the Insurrection Act, otherwise I've just been laughing at the right's meltdown. And even if they have to enact the Insurrection Act, which is a industrial law, nobody's gonna pay attention to. I guarantee it for the most part.
The military, so he does. The thing is, it's just bad precedent. I always tell people, like, why do you want a president? Like, people
Who has to enact that?
Huh?
You know he's a shitty leader if he has to enact an Insurrection Act.
Let me see here. How many times has the insurrection?
It was only since 1807.
Yeah, but how many times have it been used?
What was it?
30
99.
92 was the LA riots.
Oh yeah. That was a fair enough one. I will admit that was fair enough.
I'm saying there's probably times to do it because these are big riots, but they're gonna say like
Thomas Jefferson. I fucking knew it. That fucking little bastard. That fucking asshole. Oh, I hate Thomas Jefferson. Sorry, but I fucking knew it. Like,
I guess
I
I should
do.
look into it. I don't know if I hate him. I don't know if I like him.
He's a racist piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
Negro raper.
I know. I mean, I do get all that. But like the ideas, let's say it. Well, like his ideas. Maybe not the
And plus, he also decided it was a good idea to, instead of having like George Washington's no parties, we are underneath one nation. And he was like, oh, here, floating an idea. Oh, we hate this, you like this, etc., etc. The party idea came with Thomas Jefferson era.
Yeah.
God, he was a bastard. Why, Luis? Oh, she yawned. My doggy misses you.
Lyndon B. Johnson used it twice, and JFK used it 3 times. This is during the race shit.
Wait.
During the blood.
Wait. Oh, yeah, during the whole fucking Cold War.
No,
Yeah,
that's
I
not
suppose.
This is all race shit. It's Alabama because they wouldn't let white kids go to school. Or black kids
Oh,
go to school.
yeah. Brown versus the Board of Education, or Roe versus Wade. Wasn't that another one?
No, actually, these are all just race bait. Even FDR.
Oh,
there was a
race
race riot in Detroit. So
Really?
basically, since 43 to 68.
Of course, had to bring race into it.
Well, it is what
And
it
guess
is.
what? Yeah. And guess what? I don't see race, because if you actually look at it from actually a scientific standpoint, we all are Homo sapiens. We're all the same race. If there was races, there would be branches of like Homo sapien, Homo erectus, Neanderthal, all that shit would still be, Yeah. It's just like, why do we call ourselves races when the only thing that's different is really the skin color and how close our genetics came from the equator? Because obviously, closer to the equator, obviously you need a much darker skin to protect against from the UV rays, because those are deadly fucking rays.
Makes you fucking light or dark. Think about like when you make bacon, the more you cook it, the crispier it gets, the darker it gets. Right?
No, dry. It's rot. It's technically rot. And actually, when us white people go tanning, and then you see us tan, our skin cells are literally rotting.
They're dying, basically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, that makes sense.
Sun is no one's friend. The sun is no one.
Milwaukee's making a comeback, kind of rolling up by 8 now with 6 minutes left. Jesus.
Ooh.
We haven't scored for.
Can they beat the Wolves?
I mean, according to ESPN, we still.
How many timeouts?
We have 2. You have 3.
Oh gosh, longest fucking period.
It can be, yeah. You get like what, 7.5? Everyone saves their last 3-4 for the fourth quarter always.
Oh, dude, I didn't tell you this. All right, so I was borrowing. There's a weird circumstance right now with the car. Anyways, I was up to run my errands, go to buy some food, buy tobacco, and all that shit.
Yep.
So I come from the dollar store, come across the bridge you first see with Walmart, like. You get for exit 45, right?
Yep.
When you came to my place. Yeah. It was exit 41, the first one there. They were sprawled out. No kings, no queens. Just that protest on April 5th. Just completely. Yeah, it's like all I did was roll down the window, put the devil horns up, and just kept on honking my horn while looking at it and looking at it, like, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump. If I had a banging enough of shit, if it was my car, I would have like, or if, somebody else didn't need it, I'd be like, I'm going to be late, probably an hour or two. There's a protest going on. I've got to join it. He's like, fuck Trump, kill Trump. And honestly, my thing would be just a noose with Trump on it. Just a staff with a noose with Trump on it. They're like, fuck Trump, kill him.
Ugh.
That's all I'll say, kill him.
They had the shot, they missed it.
Yeah, so they say. Why is there no permanent damage? Like, if there was actually a shot, like, bullets going next to your ears already is not a nice sound. It actually deafens you and damages. But when it's even a 22 that close to your ear, what did they say? It physically missed it. It physically missed it by like yay much, by like a quarter of an inch. It would have still fucking did a lot of damage, and still did, because of the air pressure. It's a fast moving. The air would just ripped it, because
usually you have headphones or whatever, silence headphones.
Yeah.
When you go to the gun range and shit. So yeah. You just gotta think.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's like it takes only 3 pounds of torque. Like, the human airs are one of literally the weakest point of the body. You can rip off a human air just by like grabbing and they dropping, or just, you know, like just don't even know it.
Right.
You could literally, like that old Irish cauliflower ears where they got the small ass ears and all that. Yeah, a lot of bar fights.
Right.
So it's like, you don't have no damage to that ear. So that was all perpetrated. Like, as soon as I heard that, like, he was shot, I'd like, fuck yeah. And then after a day, when everything had like, wait a minute. And then they released a video of the bullet going near his ear. It's like, wait a minute.
Well, they got it in midair.
Physics. Yeah, physics doesn't allow for that. Physics with the air would have torn that shit asunder. He would be missing random ass scrapes and been bleeding a hell of a lot more because
You would think, like I'm saying, yeah, there's some things that are just really weird.
yeah. Well, because also the ear, like the nose, it's close and, you know, capillaries. I know. I expect you know that much about the human anatomy. You would think it would just be profusely bleeding. No, only bled for a little bit of time.
Shit too, yeah. All those veins. And stuff.
It's like, something didn't smell right.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. I have no evidence,
Yeah.
but I mean, it does seem weird.
Yeah, same here. I have no hard evidence, but other than physics itself. I mean, that's why I put my full reliability on for the most part. It's like, physics does this? No, physics is right. It's the law of the universe, like Newton. It's the law of the universe.
Yeah.
I mean, I may not be able to, like, mathematically prove it was, but I can get the general sense, like, yeah. Let's see, all of a sudden, let's just take a sled with a boulder that isn't strapped on and then stop that sled when it's going 100 miles an hour. Where do you think that boulder is going to go? What do you think is going to stop that fucking boulder? Ain't jack shit. It's like the insides, like when you get in a car crash. It's like, yeah. Seatbelts are good for protecting the skeleton, which is on the outside, but the inside,
Yeah, it gets mushed.
Inertia's a bitch.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Inertia's what's going to kill you.
You only know speed changes or acceleration, deceleration. Like, if you're going like 1,000 miles per hour after a little bit, your body gets used to it. It doesn't notice anything.
Yeah,
It's just the
yeah.
initial wah.
Oh, yeah. Straight up going 0 to 100. Boom. Just boom. What? That's what a lot of, that's what every astronaut has to train for. Is all of a sudden that whip is like, God, what? I don't even know what. Bridge. What is the average G-force that's applied on an astronaut when they're about to leave Earth's gravity?
Oh, let me check.
Gravity force in outer space, don't care, understand G-force, already know launch. Trapped in the rocket, you feel intense pull, its gravity increases.
Up to 9 Gs for a short period of time.
Damn!
It says a typical person can take 3 to 5 Gs.
Yeah. Damn, 9 Gs? That's like literally on the precipice of death.
That's fighter pilots and shit like that.
Yeah. You gotta know how to squeeze your legs, cut the blood circulation off to certain parts.
The record, they say, is in 1954, Colonel John Stapp experienced 46 Gs on a rocket sled.
What? What? He survived?
I guess.
No, I need 46 Gs. He did not survive. There's no way in hell.
this person says you can survive 20 Gs for 10 seconds, 10 Gs for 1 minute,
20
6 Gs for 10 minutes.
Oh shit!
Before your eyeballs and all your shit starts popping out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, you can go that fast just for like I said, less than 10 seconds. It's like, whoa.
It's like radiation sickness or radiation.
Yeah,
makes sense. But also on a tangent, that's also another reason. Well, that's a big reason why when you go to an amusement park and you see the roller coasters, you see the loop-de-loops. You know, they're not perfectly round.
No, to help you not fucking.
If they were,
more G.
Die. Yeah, they're not to die. Basically, if they were perfectly round, you would. What was it? If it's up, it goes to your feet. You would black out.
Yeah, it's
so
your head that fucking has to deal with all of it.
Mm-hmm. But during a spacewalk, astronauts typically experience around a quarter, 2.25 to 0.30 Gs, which is significantly less than the forces encountered during launch or reentry. However, even this is relatively low levels of G-force still can cause fatigue and muscle strain over time. Oh shit. Crucial for astronauts to maintain their physical fitness, undergo shot. Shit. Alright. I'm already I really wish there was a way you could just drag a person in here. Like, Brandon, get the fuck in here.
I guess you can try to message him personally, or like, I guess that'd be the way. Or send him. I guess you can't Facebook him. I can.
Yeah, basically tonight we're just free talking.
Pretty much. I mean, I got a video I'm supposed to watch. My buddy sent me on Facebook.
Another political one.
Yeah, but he's my side people, so it's not stupid.
Yeah.
But I get it.
Banning pipe camping. Jesus Christ, Steve Wallace.
You're talking about
oh my God.
Or something?
No. YouTuber. I just sent him. Steve Wallace. He just stealth camps wherever the fuck he just. There is a lot of backstory and lore to him, but he's just like, what the fuck? He just finds these random ass things and challenges.
Really?
Yeah, and you watch that 25th Hour. That was the Edward Norton movie I was thinking of a while back.
Edward Norton.
The last one I sent you.
Yeah.
Edward Norton Rant 25th Hour.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's such a great movie. It's so bigoted, but it is also true. It's based on stereotypes. Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Yeah, they're just generalities.
Should you? Yeah. But should you base your judgment upon it? No, fuck no. But it is a general guide. It's just like politics is a general guide.
I mean, yeah, like I said, they're all downstream from morality and shit like that, basically.
Yeah.
Like that's all laws and politics and shit is basically. It's like, here's my morality, I want to put it in the law. And hopefully more people agree with your thought process than don't,
Yeah. Fucking. I'm afraid what's happening on Easter, if the Insurrection Act is going to go into effect or not. Because if it is, not going to be fun. Let's just say that.
Well,
I'm going to put it modestly.
It'll depend on how it's used. I suppose.
Yeah, hopefully the courts block it.
Well,
because the court.
I'm not really a fan of like the breaking shit and stuff. So I mean, like if you're gonna try to like
Yeah.
but if people are just like literally just protesting and then fucking you
Yeah.
just use it, like oh no.
Oh yeah. There's shit, all that violent shit you've seen for at
And most of them
least
aren't doing it,
90. Yeah, 90 to 95% of them are the Proud Boys, the cells that have tried to. Is like, no, if somebody with a bright has the all, what do we call it? The all excess pass, the bright orange hazmat green vest says, or orange or whatever says, no violence, go back. You listen to them. If you don't listen, you're ejected from the protest instantly. You listen to them.
Well, yeah, I mean, most people, like I said, I always tell people, like, even if you have a good cause, if you start breaking shit, people aren't going to join your cause, or they're not going to support it.
No.
It
The
was
only
same thing-
breaking
it's
of
the same-
cause
it's the
I
same thing with the
support
George
is
Floyd
government.
riots. Like when George Floyd had his riot shit, like
Yeah.
George Floyd was the most open and shut case. We all knew it was wrong, but now you got people saying like, "Oh, look what they're talking about this now, the dumb shit instead of talking about the actual issue, which is."
And guess who started it? Undercover cop in the best place ever. Fucking AutoZone.
Really?
And all that cop wanted to do was just let the looters free the batteries so they can be dumped so they may be dumped in the ocean to recharge the seals. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
That's how I find humor in it. But no, it's like, no. They egged them. They egged them on. They literally put bricks. It's like, no. And this time, nope. We know their tricks. We're not going to fall in the 50-51 if you've been on Reddit.
Uh-huh.
It's actually very, very national thing. It's on mainstream media, so the old folks, the Fox News people won't hear it.
Yeah.
But on Reddit, like literally on the front page, you can't get away from the protests. You literally cannot. It's amazing. I am
I seen a bunch
so
of,
fucking happy.
There was the 50 for 50 or whatever recently, right? Or whatever.
Yeah,
The
the
hands off one.
50-51. 50-51, yeah, hands off me. 50-51 is just the all around just general name for the anti-Trump movement. 50 states, 50 cities, one cause. 50-51. It just, I was really surprised when I saw Menominee, and I was turning in to go down the road to another shop, and I saw this bunch of people. Instantly, I'm like, oh shit. I feel like a traitor. It's a Trump protest. just people honking. And I was like, dude, let them fucking pass, man. They are protesters. And then, like I said, just rolled down my window, just gave the devil horns as far as I could out the passenger window. Like, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump. And the amount of veterans. Holy shit. And these were people that supported them. And they're the enemy, but at least they're joining our side. But they voted, and now we're here because of them. But
people lost 40-50 grand at least in the stock market. Like, it's probably hurting them.
I'm not even worried about the stock market. I'm just worried about, like, the people, everyday Joes, the poor people who aren't even invested in jack shit like me.
Like we were saying, there's 70 million people that have 401ks. They're not all just the rich people, right?
Mm.
So I mean, like they do have, like they do. Need that
some sort of retirement fund.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like these people, like I said, if you're about to retire like in 2 years, you just lost like 50 grand, dude. You might have to work another like 4 more years or whatever. You know, like.
Yeah, and your body cannot. The human body was not meant to live like past. You're lucky if you live to 50.
Back in the day, yeah.
Well, even now with how advanced
We're 77.
our brain.
Life expectancy.
Yeah. But I still think that the midlife crisis still is in the mid to late 20s. Is still the midlife crisis era, because you got to think. Yeah, technology has advanced, everything has advanced, but what about our brains? This takes 100,000 millions of years. It's evolution. Tech can advance snap of a finger. Evolution does not.
Yeah.
You know?
No, yeah. It takes a minimum probably like 100,000 years, if not longer.
Yeah. So I like to think that I've got over my midlife crisis, and now I'm just back again in the existential crisis.
Right.
Perpetual existential crisis. But it's a bad, but it's also good. Hey, yo. Hey, it's Brandon. What's up?
Be rad. What's happening, Captain?
Hey, yay. Not too much.
I was just talking about like existential crises and shit. Like, I think the midlife crisis due to like, well, the evolution of technology is much faster than the evolution of the human brain or any living brain, to be honest. So I still think the midlife crisis is mid to late 20s to early 30s max.
Well, it all depends,
I would
right?
say 35.
It does. 35 is a cutoff point, complete cutoff point.
I think once you hit 35, you're in midlife crisis.
I feel like a crisis can appear as long as the conditions are there, right?
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about specifically the whole theory of midlife crisis.
I'm saying when you
information. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying I feel like when you get your midlife crisis, you finally like come to terms like I'm on the back nine of life, and I feel like that is tough for people to realize. You know, like
that's a different. Yeah, that's honestly, I've never heard of that. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. You graciously accept, like, yeah, I'm on a down slope now.
Because for me, like my it wasn't, but like when I realized when I was 34, 5 that it was half my life I was crippled. I was like, Jesus Christ! Like I feel like I was just like yesterday, but it's been like half my life.
Okay.
I'm like, damn, like, you know, like this is that was my first like, fuck, man, like, I'm getting up there.
Okay, so Wally is definitely an outlier. He's definitely an outlier. He's definitely not part of the normal statistics. But but still, the whole thing is, But,
like I said,
what do you think?
I'd say a crisis can keep. I mean, it does.
It's existential. It's existential crisis. Is like, yay, I'm done with midlife crisis. Yay, I'm back in the existential crisis that I was back in my 20s. Yay, but I'm much, wiser, smarter, more calm, meditative, philosophical.
And it's all about finding progress, right?
Yeah. Like, every human being is nuanced. They've got layers. It's layers. I don't care. Like, you can be the most basic bitch, but how did that basic bitch become the basic bitch that the basic bitch is? There's little layers, but is it worth it to investigate it? That's the big question. Is it worth it? No, normally no. You basic, no.
They just haven't had the courage to explore deeper aspects of themselves, I'd say. Or, I don't know. That's
fair enough. Yeah.
Fucking reap the rewards of being plain and then don't. I don't know. It's like a fucking middle lane, right? Like, you got to kind of think of it like that.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. It's more the median. They try to appeal to both sides, but they're never gonna.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is, I was trying to premise both sides is not even a thing anymore because one side is just living in fantasy world. Like if it came back to reality, we can, we can have a real conversation about both sides. But it's like you guys are just really so far gone.
Oh yeah, we're going back to the Democratic Conservative.
Well,
all of a
again,
sudden.
not even that.
We're just going back.
We're going back to like the 1800s again. It's like I try to tell these people like we live in a global economic shit, dude. Like, why are you trying to be an isolationist and try to make everything way more expensive for everybody else? Like.
Trade economics itself will not work. Like, look at Japan. Japan's economics did not blow up until the imperial regime, unfortunately, had to see the sun 3 times in one day, but finally got the fucking message across. Decided to join the rest, and look at their economy. It's been booming ever fucking since. Nintendo made playing cards. Nintendo is probably one of, if not the biggest game developer in the fucking world.
They probably are.
Do I hate them? Yes, I do. I fucking hate them because they're greedy sons of bitches.
But they have
But do I respect where they came from? Yes.
Great games.
And
That's for damn sure.
I don't give 2 flying fucks. You
guys
guys are
there's a
fucking.
reason why they're the top dogs, or one of them at least, because they have
Yeah.
Make polished products.
Metroids, they got certain games that you can't deal with.
Rehashing.
Yeah.
Although
What
I
does
do
Disney
like
do?
what
What
they
does
did
everybody
with
does?
the Legend of Zelda,
Fuck
the Legend of Zelda series, they tried the Hyrulean Warriors, the Dynasty
that's dope.
the Dynasty Warriors was fucking fun,
That's
and then they tried the Skyrim version and the Breath of the Wild. That was all right, but they did it with Pokemon. Pokemon just fucking failed. I don't fucking care.
They've been the same forever. Yeah, that one is.
Yeah, they
Oh,
are.
yeah,
Like,
it's statement.
I can
It's
play the
statement.
first 2 generations and be just as fine as playing the new ones. Like, it don't matter.
Yep, exactly. I
So, like,
love
yeah,
the 2 first generations.
Yeah, I'm saying so. Like Pokemon,
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure,
dude.
I totally agree. Where it's just rehash.
Yep.
The whole story's rehash. Everything is
Kids,
literally
dude.
rehash.
For little fucking kids. Yep. Just basic fucking gaming. Like, I want a fucking hard, challenging game. Like, add new mechanics, dude.
Yeah, mechanics instead of just 50 more characters. It's all
Yeah.
it is. Like, hey, we're gonna add these
Yeah.
40 new characters.
Oh
Boom.
shit! Oh shit! Oh yeah. So Wally, I know you like Final Fantasy, right?
Fuck yeah.
There is a game called The World of Final Fantasy. It's like Pokemon.
I've heard of it. I don't know if I played it. I might have it on my PlayStation because I got a bunch of free games for having Game Pass thing.
I still haven't played Pal World all the way. I should
What
fucking
world?
load that up. I'm trying to fucking
Pal
chill a
World.
bit more in life. Fucking.
Power
find
World's a great
jobs
chilling
today.
game. I just don't like how they like to collect your data. Chinese communist.
Now it's us.
Let me know if you guys ever hire there, Wally. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know what I'm
What are you asking?
doing. So let me know if you guys ever hire there.
I'll let you know.
Chinese
But I don't
Communist
know.
Party.
Huh?
Also, I'll let you know if I hear anything.
All right. I'll fucking do anything. I just gotta make some fucking money.
Well, yeah, like I said, you got to get out of that house. I know that to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Dude,
that's the only way you're gonna grow as a person.
Show me your map location.
I've just been fucking stuck.
No, I get
in
that.
many
I'm saying
regards,
that's
that's all.
that situation's not good for you.
Yeah.
Brandon. Do you
broke it
live
all down.
like? Do you live near any businesses or anything?
I mean, some
Gas
places,
station,
dude.
I guess, is right there, and
I just don't want to go from making like 20 plus an hour to fuck it. I mean,
Stepping stones is stepping stones. You got to
PCA
restart.
I know.
Why don't you go like PCA and fucking go cook and clean for like people or something, or something like that, I don't know.
Well,
yeah, I
They
looked
make
at some
like
of that. A
18
lot of
they
them.
make like 18, 19 bucks an hour, so
It's not too bad. Yeah.
I'm just saying at least a start, and then you can still look for something that's more suited, but
Yeah.
because they're usually always
And
hiring.
I mean, it's a tough situation when you don't have any credentials. So.
Oh yeah, you gotta
Unless
start
you don't
making
have
them,
to,
or
they just ask you if
your.
you know how to cook and
Yeah.
clean and shit, which most people do. It's
Yeah.
like, can you
Yeah.
can you make Chef Boyardee every day or what? Not every day.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
It's not hard.
Because like
Yeah, I know.
honestly, because like my aunt has a kid like that, so like my mom used to do that for like she used to go hang out with them, watch them. She's like, "Oh, I can get paid to do this? Okay, whatever, cool."
Yeah, that's why I don't have my own vehicle right now. Like.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
No, I get it.
Yeah. Shit. This fucking.
That's all right. We're working on it, brother.
Spilled on my keyboard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'll be fine.
Dude, Wally, I'm really thinking about getting some paintball gear back and start doing paintball gear
Paintball
again.
gear?
Oh yeah. Fuck!
I haven't paintballed in forever, so
I think it's fun.
it's pretty fun. It's probably been like high school, college since the last time I did something like that.
Last time I did it was my older brother's fucking bachelor party, and that was his last wedding.
No, I'm talking like amateur pro paintballing where you gotta fucking. Oh shit.
Oh, dude, I fucked everybody up when I went. That was my first time going to. I was fucking Call of Duty as fuck.
Fuck Call of Duty.
Coming around,
You don't want
fucking
Call of
around
Duty.
corners, coming around corners, fucking just fast as fuck, shooting people. They're just not even prepared.
Yeah, because they're pussy ass. They don't know jack shit about paintball.
Oh, these were like all Republicans. My fucking
dog.
fucking
In 2.5
coming in there.
hours, we're about to have 104% tariff on China.
Yay!
Jesus
So,
Christ.
AKA, don't go to Walmart. So everything is double in price at Walmart.
Well, it's gonna take.
Well, how much-
It's probably gonna take a month for it to actually kick in.
So
all
let's
the way.
think about the secondhand
Yeah.
market and how that's gonna boom now.
The markets. Oh, they're horrible. I know.
Oh,
secondhand.
I'm actually. How about this? How about the environment?
Dude, if I had money, I'd be buying up fucking used shit.
I'm waiting.
'cause,
I'm waiting
new
like
shit's
6
gonna be-
months. I already told my buddy, like this guy I talked to the bar about this shit. I'm like, because I so basically the reason why I went going on this vacation because this money was what I was gonna invest in the stock market, but I'm like, it's so bad and gonna be so bad, I'm just not gonna do it. But like it's six to 8 months, maybe it'd be time to buy because I think it's gonna go down for a good long time.
Mm-hmm.
Because people think it's only like a month or two. I'm like, no, man, I feel like this is gonna.
I
be
don't know.
like a half.
It
a
takes
year.
it. Yeah. It takes multiple months for the stock market to, grow.
Well, not even grow, but I'm saying because we're tanking it on purpose. Like it's dropped like 10% plus.
Because what better businessman than somebody who's claimed bankruptcy? What was it? 7 fucking times?
Yeah.
Awesome, because that's the man that I want in charge of my entire company.
Like I said, when he took over president, we were at 44,000 for the Dow Jones. Now it's at 37.6.
Yikes.
So that's 6,000, 7,000 points. That's a fuck ton. 11.2% since the beginning of this year. And like I said, I think it's going to lose another like 10% probably.
Oh, easily.
So I'm saying. Like,
There you are, you motherfucker,
that's
right
probably
down
the
that
time you need to buy
Dorito.
if you can get in.
Yeah.
Christ.
Awesome. So cool.
And again, I thought he was going to.
Guy will love.
I thought this was supposed to be Kamala that tanked the thing if she got in, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I heard
yeah,
this whole time. That's what's always funny. It's like, oh, you're doing exactly the thing you said we were going to do. Okay. Weird how that happened.
Fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, politics is so fucking
It is a lot of stupidity.
It's so fucking stupid.
It's about making the pockets deeper.
Bunch of idiots just making a bunch of noise.
Yep.
Well, yeah. And the thing is, and like I said, people who are really smart with money, they'll fucking buy all these stocks up. And like I said, like 6 months too.
Mhm.
And they'll get them for pennies on the
Yeah.
dollar and make a fuck ton of money. On the
All right,
rebound.
we're back.
It's the same shit they've been doing for so many years. I don't know why people don't realize this.
Yep.
When the stock market crashes, it's the people that lose, and then the rich people make all the money. Like they buy up all the shit for nothing. It's been the same since the 1800s, 1900s, 2000s. Doesn't even matter. It's the same game.
Yep.
So what you guys been talking to on your polymath shit.
Oh, I haven't been fucking.
Yeah,
messing
been
with
fucking
that
around
much.
there. All right.
Not that much. Just trying to figure my fucking bullshit out.
I feel that. The other day, I tried to get your
Filter
cousin
out
to
all
jump
the
on.
shit.
He didn't.
The other day?
Yeah, I tried to. He said he was gonna come on, and he didn't show up. I was like, oh.
Oh. I got pissed off at his mom one day because, you know, she's like, my mom's sisters have like always kind of treated her like shit, you know, and then that fucking comes down onto me, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know.
Repeating the cycle.
And then he
kinda
blocked me. He unblocked me the other day, and we talked. Yeah.
shit. Yeah, I mean, it's like anything with family; it goes up and down. I mean,
Yep.
but
Yep. Just had to wait it out.
Well,
Wasn't.
like I said, for you.
I mean, I shouldn't have reacted as strongly as I did, but then again, maybe I should. Maybe, you know, that's good.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, obviously, you're down on life or whatever the moment too. So sometimes you just need to get the aggression out.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I get it. Shit happens. And like I said, usually you do it to your family and friends more than anybody else. If you're gonna be, it's probably better to have an outburst with them than a fucking Joe Blow down the road. Like
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like that's kind of like how it goes when you know people, is like you're more willing to sort of, you
open
know,
yourself up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same
That's
thing
part
as
of
fucking.
what it is.
Like I said, your kids will usually be assholes around their parents, but like around other people, they're always like, they're good. I'm like, what? They're never good for me. You know, like, well, they do listen to
Yeah.
me, just not when I'm around. Okay, makes sense.
That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, there's somebody that said, like, I saw a quote the other day, like, I think it was from John Locke, something about like whatever toxicity or whatever you get from your children is due to your own poisoning or whatever the fuck, you know, you get the idea.
Yeah, well, like I said, your family, your initial family is your first culture, so whatever you learn is going to be from there first, and then it branches out from the more people
Well,
you meet.
not even that. Like, it's more like, you know, parents complaining about their children, you know, having an attitude, you know, but
Yeah, it's because you caused it. Well, because
Yeah,
you raised
yeah,
them
of
that
course,
way.
yep.
Yeah, I'm saying, like their first culture is you as a parent, and then like your brothers, sisters, whatever. So like, how
I
do
think
they-
it's
how do
more
they
like a
treat you?
retaliatory thing, you know, like, you know, because ways you treated them you don't understand, you know. But I'm sure your kids don't treat you like shit, you know. Like, you talk
Not
to
as
them
much
like
as they
actual
used
people.
to. I mean, they gotten older now, so I think they're starting to understand more things. Like, oh, I'm not. Like I always tell them, like,
Yeah.
you gotta, like, you're finding out I'm not fucking lying to you about if you're disrespectful to people. Guess what's gonna happen, or whatever, all this kind of dumb shit. I'm like,
yeah,
like you're finally starting to understand. Like, I'm not just trying to be a fucking asshole to you. I'm trying to teach you lessons because these are lessons you need to learn. You know, like how to be a good
Yeah.
human being later in life. You know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you treat your kids like they're not fucking retarded, they're probably, you know, just gonna treat you well if you treat them with love,
Yeah.
instead of expecting shit in return. You know, like,
Yeah, it's tough for a lot of people though.
It is
A lot of
tough.
people
It
aren't
is
supposed to
tough.
be parents, per se.
a lot of people shouldn't. Yeah.
Well, I'm just
'Cause
saying,
they
like, they just like to fuck or whatever, but, you know, like, it happened, so they became it. But, like, if you'd have told them they wanted them before or whatever, like, they thought they were ready or whatever, they just said no.
Yeah, a lot of people, yeah, they don't understand, like, the whole thing. Yeah. Like, you have to want it, I'd say, beforehand. Like, you have to sort of see the meaning and guiding, like, a young life, seeing, like, you know, learning from your experiences and making sure they
Mhm.
don't repeat the same bullshit, or you don't make your parents' mistakes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta
I don't
be,
know.
you probably gotta be mentally sane and mature enough to even have them to start, you know, like,
Yeah.
that's the problem. Like, if you have,
Like-
like, 18, 19-year-old kid having one, they're not really ready for
So
it.
many people, like, escape from through hedonism, you know? Like, that's
For sure.
such a big part of the problem. Like,
Mhm.
not really wanting to do work for the sake of it.
Well, it sucks
Because, like, most people go to work and they're fucking, you know, like, they're treated like a fucking tool. So then they want to go home and, you know, have some fun, you know, sort
Yeah,
of
but then
like
you have to go work again because you
undo
that
that,
shit.
balance that shit back out. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, because then you have to go. Like I said, I have to come home and I have to deal with getting the kids, whatever, make sure they're fed or whatever. I have to put them to bed, kind of shit. You know.
Yep.
When you have a kid, it's like having 2 jobs. 'Cause you
I
have
got
to work,
sports,
and then you have to go.
know.
Yeah, I'm saying that's the thing with
Yeah.
like, and like you're saying, like with the heating is like, some people just don't want to give up their personal happiness or pride, whatever the fuck you want to call it, to do that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least aren't ready at the time when they are.
It has to
called
be its
upon.
own reward. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, what the fuck did you guys start going down the rabbit hole on?
Just parenting.
Parenting in general.
Oh, parenting.
Children,
Oh, yeah.
Children.
Yeah. I probably won't know it for quite some time, but I do got a doggo, which is like my child and requires a lot of attention, a lot of love, a lot of playfulness. Some discipline, not too rough. She a good girl. She is.
Yeah, you can't fucking treat animals, you know, like.
No, she is literally my daughter. No. She a good one. No, well, for the most part, unsupervised, I don't know, but supervised, she doesn't try to sneak out of the backyard anymore and chase after squirrels and deer.
Oh, dude, I hate when dogs fucking run off.
Oh, and especially like hers, especially when it's dark. It's like, nope, I will beat you till the cows come home if you run towards that goddamn road. It's like you do not run towards that road. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you guys, I don't think yet. I got my Billy Terror jacket.
Oh no, you told me, yeah.
Yeah. I wish I got an XL instead of XXL, but I was buying from a foreign market, so I wanted to, make sure. Plus, also, when it comes cold enough, I'd be like, my palms are kind of still inside the sleeves. Cool.
Oh, is it that long? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's still okay.
Wolfenstein 2 is such a good game. The Wolfensteins are great. Up to Wolfenstein 3D, Spirit of Destiny, Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Yeah, the one video you.
Huh?
You cut out there, Brandon.
Monsters. Oh, I said the one video that you sent me looked pretty crazy, like the monsters attacking and the weird doctor guy and all that shit.
Oh yeah. Dash head. Stupid fun game. If you have the Xbox Game Pass, it's on there. Both of them.
Wolfenstein.
Yep. I have Young Blood. And it sucked. Basically, the explanation why Blazkowicz was away for most of them was because he had to set things right, because when Hitler died, there was a dead man switch to alter the Earth's storms to make them more powerful. It was fucking stupid. It's like, dude, Wolfenstein 3, now. We need it. America. Perfect. Trump. Fuck Angle. Fuck Hitler.
Oh, I typed in the chat because of my fucking keyboard.
I just read this article. It was talking about how right now 40% of the world's electricity is generated without burning fossil fuel, but yet we still are burning more coal and shit than ever before too. Like,
oh yeah, Saudi Arabia, Saudis.
It probably is, because they're talking about how India and China are doing really good on it now. They're like up to 50%.
And I know that just a few years ago that China was most of their energy was coming from coal.
Yeah.
Was coming from coal. Yeah.
No, they've gotten really good with it. That's what I'm saying. I've got to give them props.
Yeah, I gotta give them props for technological advances. They're trying to be on par with Japan, but their social, economic, and all that communist bullshit can go to hell. Fuck them.
Are we talking about China?
Yeah.
Yeah, they need. Yeah, I mean, like, look at it here. You know, like it's like hyper individualism there. It's like hyper collectivism, except like the fucking wealth disparity is still fucking, you know,
like I said,
massive.
It's
so what's the
government
fucking
ran
point?
all the way. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah,
they have a
exactly.
dictatorship. That's the thing. Like, oh man, that's why I'm always against kings and shit. It's like, dude, I don't give a fuck. If you give one person too much power, dude, it's never gonna end up being good for people. It's gonna be good for certain people,
Never.
not for everybody.
Ever be good for anybody. No,
Yeah, I don't know.
it'll never be good for anybody except for the white national Christians. Christians.
Even then, it's not.
It always takes time
Chrysalis.
for
Yeah,
like the most educated people's, you know, knowledge or wisdom to fucking be integrated into the greater part of society.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like because they're like the most wise are like at a meta level that's like beyond most of the population. Most people are just trying to fucking, you know, get what's theirs, you know, get from tomorrow to today to tomorrow and pay next week's bills, survive. You know, it's like a very
living paycheck by paycheck.
Yep. But you know, and as far as like the ways they're getting fucked, well, like what are they gonna do about it? You know, they gotta take that dick.
They can't. They can't. They don't have money, and money buys the world.
Yeah.
Buys power.
And then like look at, you know,
resistance and
power
terror.
now is so insulated from the fucking suffering of those they fucking rely on to have their fucking power and wealth. And you know, the communicative distance is so fucking huge. The perspective gap is fucking massive. You know, and that's why we have the, you know,
Because they'd rather focus on celebrities, on their lives, on celebrities' lives. Like,
right.
Like, why the fuck do I care about a fucking celebrity like Entertainment Tonight?
All they are is somebody. That's it. They're just somebody.
Yeah.
They're just
They're a
fucking
person. They're a person who did great things, who
They had the
excelled,
opportunity,
made a
you know,
yeah. It's
that-
like
they
they're
also
a
do bad
person.
things.
Leave them
It
the
was-
fuck alone. My biggest thing is leave
Yeah,
them the
yeah.
fuck alone.
But then again, they
are a
make
person.
money off this shit. You know, it's like one big, you know, it's like an information economy.
Hollywood.
You know, that just leads
I
to.
hate Hollywood. I hate all that shit. This glorifies this shit, makes people docile.
Yeah.
Survivor, game shows, American Idol, Masked Singer, it makes people docile and stupid. Why the fuck are you watching this meaningless, senseless bullshit? You could
I
be
know.
concentrating your energy, your anger, your thoughts, your process, everything about you onto learning. Oh, I know, because
because they don't think they can do anything because it's like,
not
oh, I don't look
cool.
like this person. I don't, you know. And then it's like, it's also like to
Yeah.
break away from your fucking like friend group or your family or whatever. Like it
Yeah.
requires being alienated to an extent, like because all these people are afraid of breaking away from what they're used to. You know, their old patterns. So it's like once they see you breaking away, there's like kind of like jealousy. You know, like why are you fucking, you know, like we were about this, why are you going to be about that, you know, like it's so
Because guess what? I thought for myself, I broke away. It's
People don't like
much
that,
more
though.
pleasant. It's like instead of being Western,
like that.
be more Eastern in philosophy. Fucking not
Like,
South
just be
Hulu.
yourself. The thing is, none
We're
of
the
them, none
ones-
of them are right to an extent. They all have their
Yeah.
They all have their goods and flaws. Like, just take a part of everything and become your own goddamn person. Just the easiest
That's
best
right.
way
Yeah.
of doing it.
Yeah.
whatever applies,
Like-
man. Like whatever works.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they all,
That's just
but I'm saying like
part
if you
of a
take
complete
any
system.
philosophy in a sense, like they all have good things to say and do, but they also have fucking stupid things. So like, just nip and pick the good parts of these
Synthesis,
things and intertwine it with
Yeah.
your life and your
Because
thought process.
people like, dude.
All
even
right, hold on.
philosophers are very much followers, dude. And I
Mhm.
see that, and I'm like, what are you doing, man? What are you fucking doing? You're supposed to be the one fucking making the new paradigm if you're a thinker, not just
yeah.
You know,
But hold on. Also with Wallet, what I was thinking is like, taking for job training. Like I've been in countless of kitchens. Like I know how to prep a burger, roast beef, or what have you. I've been taught many different ways. I was taught by a blank slate.
Yep.
But then I formulate those many ways into my own way by taking like, all right, this seems cool. Nah, fucking disregard that. That's fucking trash. No,
That
this
comes
seems
with
cool.
experience.
Like,
Yep.
it's like 80% of people said cook it like this instead of the 5%, and then the 15% say cook it like this. Like you got to formulate your own thoughts and your own opinions. That's the whole thing. Also about philosophy. It's like philosophy cannot technically be 100% centralized. Philosophy is with its own personal bounds. Yes, pick and choose what you want. Yes, you can. But in the grand scheme of things, you're thinking about life and the way to live life. This is the way you live your life. That's how I think of philosophy, is a way to live life, and the question is one being. That is philosophy in a nutshell.
I'll be right back. I gotta put my kids up.
There's a
But
lot of
Brennan,
things I see it as.
but am I not wrong? It's question life and live life.
Yeah, like David Hume said something like the philosopher must live, not only describe life, he must also live life. And it's a symbiotic thing. You find out various truths for or things you had wrong or whatever through interaction. It's like a troubleshooting. Whatever you didn't foresee before, like you will arrive at it,
There it is.
a more complete
Yeah.
picture. I mean, the way it seems to be just about like having expectations, accurate expectations, like project what to expect, what's gonna.
Well, yeah,
you
but
also need to
never
make better
ever.
expectations. You also need to condition better conditions, like.
Yeah,
If
but
you got
also,
like an asshole boss, like you got to adapt to that. You got to adapt to that shit. Like you can't.
Oh
You can't just avoid it.
No, I just.
Yeah, this Asian.
Yeah, that's.
It's good. Not yeah, Buddhist or not Buddhist, Tibetan. Seems like it would be
Tibetan Buddhist.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a really good pocket book. It's literally a pocket book, like Easy Meditation or something by him. That's how I found him. Such a great. He's like,
yeah, dude. The right foundation for your existence is very hard to fucking establish, man.
Yeah, you just gotta
just that neutral position of inaction. What is the right?
There is no right. Technically, there is no right path.
Surroundings and shit. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out just the right way to approach everything. But you do have to interact. You just cannot rest in life in a way you just can't keep to yourself. You can't you have to establish balance with the world. You can't leave the world out of your analysis, out of your conditioning.
Oh my god!
I mean, what is it about except for living in symbiosis with the world?
Yeah,
living in harmony.
Hold on. I think we already talked about this. You've seen Parks and Rec, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're Ben Wyatt right now.
Why?
You're just stammering on like you're trying to think.
No, my brain's disorganized, dude. I don't have That's part of my problem is I need because I have so much fucking information in there, you know. But the thing is, everything is simple, but there's so many different situations in the world that it makes it complex. Yeah, like
Well,
everything
have a
is
notebook.
fucking simple, but then there's like I like that term like sign face, where there's like different faces to different phenomena. You know, like it flows in different ways and in relation to different things. Yeah, I'm trying to do some more like what's the right word? Visual based stuff, like more like I don't want to say charts, but like diagrams. Yeah, diagrams.
Well, type out your fucking diary is probably easier than writing.
Type out? Well, I mean, dude, I have so much shit type. Dude, I have so much shit everywhere. Like, I have too much shit. That's part of my problem. Like, so like I'm in a phase where I can't really generate that much more information because I need to fucking compress it all and like simplify it.
Mm-hmm.
What you all talking about?
Trying to get his thoughts more simplified, and also
not just
he's
me, but yeah.
Oh yeah, and also Ben Wyatt. he is
like
Ben Wyatt.
Ben Wyatt.
Yeah, from Parks and Rec.
Yep.
He's just kind of doesn't have his thoughts together, but he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's super smart, but doesn't have anything organized. Right. That's what it is.
Cone's a Dunshire.
That's what it is. Cone's a Dunshire. Oh my god, I feel so bad about Barney. I'm watching for the second time in the time capsule. I didn't realize that was him thinking. Now this was a quick look at QuickBooks. Just like, wait a minute, that's Barney.
Barney. From the Blarney Stone.
Barney. Yeah.
The Blarneys. Dude, I can't believe my coworker, he used to play And Justice for All rhythm guitar, like, you know, not for a cover band, but just because, you know, like I play bass for a hobby. Then he said he switched over to bass and he couldn't keep up. It's like, well, I suppose you're gripping a pick and doing this. I can't do what you can do when I can just take my two fingers and as fast as you can.
Right.
But it's like, dude, you actually know how to relatively play a guitar? Maybe we can jam, maybe. Because I know relatively how to play a bass, at least.
You are the token white guy. Just kidding.
Yeah, token white guy knows to play bass. Oh, yeah, come on, Les Claypool, Ronnie Martini. The token black guy was Bootsy.
Shit's funny as fuck to me.
Mm-hmm. So is Primus. Primus is funny as fuck to me. God, this is so easy once I got it down to chat. Once I actually got it down, because in Rocksmith you can slow down, and then finally got like down to, oh, that's what it is. All right, and then I went back up to 100% speed.
Yeah. The article says that the Democrats are going to be Democrat Party is going to be targeting 35 Republican-held House seats in 26.
Nice. And
so
there's
they're only down. They only need 3 to be the majority, so they're hoping to get at least like 15 to 20 of them.
And also, Wally, since you brought it to my attention, and all that, how much of those Trump appointees are falling like flies, one at a time, but even one can make the difference. Trump appointee opposing was like, hopefully by 420, this. No, they can block it. I know the judges can and definitely will block this Insurrection Act. They will fucking block this one. If they don't,
to me.
If they don't,
like, You can use it for like a one event thing, but like you're not supposed to like mass use it. Like I'm saying, I looked at all the
Yeah.
use it. It's like, oh, for this right, okay, I can see that. For this, okay, but it's like you're
Yeah,
just gonna say
when it
no
comes
matter
out of
what.
control. When it comes out of control, yes, fair enough. But honestly, at this day and age, unless if they're shooting civilians and killing and attacking standard civilians, I don't see how. If they're doing property damage to big corporate conglomerates or corporations or anything that isn't technically private property on that
I would
point.
still preface, I don't want that either per se. Like
I would,
I don't
yeah, I would want it just
because
because it can spread. It can spread.
Because
It's just
end,
a
it's supposed to be law
fire.
and order.
It's
so
a
like,
fire.
If these people are
Yeah.
like if you protest peaceful, like I'm saying, with like all these protests have been going on, they're all peaceful. Nobody gives a fuck. But like, if they were to switch and like all of a sudden these mass riots had fucking or protests had rioting and burning and shit, then the people that do it should go to jail. You know, like
Yeah, fair enough. We're trying to be the exact opposite of the insurrection on January 6th, which is unfortunate because January 7th was the day of infamy. So should
it's
they?
pretty hypocritical if you're gonna try to call for violence and you condemn them for violence. That's my kind of thought.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah, that is true. But at this point in stage, it's like maybe. Definitely drag them out. Like, definitely don't burn down like collateral damage, but definitely like track them down and drag them out of their houses and beat them to death in the middle of the street in full view of their families. Yeah,
but that won't
maybe
do
they
nothing.
will get the picture.
They will.
No,
won't, though,
maybe
'cause
then they
they
will
have
get
all
the
because they have all the military and all the fucking guards and shit, dude. Like they can always get help or whatever you want to call it. That's the thing. They have money, so it doesn't matter. They'll always have preferential treatment in the sense
That's
of
the thing.
like I said,
PMCs will always take over. I always forget about
obviously
the
you see how
PMCs.
Musk things are fucking being protected, like super done. You know, like there's a reason why, right?
Speaking of which, did you see his live stream tonight?
No,
on Passive Exile. Oh my god! I saw a bitch just constant trolls. You're a piece of shit. Nobody will miss you. You will die alone. Just trolls. He literally canceled the entire stream. It was what he said. What was it like? It was like air continuity control or something to make sure that Starlink could go from the ground up to a jet.
Okay.
It was something stupid like that. It's like, dude, nobody likes Musk. Everybody hates him. Even the regime hates him, to be honest.
I'll
From
give
what
Musk
I'm
credit today.
like-
Musk talked shit about Peter Navarro, which is Trump's tariff dude. So he called him a moron and shit. So like I always say, it's like anything. These people can be smart when it affects them. It's always funny how that works. Like, oh, it's my problem now.
Mhm.
Oh, I knew the problem.
But-
I knew the issues the whole time. I just never said anything about it beforehand. Like that's bullshit.
But too bad you're in your own coffin that you made yourself. You nailed it shut yourself. You dug the grave yourself, and you buried the grave yourself, and buried you in it yourself. There's no coming back, no matter what.
Did you see
They're done.
Did you see the Keystone Pipeline had a big old fucking spillage kind of thing, so now it's shut down again?
Really? No. What the hell? Send me. What the fuck? What the hell? Send me that article.
Nearly
the
2,700
fuck?
miles of Keystone Pipeline was shut down Tuesday morning after it ruptured in North Dakota, halting the flow of millions of gallons of oil from Canada.
Oh, of course, it'd be that corridor there. Of course it would. Of course.
The whole point is, we're about to have super high fucking gas prices again, and people are, and no one's gonna blame Trump for it. So they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's not his fault." Like, no, you guys blame Biden for everything. Nope, you got to learn to accept the blame. I hate the hypocrisy.
Yeah, as do I. Because hypocrisy hurts everyone.
Well, because again, for what? We're about to have prices increase and everything because of the tariffs. We're about to have gas go up
Yep.
because of this. Like, and you wonder why people are fucking worried about what's happening around the world. Like, or was it?
This is why I get so pissed. It's because I didn't vote for him. I warned everybody that I could. You should vote, and you have to vote. I've tried everything that I could, and yet we're stuck with the consequences of a fucking bunch of idiots.
Yeah,
we're stuck with the downfall. It's like, why? It's like this is exactly the exact reason why I never tried in fucking high school. Because high school was filled with a bunch of fucking dumb shit, motherfucking idiots. Never did my homework outside of class. Tested well. That's all I did.
That's me too. I never fucking did homework. I was a B student without trying.
Fucking hated it, man.
Like I said, without trying, I was a B student. Like I can imagine if I would have put any effort in, I'd probably been an easy A student.
So all of us, sane citizens, sane-ish citizens.
Sane-ish, yeah, I'd say
Yeah. Yeah. Have to pay the price of a bunch of fucking morons? That's bullshit.
Basically, that's how it goes.
That's bullshit.
I mean, we just got to be the ones to reverse it, you know? We got to be the ones where the pattern stops.
The thing is,
Reverse.
You got to get. It's the problem. The real hard issue is how do you get people out of the cult brain? Like I said, there's the moderate Republicans.
Kill 'em.
That's different, but yeah.
No, not
Kill
not
them.
that.
Scrub their brains clean.
Well, the thing is, like even
I
like
mean-
even like the Nazi people, like the normal people, like once they like lost power, they didn't stay Nazis or whatever. Like some people did, obviously, but most of them switched back to like what they are now. They're democratic, socialist company or state country now. Like it can be done.
Yep, I
I'd
think
rather
we just
do
need
it.
to
I'd rather
reach
do
out
it.
better.
The best way is always with the non-violent way. You can't fucking.
Yep.
But they must
You
pay
can't-
for the transgressions. They must
No,
pay.
you can't, dude,
Well,
because
you
they
can
didn't
pay, but
actually
like you don't have
fucking-
to make them pay like physically.
But like that's the whole thing is they didn't actually. It's determinism, man. It's all determinism. That's the hard part. So
It's a cult of
basically,
personality.
if you want to make change, you have to be the one to know the deterministic mechanisms at play.
Well, yeah.
And
Actually,
actually
sorry. I just got a hole into a little swing. Sorry. No. But I was saying they must pay for the transgressions. Must be the straight up mega members, the megas.
No, I get it.
They should.
That's
but
why
the thing is though, it's if you're gonna go back, it goes back to like the Palestinian and the fucking Israelis.
If you're a cult member, you're a
but
cult
if
member.
If you keep doing the violent shit, you'll always have fighting later. You're never gonna have true peace.
It has to stop somewhere.
Because
Somebody
people, I would
has
say,
to
people don't want peace; they want justice. So guess what? As long as I feel like I've been unjustified, getting fucked with or whatever, I'm gonna always want retribution, and that's just how
All
it
right,
goes.
name one time, one
So it is.
situation where it
It's gotta be
has
the
happened non-peacefully.
Non-peacefully?
Name one time.
Non-peaceful
Or
like-
peacefully.
Well, I mean, I guess India with Gandhi, right? But then they probably have their own issues now. Like they probably didn't really.
Yeah, exactly. They had big issues down the line.
I mean, it's not like the best argument.
Okay,
I'd
you
argue
know.
like Japan because obviously we fought them, but like right after we fought them, we could have really took them over, and we decided not to. We decided to let them be, like run their shit, do their shit, and they became one of our best allies.
Yeah, I see.
I always use that.
Until
I'm just saying,
That's not a. That's.
Yeah, I know.
Like I said,
I wouldn't say that's really good argument.
You have to show kindness. Somebody has to show kindness because the whole reason for this problem is for kindness not being shown.
Yes, no
to fucking
empathy.
begin
That's
with.
what I was trying to tell. I was arguing with these people in Republican shit earlier. It's like, I'm like, so you're just saying you have a lack of, like, when you're like, I don't give a fuck if people are losing $40,000-$50,000 before they're about to retire. Like, that's not a good way to live your life, bro. Like, that's horrible. Like, if you actually think about what you're saying, dude, you have no empathy. Like, people are literally losing. Like I was telling Mitch earlier, like, if you're like 1 year, 2 years away from retiring, dude, you might have to work another 4 years now because you just lost 50 to 100 grand. Like
They're boomers. Like I give a fuck about a boomer, regardless. Their whole generation
you're right,
destroyed.
But, the thing is, but again,
everything.
I know, but you're right to an extent. But the thing is, it's still empathy. You should have empathy towards your fellow person.
I know, I do. I feel bad, but still, at the same as like it's ironic justice.
The boomers like inherited a fucking unified, fucking just giga economy from World War II. You know, like
Oh yeah, no shit.
everybody
Yeah,
was
no
unified.
shit.
Like the country was so fucking strong. Like we came off fucking winning wars and.
I'm not even talking about suburbs. I'm not even talking about that whole born dystopian bullshit. I'm talking about like geopolitics, the housing market, economics, most importantly, the goddamn motherfucking environment and the pollution they put into this world.
Me and a dude fucking had to argue with this couple people about fucking global warming because like their whole thing was like the sea level's not rising like they say. Blah blah. I'm like, okay, that's cool. What about all these other?
It's called simulation.
Well, it's not even that. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
my whole point was like, okay, well, what about when they said that storms are going to happen more often and worse, and they are happening more often and worse? Like these things that these people predicted, right? Like you're going to take the one thing that they predicted that's maybe they're wrong on, which is cool, whatever. Like they were wrong one thing out of like 18 or whatever, you know, like that's just cherry picking now. Like, like you don't realize how fucking silly you sound when you say that.
Just because they don't want to do whatever they prescribe.
Well, because they keep saying, because
Yeah.
I want.
They don't want to be wrong.
I want gas powered cars. I'm like, cool. Like,
Yeah,
that's
cool.
fine. Guess
Cool.
what?
They're awesome. Yeah, awesome. Cool.
But I'm saying,
Awesome.
like in due time, you don't think we can't switch over? Like it's impossible? Like,
Yeah. No, it's not.
Of course not. But I'm saying to like them, like just because you have diesel
Yeah.
or whatever, like that's cool, like to an extent. But it's like nobody's saying like
Well,
all
actually-
right now, but like it needs to happen slowly but surely.
Yeah. Yeah, slowly but surely.
And, like
I mean, you think about all this shit, dude. These like the fact that there's, you know, like the meaning crisis or whatever, like that's all. Their meaning crisis is like
They don't have
opposing
no. Their meaning
science and
crisis
opposing
is like I said. They think like 20
liberal
years,
shit.
40 years because they're about to die. They're like, oh, versus like, well, you have a kid, and your kid will probably have kids, right? Like, don't you care about their like your long term lineage versus just
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like, well,
Talking about boomers in general, yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm saying like the people we're arguing with, like they're like when this guy kept talking, they're like, he's like your whole scale is 100 years. Like that's nothing. Like you understand the scale goes to like millions and thousands. You know, like
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but they
The
only
whole
think they're
the whole
small term
reason we
thinkers.
have these problems is the short sightedness, the short term results. You know, because they don't understand the mechanisms at play, which give you the ability to project further. You know, it's like a fucking catch-22.
Mindfulness is missing. Mindfulness.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, because there's so many
Well,
problems. There's so many things
I
that
know.
contribute to it.
I know. Ugh. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because. All right, what was there's a term like, or not term, a fucking quote like, a happy slave, you know, is just gonna defend their system. I don't know. That's paraphrasing it.
Yeah. It's the breadcrumb and circus, I suppose. You want to get like to that thinking.
Yeah.
Like as long as you keep people, that's the thing though. Like you can keep people entertained, and they'll probably not do anything. But if you make things super bad, like they're becoming, that won't even matter anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah, the circus of Brett. Yeah, the Roman. God.
Yeah.
Bread circus. Yeah.
I'm just saying, but like that.
I'm thinking of the
it
exact
works.
quote. Yeah.
It's like a 2 cents. Yeah.
But people are just so afraid of losing what they already have. Is essentially what, like fear of the unknown. You know, like you give LGBT people rights, treat them like with dignity. Oh, somehow they're gonna fucking be molesting children and shit. I don't know. Like that's what they think. They can't conceive of them, you know, having differences that don't stem to some weird fucking, you know,
Sexual fantasy.
perversion.
Yeah, it's like honestly, wait a minute. Honestly, I just realized like our society, since how sexual becoming, we're kind of diverted back into the Greek society, since
Oh,
Greek society
yeah.
was very fucking perverted. And honestly, I'm just like, hey, you leave your sexuality out of it, I'll leave my sexuality out of it. I don't give two flying fucks.
Who people are fucking or how often they fuck has nothing.
Yeah,
to do
I
with
don't
you, dude. Like, I'm
care.
not fucking anybody. Like, why do I have to be insecure? It's because other people are fucking. You know, like I don't want.
Yeah. At least I know I'm clean, bitch. I'm clean.
Right.
I may not last long, but I'm clean.
You don't last long. I don't know, man. This is all it is. It's all. I don't know. That's the fucking way some people had of coping. That's the thing that they fucking The natural flow.
It's
of
the
their
media.
existence,
It's the
you know,
media.
It's what it is. I don't have a reason to be jealous
No.
or whatever. But just because they're fucking more than me, that
You're
means people
envious.
won't wanna
You're
fuck me. Yeah,
envious.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about it. Like, I don't need to be bothered by that shit.
Ooh.
It's their existence. It ain't mine.
Yeah, fuck that. I'd rather I actually, instead of going through 1,000 relationships and knowing who else, STDs, all that bullshit, I'd rather just be by myself, learn to be a better person, and then once eventually I think of somebody like that, yeah, I'll definitely, like, hey, want to go out, There it is. Exodio. I Caligula. No, I really, honestly do not give two flying fucks. I mean, yes, I am lonely, but there's worse things in life. Like what's about to happen on Easter if it goes through. I got too much. Plus, also, I'm out in the boondocks with no car, so whoop-de-doo. We get to walk around some forest and some cornfields. Whoop-de-fucking-doo.
No, it's more than that. Like a real connection.
I know, but
fucking, it's like electric. But...
I don't want to make her drive all around, I mean,
yeah. Well, save your
put
money,
the stress in
man.
the car.
Hope you're fucking saving money.
You need to save money now.
Yeah.
Well, I still can't till December, technically, without the breath, the interlock because of my DUI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's like, you don't always have to drive because I haven't been pulled over because, like, yep, just be the gray man, blend in. That's all you need to know about life. Blend in, be the gray man, don't make a scene.
Don't make a scene.
Yep. Like when I'm driving on the back roads, what are like usually like 55. Most people do 60. I do like 61, 62. And then I overtake though. But as soon as I overtake, like I use the signals, like going around, going back, and let go of the gas. And most cops can tell when you're hitting on the gas and when you're not. Hitting on the gas is just, and when letting off the gas, like there's no exhaust sound. It's like, all right. It's like I got off on a speeding ticket because that was actually what I do. It's like I go around and I look upon in front and use my brake as needed. There was nothing, so I was like, why the fuck should I need to wear out my brakes? Like, just air friction and gravity will do it,
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to coast when I can.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is coasting.
Yep.
So I kind of got like fragmented mind.
Do.
Where the hell is Buford at? I thought he was supposed to be up here when the Wolves won.
I know.
Did the Wolves win?
No, they choked it away, brother.
What?
That's probably why.
Is it just me, or is like all of his comedy like basketball related?
It is.
Or Joe Rogan.
It is in Snapchat. Yeah, it's just like that's why I'm like,
sports in
dude, you
general.
gotta chill. Yeah, it's like, dude, you gotta chill instead of putting like 25 things or nobody's gonna look at it. It's like, dude, chill.
Yeah, he's just trying to pump the algo as much as he can. I mean, I kind of get it, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's different, I suppose. With even like TikTok and stuff, you probably have to do like 1 million videos a day. Sadly, because they're all like 10 minutes long. I'm just saying, like it's a different strategy.
Yeah. Much shorter.
I'm more for the
retarded.
long form content, baby. Just kidding.
The whole thing is fucking retarded. The whole chase some kind of fame, you know, like
It's not even that. It's the whole thing that fucking TikTok is a goddamn Chinese spying fucking tool.
Well, you used to care
It
about that
is.
more.
Oh, I fucking care about that still. Edward Snowden, fuck that shit. Why do you think I deleted my Facebook finally again?
Because you don't want to fight with people anymore. Just kidding.
Well, that too. Well, fight with the ads.
I hear that.
I don't
But
even
still, like
see
this
any
is this, and then my permanently banned Reddit account. It's permanently banned. ACAB. I told some cop on some forum to go fucking kill himself because he was pretty much saying yes to killing aggressive behavior, cop brutality. I'm like, go fucking kill yourself. Oh, you're banned. What? And he's saying yes to cop brutality? Check your priorities, mate.
It's all fucking garbage, dude.
Mm-hmm. It's like, fine, whatever. I'll lurk. Whatever. Pipe camping. Abandoned pipe camping.
Dude, I need to fucking smoke weed again.
No.
That's one of the reasons why I want to have a fucking job again. It's like that's some fucking weed, man. Fuck.
Makes
Because
everything better.
like think about how I can't fucking like remember everything I want to say exactly how I want to say it because it's like a lack of flow, like a lack of because I'm always you know watching my own mind, you know, looking for that same structure of like intelligence or whatever, and like that's the problem. Like it's disturbing the experiment, you know. Too much metacognition just fucks up your head, man. Too much fucking watching
metacognition.
Because you gotta fucking let the shit flow from
what the fuck is
content
mega?
that's metacognition. It's cognition about cognition. So it's like you're making observations about your thoughts essentially. Like you're at a level above.
So you're analyzing your thoughts.
Exactly. So it's like
all right.
So
it's called analyzing your thoughts.
It comes from like if you fucking value being a smart motherfucker or whatever, like you're gonna and think like, oh, I'm gonna make something out of this. You know, you're gonna have some interest in maintaining that fucking level of function, but then that level of interest in maintaining that function fucks with the functioning in itself.
Yeah, like
so like the brain
like trying to analyze your
just
dream.
Doing first order cognition, which is just thinking, which is forming judgments based off of what you observe. Yeah, instead of going a level above and trying to impose a certain level of structure, because all it does is it's like empty.
Yeah,
it's like empty thought. It's just about thought. It's not about
just
particular. And that's why. That's
just
why I fucking get in these states where I'm
entertainment,
like,
celebrity news.
What am I doing? Where's my fucking brain at? You know.
Yeah, where's actually any intellectual thought behind this?
Yeah. So like that's
all right. So there's the thoughts behind thoughts. It's like why did I think this? Why am I like this?
But I'm so fucking like
basically that's what was like, why am I like this?
Metacognition is important though, right? Metacognition is important. That's basically reflection and introspection.
Yeah.
That is what it is.
Yeah.
That's what helps you learn. That's what helps you that's what generates wisdom. You fucking learn from your mistakes. But if you're doing it too much, if you're looking for a particular,
fuck that
or whatever the fuck, like it just short circuits it, essentially. Because I ain't got shit, That's all I fucking got. If I got,
you got your burb.
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking chill.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta fucking. Gotta stop the cycles, though. That's what it is. It's a fucking cycle.
What, Buford?
Yo.
What's happening?
Dude, my fucking right click is fucked. Kind of. Or left click.
Right click.
Oh shit. Left click, right click. Dude. Alright, so anyway, sorry to go on a tangent, I just remembered. Alright, so you guys know paintball, right? The sport paintball.
Yeah.
And how all the inflatables and whatnot.
Inflatable? I don't know the actual sport. I just know
No, inflatables like the Doritos, the cylinders, the snakes.
Mm-mm.
And you just shoot paintball at each other.
Oh, wait, you're talking about the thing that like the clip thing?
The field, yeah, the fields,
the balls, yeah.
Oh no, that's a hopper.
Oh, okay, yeah, hopper.
No, but there's a really good paintball game out there. There's not much more for customization, but the physics are right. Everything is pretty damn right about this game. It just needs more content. He needs more exposure. But it's also pretty fucking fun with people, because instead of that right click is normally like in Call of Duty and Battlefield, it's aim. No, it's paintball. Is you normally walk the trigger, index middle, and that's what you do with your mouse. You just alternate fire on it as fuck.
Oh,
yeah, pretty much so.
You do middle. You do 2-finger fucking shooting.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
do you right click with your fucking ring finger or some shit or what? Or yeah.
Yeah. Right click with the middle finger. If
Oh.
you're right-handed, its index is up on top, and then the middle finger is.
Are we talking about paintball or are we talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's paintball. It's like walking the base. This is how I had an actually good. I could actually keep up with some tempos. My speed was just because I used to play this back in high school. So fucking good. Miss paintball.
Paintballs.
Dun, dun. We're here.
What's happening?
What up?
The
Damn.
choke job, baby.
Work.
The choke job. That's what happens, my brother. That's what
What we
happens.
going on?
Armors. You now have one armor.
Hello?
What's happening?
Yo.
Oh, I can't even hear him. I gotta turn him up.
Turn him up. Turn him up. Turn him up.
He's having his mic all set.
All right. I don't think it was plugged in right, but now we're
All
back
right,
in the
there
game.
you go. We can hear you. Yep, you're good.
Where were you when
You're
the
damn
Timberwolves
right
shoved
I'm
away
good.
a fucking big lead like that?
20, yeah,
Jeez.
negative 27 in the fourth after being up. What did they lose by
18?
7?
Yeah,
They
we
were
were
up
up
20. They were up 20 at one
Yeah, but
point,
they were up
and then went
18.
negative
Ah.
27 in the last quarter. But did you? I looked at the betting odds, and just to see it, it's like
Oh, you
that shit was
you
whack.
bet.
How do you have a combined quarter for 53 points in the fourth to keep it under the 223? Like, just think, if the Timberwolves have a terrible quarter and only get outscored by 17, 40 to 23, we win by 3. We're over the 222, or no, it would need to be 224.
Dude, if you'd have bet on
So, yeah, let's say we get 11 points.
Quarter, if you'd have bet on the fucking Bucks to win, you would have made a fuck ton
I
of
didn't
money.
see the game, dude. It just kept lagging out, and all I was doing was watching it on Stream East, and I wasn't tuning in and out. I was just checking the score. So it'd load up, I'd check the score, I'd do something, I'd check the score later, and it was like, what were we up by when I first tuned in? I said, hell yeah, Timberwolves. It was 95 to 81.
Yep.
And you said, yeah, Timberwolves. And I went, what? Why did he say it sarcastically? I checked back, and it's 95 to 87. And I'm like, what's going on? And then I look at the fourth quarter. I think it was 14 to 3 or 14 to 5 to start the fourth.
We didn't score for the first 6.5 minutes of the fourth quarter. That's the problem.
Yeah, it was 14-5 in the fourth. Okay, so I must have checked in with 5 minutes left in the fourth. So they didn't score for 6 straight minutes in the fourth. And then I check Ant's stats. He's 10 for 27. It's like, dude,
And he was
if you're
10
ice
for
cold,
like
there's
17.
other people.
Like he was 10 for
No,
17.
he was 10 for 27, bro.
No, I know, but I'm saying he was 10 for like 17. He went like 0 for 10. For
Oh,
like the
at
whole-
one point, and
Yeah,
then he
I'm
went
saying-
0 for 10 ice cold.
Yeah, like the whole
Yeah,
quarter.
it's like that just seems totally odd. Even if Ant is high on LSD playing basketball, he's
And then, like,
still
Nas Reed
hitting
was
2
awesome,
out
but
of
he
10.
sucked. Yeah, that-
He's still hitting 2. You know, it's like, what the hell happened? How do you go 0 for 10
Who knows?
in the fourth in clutch minutes? Only score 13 points in a quarter. What the fuck? 13 points after they were fucking on fire.
I know.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I'd have to rewatch the fourth quarter to see what went on.
Everybody's cold, man. Just
Not everybody, dude.
No,
look
no,
at Dante. He played like
yeah, but
25 minutes.
Yeah, but that was all I'm saying. In the fourth quarter, him and Nas Reed did like they had all those points in the third quarter. I'm saying like everybody.
Well, yeah, you got to keep the hot guys in. If he's got fucking 27 points in 21 minutes, you keep playing that fucking dude. Like Dante was 9 for 15. Let's say instead of Ant going 10 for 27, he gives 7 of those shots over to Dante. Now Dante hits 4 of them. He's 13 for 22. We win by, because what? A lot of those are threes. He's scoring 13 more points. Dante gets a 40-point game because all he had to do was take the open shot. But Ant probably shot in double coverage, triple coverage, because he's been told he's got to take these clutch shots. It's like, when Dante's, what was he? He probably hit 6 threes. I didn't see the game, but he ended up with 27 points on 15 field goal attempts, dude. It's like, you can't get more efficient. Curry can't even shoot that good.
He finished 9 for 15, 6 for 10.
6 for 10. Yeah, that's a Curry game, dude. But if he would have played 40 minutes, he would have went 12 for 15 from 3, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, or 12 for 20.
He played the same
Yeah,
minutes
or
as
something.
Conley. And Nas Reed was 7 for 12, but again, he missed all of his shots in the fourth quarter too.
Was it all threes? 7 for 12
He
from
was
3?
3 for 7 from 3-point line.
Yeah, that's a good percentage. Which means he was, 4 for 5 inside? Yeah, you got to give that dude 30 to 35 minutes.
He played 26.
Especially if Gobert isn't getting putbacks. And you need someone to create something. Nas can actually create shit. He could post up. He can put you with an up and under. He could do a pick and pop. He can do a pick and roll. It's like Gobert's a great defender, and he's good at putbacks and alley oops and shit like that.
Yep.
He's good at free throws too. He's a pretty good free throw
He's
shooter.
getting there. He's shooting 70% this year, so it's best he's done his whole career.
Well, he was 50, I think, 3 when he was playing for Utah. So yeah, he's figuring it out.
Like I said,
he's it's like that, and if he puts some meat on his bones, them are the only 2 things you could really critique about him. What else you want from a center?
Fast.
You don't need a center to be fast. You need him to, hoop to hoop. You need him the quickest player on the court.
Yeah.
But wings have to run an extra 10 steps every time they're down the court because they got to stay wide. So it's like, as long as that center can run that lane, the paint lane, and for 40 minutes and get in on boards and putbacks and box out and actually play D, you're going to be a successful team. If you have a good point guard and a good center, you'll win over half your games every year.
If you have smart players around you, you'll be better off than not having them.
Even if you had a good point guard, good center, and then just role players around you,
you'll be an alright.
You're still going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, you'll still be an alright team.
It's like having a good quarterback, a good receiver, and then a decent defense. You're gonna win more games than not.
You'll be
Honestly, I believe good defense is best offense.
Sometimes. It puts pressure on.
Yeah,
teams,
but you can't win a game if you score 0 points, so you need some offense.
That's
yeah.
the thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. But you don't need to focus on just points because that's how teams end up sucking ass and winning
Yeah.
and losing games like by
Trying to
10
break the
points,
record,
like 135 to 145. No,
It's
they're
like-
chasing stats and they're trying to keep their records up and they're trying to beat the next guy statistically as they play in a shitty division where all their stats are skewed and boosted because they're not playing against as much competition that's as good. You know, it's like
Well, also, you could be an alright
Dude.
player if you're the main guy on a team. You're always gonna have better.
yeah,
stats.
if you're the main guy taking 35 shots and you're only hitting 38%, but on the stats it says you're averaging 27 and a half, they're like, this guy's awesome. And it's like, no, he can't shoot. He shoots from his waist. If you play against
Shaq.
the point guard, that's, no, Shaq was talented, but they never called him for elbowing people in the face and shit.
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
it was right around the
that's
time
fucking-
wrestling was popular, and he was a fan favorite. So it's like if they called the actual offensive fouls, Shaq would have been fouled out at about 18 to 20 minutes every game. He's still a good player, but they never called him for elbowing people in the face or
Yeah, he
clearing
was
with his body.
stupidly aggressive.
Yeah, so it was like he was a good player. He's a tough dude. Early in his career, he could really ball, but then he just turned into tough guy and like setting hard screens and setting up other players, and then he could dunk.
Oh yeah, that fucking dunking
It was like-
or slam dunk
He
where he
was-
shot to the backboard.
Wally will back me up on this. Shaq would get a rebound. He'd swing left. A dude would bounce off. He'd swing right. A dude would bounce off. And then he'd two-hand slam it on him, and they'd call a foul on the guy that's under him.
I know, stupid.
What? 100%. And then Shaq would hit like probably 5 out of 10 and ones. He'd finish the game with 38 points, and then on the free throw line, he'd be 7 for 18.
Oh, easily.
It was no, he shot like 43 or 45%, but there was some bad games. Like it was, I think I seen one. He was 11 for 28 or something. It's like if dude should have like trimmed his fingers. Like, hey, take those last knuckles off. They're fucking up the rotation of the ball. And then he's hitting like 90%. If Shaq hit 90% free throw, dude would be averaging 50 points a game every single game. But then they wouldn't be a hack of Shaq. They'd have to play him different. If he learned how to shoot free throws, they'd have to play that dude way different.
For sure.
That was on him.
Wasn't there some movie where they were
Phil
showing-
Jackson knew what he had, though. He basically had a taller Dennis Rodman with more muscle.
Yeah.
For real, though.
What were you asking,
Other than
Brandon?
Shaq didn't hustle as much. He wasn't going to dive headfirst into the stands and
Wasn't
kill
there
4
some movie
people.
where they showed him struggling with free
He
throws?
squashes Spike Lee and kills him, and it's like, sorry, I just watched the documentary on Rodman, and it inspired me. And he like squashes Spike Lee.
But yeah, there's a
That'd
movie
be a
called Blue
funny
Chips,
skit.
Brandon, there's a movie called Blue Chips
What?
that Shaq was. There's a movie
Blue
called
Chips?
Blue Chips where Shaq was in it, where he sucked at free throws and stuff too.
Okay, that's what it was. All right, yeah, I watched it when I was a kid.
It's not just the movie, but they probably emphasize it.
Yeah, for real. That's
It was like he was bad at free throw, terrible at free throws, dude.
You're right with what you're saying.
Was it like a third of a chance?
No, it was more like it. Depending on how tired he was, you could tell if there was a chance it was going in. You know, if he shot 10 straight free throws and it was towards the end of the fourth, it would be like 3 or maybe 4 out of those 10. But he'd have a bunch of dunks in there and putbacks, so the Lakers would still be in the game. But there was times where there'd be 2 minutes left in the game, and they'd just run up to Shaq and just hack him in hopes that he'd missed one. They'd get the board, and they'd score a quick basket and gain a point quick. It was the hack of Shaq.
Yeah.
Hack a Shaq.
No, for real. That shit's funny, and it was real. Oh shit, and they're down by 10. There's 2 minutes left. And what the hell is Rip Hamilton doing? He's fouling Shaq, and he don't even have the ball. Well, they're in the bonus, and Shaq is. Oh, he missed. And Shaq is 6 for 17. Why would they ever fall him on purpose? Oh, he missed again. And Reggie Miller hits a 3. Now they're down by 7. Why would they ever fall him on purpose? Oh, he misses again. Misses again. And Reggie Miller hits another 3. They're down by 4. It's like. Once they figured out how to play Shaq, it was funny. He had to get in good shape, and then he went to Miami to get in shape.
Good job. Well, I suppose in Miami it's humid. You probably sweat a lot. And also do a lot of yeah.
Well, Pat Riley's kind of like a pretty damn good commissioner or owner or whatever he is, and he probably whipped Shaq into shape. Shaq was probably fucking up. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me.
Probably.
I think Pat Riley's the real deal. So when he went to Miami, he was probably fucking around at LA, and he probably squared up in Miami.
Who knows? Everyone has
My
different
opinion.
motivations. It's like anything.
Well,
I guess
Yep.
I'm guessing that he left Kobe. He wanted to win championship really bad, so he went to Miami. He worked his ass off to do it, so he could talk shit.
and still won. Yeah, he did good both. Yeah, but people, you wouldn't have won without Kobe. Oh yeah, I'll prove it to you. Went to Miami, won without him. But Dwayne Wade is a fucking great player.
Oh yeah, D Wade.
Dwayne Wade versus Kobe, prime versus prime. That's a really good one-on-one.
Yeah,
That's a
D-Wade
really
was
good one-on-one.
the
Dwayne-
greatest.
I think Wade was a little better on defense, but Kobe was a little better on the clutch and just hitting the craziest shit.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd still take Kobe, but not by much. Dwayne Wade's. It would be a good fight, though.
No, D Wade by far.
Yeah, if we're going Miami, I gotta go with Jason Williams, best Heat player of all time. He's also the best Sacramento King of all time. He's way better than Chris Webber. Jason Williams, white chocolate.
White chocolate, baby.
Yeah, he's my 17th cousin. We're related because we're white. Everybody's 17 cousins away. 17 Kirk cousins away.
Captain Kirk. And the
That's
Nobel
funny.
Prize.
That's a funny theory. What number do you do? Everyone is 8. Did you know that? Everyone's related. Everyone's 8 Kirk cousins away. That's like a South Park joke. You like that?
I suppose you have to pick somebody that has like Philip Rivers. He's got like 13 kids.
Kitty, get down. Kitty, get down.
Come on, kitty.
What are you doing?
Chilling like a villain.
Gracie. Alright. What are we gaming on?
Not shit.
Frag Punk.
What the fuck is Frag Punk?
I don't know.
That's what I'm playing right now.
Frag
Punk
Punk?
it out. That's the rumor. We're fragging and we're punking.
Fragging and punking.
It's all about being punk rock, honestly. That's what it's all about.
No, the SX is pretty damn cool.
I bet it is.
Hell.
I just don't know about it.
Yeah.
I'm just talking shit, just to talk shit.
Hell no. I like my skin. Excuse
You're
me.
the cat. You're the cat, not me.
I want the cat. Give me the cat. I want the cat. The cat mine.
Yeah, she's looking at me like I'm gonna be the one climbing that shit, and it's like, I can't help you. You're the cat.
Shit.
Meow meow.
They dictate a lot.
Alright. I'm playing baseball. Or no, I'm gonna play 2K.
2K.
Yep, I have to. But I'm gonna smoke
It's not
first.
gay if it's 2K.
No, that's why it is. It's nothing like real basketball. What kind of 7-footer would miss a wide open finger roll just because the analog got tapped?
Oh, I know.
It's like it's like they could do that with a blindfold over their head.
Or like in that game,
It's
like you think you're gonna go dunk it, all of a sudden you're doing like a pull-up jumper. You're like, why am I shooting a pull-up
Yeah,
jump shot? I'm like 4 feet away from the rim. Let me just dunk it.
Yeah, or you held it in too long and you had a bad release on a layup, and it's like,
Yeah.
what?
I know.
A bad release on a layup? I'm like, dude, you just, yeah, I don't know. That's what I don't like about it.
I agree.
It's, if there was 10 different basketball simulation games to pick from, we would pick one that we like and everybody would be happy.
Yeah.
But they had to monopolize.
They don't get licensing.
Bring back NFL Blitz and make it crazy competitive with tournaments and shit. No, for real.
Oh, NFL.
With updated
No, NFL
statistics and
Street, man.
attributes.
NFL Street.
No, Blitz was way better than Street. Blitz was way better.
NFL Street.
I like both of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were both great arcade. But Street was the best.
Street was dope. I can't.
Fucking pass interference all day long with NFL Blitz. Just...
Everything.
Blitz, yeah, dude. I love that shit. You tackle him before the ball's there. You're intercepting it. Then you try to spin, but you spin too many times. You fumble it. It goes back to him. Then he spins and he fumbles. It's back to you. There's 4 seconds left. You score a touchdown, but before you score the touchdown, you fumble as you're diving in midair. They grab it. They run it all the way back. You stiff arm them. Maybe you forgot you got rocket mode in the little arcade thing when you were smashing buttons, so you hit rocket and it touchdowns your ass all the way to the end zone and you win the game. You saved it for the very end. I don't know. It's just like, that game was fun. I liked it.
Dude, they were all.
It was like NBA Hang Time or NBA Jam, but football.
You can get the shot.
Arcade. Good arcade game. Say what?
I was saying, remember the game? It was Blitz where you get to fucking take the shots and shit to cure yourself for a couple plays. Like, oh, you guys got a broken leg.
Yeah.
You want to give him a
Injured.
shot?
Or that wasn't Blitz. That was ESPN, the football game. And it says you're injured, and it asks you, do you want to leave the player in? Here's his overall. If you leave him in as injured, and it drops like.
It was a
30.
Blitz, I think it was, where you could literally like inject him.
It was
with whatever.
backbreaker. I thought it was
They had
backbreaker.
backbreaker too, but they also had something that cures you for like a play or two.
But yeah, it was like, do you want to take this painkiller? Oh, and it turns you into fucking painkiller berserk mode. Yeah, it wasn't Blitz. It was another game. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Maybe it was a different variation of Blitz, or maybe it was the new version of Blitz. It was the like Xbox 360. I'm talking like original PlayStation. Yeah, you're talking like Xbox 360 Blitz. And yeah, you break a bone, and it's like, do you want to take 5 painkillers? You take them, and then you like flex your leg and then jumps back in the game.
Yeah, I remember that
Yeah.
one. It was the only NFL legally titled one that was rated M because of the painkiller.
Yes.
Because of the painkillers.
Yeah,
That's
you
why.
pop those
Yes,
blood.
it was legal.
I know. I'm saying I don't know how they got away with it.
It was
Like,
legal.
like today's
Not.
Oh yeah, but it wasn't nowadays. This is before it became a massive fucking problem.
And now there isn't that many people. Thanks, sports.
Right.
Sorry, that's not real static. That's Girl Scout cookie static.
Yeah, I figure as much. Oh, Girl Scout. Ugh.
The girls.
No, I'm not doing the Diddy thing. They're just cookies.
No, it's because child labor at its finest.
Hell yeah. Nah, they're just pushing the shit.
Yeah,
The real laborers are the little grandmas that
Yeah.
crack them and put the stripes
The
on
little
perfectly
grandmas.
straight. Yeah, the little grandmas. Big sweet Grandma Scout
But still,
cookies.
regardless, the thing is,
Or no, Grandma Scout distributing, and then you got Girl Scout packaging or something like that. There you go. Get it, girls. Hit the streets. I don't
Yeah,
want to
hustle
see
on,
you hit
girl.
the door until all these cookies are gone.
Get your hustle on, girl. You want that badge?
and I'm gonna
You
count
want that
every
Pokemon
single
badge?
slip.
You want
So
that
if you
Pokemon
try
badge?
eating a cookie, what?
I'm saying, if you
Yeah,
want,
we
if you want
can't
this,
we
if you want
can't
this
teach him
Pokemon badge,
about
you gotta
that
fucking
that
earn it.
early. You gotta earn it.
You gotta
It's
earn
like don't be a menace. Don't be a menace, Girl Scouts. That's what the Wayne's brothers should do.
Don't be a menace, Girl Scouts.
Wayne's brothers should do Girl Scouts. Now they got kids and
Fuck
stuff.
off,
Yeah.
Buford. You
What do
fucking
you mean? I
distracted
just
me.
came up with a funny ass idea. They
I
should run
know
with
you
that.
distracted me though.
They should run with that. That's a good idea.
Write a story about it, bro.
Warner, no, Damon, no.
Oh,
Just paint me black and put me in the movie. I'll be one of the daughters.
Oh shit.
Oh,
No, I'm
we're
kidding.
doing.
Nutty Professor. Get Eddie Murphy. Get Eddie Murphy. He'll be an uncle, and then I'll be the other uncle. But I'll have Villaligo, but it'll be reverse Villaligo or whatever the hell that is, and I'll have black spots all over me.
That's what Black.
No,
Panthers- that's
don't
what
look over. No,
Black
don't go
Panthers
that.
are.
See, that's what I'm gonna
Other
do.
way, you douchebag.
Or you're right. Do it the other way. I'm gonna paint myself like a panda, bear.
Ooh, good.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. Except for
Go. There's only one. Go diffuse.
What's in these Girl Scout cookies besides coconut caramel? Are these the wheat version?
Yes.
No, I'm kidding.
Yay. You're actually somewhat smart.
Did you hear that line in Riff Raff's song where he says, "I'm the white Russell Simmons"?
Oh.
Isn't Russell Simmons white?
No.
Or Richard Simmons? Didn't he say
Yeah,
Richard
Richard
Simmons?
Simmons is
I'm the white Richard
white.
Simmons. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what he said.
Wait, who said that?
Riff Raff, and I'm like,
Oh,
wait a
God,
second,
fucking Riff
he's
Raff.
right. I'm like, that shit's the funniest fucking line ever because it's like, you always hear like, oh, I'm the black, whatever, or I'm the. He just says I'm the white, and then he says a white guy, and I'm like, that's fucking hilarious. I'm the white Larry Bird.
Yeah, alright. The white Larry Bird.
See, yeah, that's funny
Okay.
as fuck. That's a smart joke.
It is.
Funny
I like it.
satire. I'll be back.
You are all good, brother.
I like it.
Dinner. No, it's not my joke. That's Riff Raff's.
That's Riff Raff coming through with a hit.
He always drops a funny basketball reference name in every track.
He does?
Yep, and he's every time because he's like, apparently he was really good at basketball, and he was saying he could have played for the Hornets, but they kicked him off the team. Yeah, and dude can actually rap. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
I thought he was a cornball at first, but he's actually pretty talented.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a cornball. He's a cornball rapper.
Not even. His content's actually pretty good. I thought he was cornball, but he's actually pretty smart.
He's not a mega piece of shit like Tom McDonald was.
Riff Raff
ended up.
isn't fake.
No.
But it's also an image that
From
he
my gear.
painted, you know, and he's having fun with it. It's like you gotta have fun with it, and he is.
I mean, for fuck's
or
sake,
at
he has
least
his
looks
own
like
for
he is.
local flavor.
Well, all those stars have some type of marketing, dude. And it's like it is what it is. I wouldn't want to put my face on a Four Loko, to tell you the truth. Then I got kids drinking fucking poison because my face is on it. But if you're that dumb to be like, oh, I drink this because his face is on it,
He
then
did it
you
for
are
like
that dumb.
a few months.
Yeah, so he did a promotion while he was probably on tour, while he was probably selling Four Locos for drinks,
that's
while
what
he
it
had a
was.
single out Four Loco, while he was touring with Three Loco or whatever. You know, it was like all linked together.
Yeah.
But that's smart.
But he doesn't promote it though.
Yeah, his face was just on the can. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't promote drinking, but it's like, obviously, if you're a party rapper, people are going to be drinking. You know.
Smoking, trying to free my mind.
I'm trying to free my mind.
Right.
Ma'am.
Don't tell me what to do.
Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Ma'am. Ma'am, where the hell's the meatloaf?
keeping a dildo.
I know a certain kid who's sleeping with mama tonight.
You're sleeping, yeah. No, it was funny. So listen to this, Wally. I don't know if I told you, but it goes. The vacuum handle broke off, and then I took half of my silicone bong, and then I had 3D printed testicles. Well, I put them all together, and I was gonna draw LeBron's face on one side and Luka Doncic's on the other side. So I call it the La Dilda.
La Dilda.
The La Dilda.
The Matilda.
It's very rare. It's one of one.
It's a 101.
But I'm taking orders on pre-production. Just let me know. I can dip them in yellow. I can dip them in purple. I could even draw Austin Reeves
Black
off
and
in the
blue.
corner for you.
Shit.
Lil Lamar Odom. The little nostalgic Lakers. Little Derek Fisher popping up. Robert Ory.
Dude, you gotta be a little fisher sometimes.
I think so. Sometimes when you fish a little bit, you're just looking for a guppy. Sometimes you catch a carp, though.
You do.
You think it's a good fish. Then you figure out it's not. It's a bottom feeder. But then you figure out then you figure out that guppy that you were originally fishing for, right in his gut. Then you cut it open. You find out that guppy was pregnant. And then you have 105 guppies.
Yeah?
Yep. It's like 101 Dalmatians, but I changed the number at the very end to make sure you didn't catch it. Anyway, enough about Pinocchio, and I think we're all inside a whale right now. But back to the news. Wait, what were you saying? That was a weird ad.
I don't even remember anymore. I'm just reading about how the stock market's crashing, what the fuck to do. It's crazy.
Hell yeah. See? You all thought I was dumb. When you don't
Time for the
invest,
fun,
you
too.
got nothing to lose in it. When you invest a lot into it, you got a lot to lose. Guess who has nothing to lose?
Billionaires.
Younger people, technically. But
Well, like,
no.
because there's gonna be less jobs created, right, as a result of this. So,
Well, it depends on how many people die.
Also-
and how many jobs can actually be run by robots.
I mean, that is a big question.
Yeah.
Like I said, I
That
do
is,
think that.
yeah.
No, I know
UBI
that's
is
a big
I know
question.
you do. I'm saying UBI is an important thing that people should start talking about, but we just don't.
Yep.
Because it's going to
Yep.
be made
No.
once robots
We
take
should.
over.
We need to
But,
stop
dude,
going against
there should
everybody and
always
try to make
create
the
more
place
work.
healthier.
Like,
It's
every
like it's simple as that. And we
advancement in
gotta.
technology always creates more work. Like,
Yep.
it's not always, it
No, it
doesn't
might not
always
necessarily be bad. It's
eliminate
just
it.
like I said, but it's a conversation we need to start having as like
Yeah, we do. Absolutely.
like
Absolutely.
society.
I'm
or,
definitely
like,
not disagreeing with you.
just because, like I said, if someday robots do tend to take all the factory jobs and shit, what are you gonna do for money?
We kind of want them to,
You
but we
do.
just want there to be more
That's what I'm talking about. You
person jobs out there.
as long
If
as we
you have
can
to
get
throw
money.
a person in a factory, yeah,
Well, I'm just saying that's
it's like where a robot could have been doing it all along. Why the hell do you have these people sweating in 150-degree factories when they could be nature guides?
for sure. Well, I'm saying,
Or whatever.
yeah,
We
you
gotta
open
figure
up,
out something
you open up
to
more
do, man.
freedoms for people to do things that they might not have done before, for sure.
Yeah. But then they go, oh, I want my robotic factory job back because I could just do it on autopilot. And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, the thing is,
That's
if
that's
robots
probably
really
the
do take
best
over, like
answer.
you
Is
said,
like, I don't really know.
Well, I mean, if I were to look, how many people do you think work in warehouses right now and shit like that?
Just as many as there always has been. It hasn't changed. It's probably gone up a lot. We're still building and making new things every single day.
1.3
They're just acting
million.
like the jobs are scarce.
1.3
Now,
million.
1.3 million?
That's
Yeah.
what they estimate.
And then they say what? Then they say there's how many million in the U.S.? 500? Or it's 600? Or what is it?
We're 370 million people.
370 mil. So you got, what did you say, 1.3 million are factory jobs? 1.3.
It's down 2.7%.
Out of the 370, out of the 370 million that live here, only 300 are of age to work, right?
I don't even think it's that many. I was gonna say maybe like
It isn't.
150 million because there's a lot of old people that don't work either.
Well, no, I wasn't counting that. I wasn't
And
counting
kids.
that.
I'm saying all
I'm
the
just saying
kids.
by age, just age eligibility.
Yeah, I don't
You got to wipe off 70 million because under 16, that's going to be a basically 20 to 20, probably 20%, a fifth. So, yeah, you would take off 70. We'll
There's
just say
about-
70.
They say 170.7 million working class or working age people.
So then there's 300 mil left for people. Now, 25% of those are too old to work and are retired. So you take off basically another 100 mil because it started at 400 mil. Now you're at 200 million people that can actually work. And then out of those 250 million are disabled.
Where the fuck did Mitch go?
I would say 150 mil are left that can actually work. 1.3 million factory jobs. No, I guarantee it's way fucking higher. It's just what they classify as a factory job.
Probably.
You know?
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's like if it's like a production line and a full like conveyor belt, then they consider it a factory. But dude, you could you can make T-shirts in a basement and call it the T-shirt factory for whatever. It's like there's way more factory work than you would think. 1.3, that does not sound like even close to the right statistic in my head, just because I would say warehouse is factory. A lot of warehouse jobs, right? Wouldn't you say warehouse and factory, same thing?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
call it
So
warehousing
it's
and storage.
way.
So I mean that's how they.
There's storage, warehouse, factory, all the same thing. I bet it's probably 40 million. So out of the 150 possible million workers in the U.S., 40 million factory jobs. There's plenty of jobs because there's 110 other million jobs that you could fucking go and do. It's like the backfall is just go drive a forklift, dude, or whatever, right?
That's always an option.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that's always the backfall option.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like you didn't like think when you were 7 years old, I want to work in a factory. No, you're like, I want to try something fucking cool.
It depends on the factory. Like if you were putting things together, maybe some people are probably like.
Yeah, if you were like if you were inventing toys or something, if you were like Robin Williams in that toy factory, yeah, that'd be fucking crazy fun. Because you'd be making new toys every Christmas, and then you get to watch the kids enjoy them and shit. Like, that would be a fun job. Yeah. But I'm saying if you were sewing jeans together for 12 hours a day, sewing Levi Strauss jeans every single day, like, that job would suck fucking ass, and you know that.
Sure. Yeah. That's where you get robots to hopefully come do that shit eventually.
And it's already there, dude. You order a T-shirt off of Amazon, nobody's stitching that shit together. It as soon as you pay for it, it's sent to that computer and it auto prints. You already know that. Yeah. But we just gotta stay we gotta stay with personality because robots don't have personality. So it's like stay unique.
I suppose when if you're a worker,
or learn how to fix robots. They always need maintenance.
Well, they'll have robots doing that, right? But what about the fucking robot that has to fix the robot? You know, like I don't know.
That could be a thing for sure.
There's always has to be some dude. If we get to the point where we as people don't know how to fucking fix the robots, that's where we get fucked up. You know.
Yeah.
No, that's where we let them take control, and then they took us over, and it's like don't ever let that happen. But you never know.
It's totally possible for us to fucking like lose the plot, you know, as far as
It's possible, but it isn't
like,
possible.
Look at the movie
but...
WALL-E, dude. Like that's where
no, I know.
just become
I know.
Fucking retard.
I get
it's
the
a non-zero
concepts.
chance. How about that?
Yeah,
it's not a non-zero chance.
If we don't have people
but it's
that
a
are
metaphor
know
of how
to
it can
fuck with
ruin
this
you.
shit.
Yeah. That's it. It's a metaphor of how it can ruin you.
I mean,
It's
there's
like,
already a lot of fucking analogs to like how like look at the way our society is now. It's like a machine
well,
that was
yes,
created in different conditions.
but they told us all
and
that
now
shit,
we're
like that
operating like
iRobot
shit
Will
without
Smith
understanding
movie, the I Am Legend.
conditions
It's
of
like,
'cause
yeah,
people don't
people will
understand fucking
become
history.
ultra isolated. They'll rely on their phone. They'll think they have a ton of friends like Stan in South Park. And it turns out they're just internet friends or fake profiles or whatever, promoted friends or fake
Yeah.
publicity. And then they're like, holy shit, that's just like fake celebrity. They're hot for a minute, then they're gone. Whatever. You know, it's like, it's all the same shit. It's all the same shit.
Yeah, humanity's got to be like back with nature, back into like
At least
you
have
know
some
real
version
physical
of it.
space, dude.
I
Yeah,
don't know. I've watched probably
like we got to be more
100 or 1,000 times more movies than the average person, so my theories always kind of blend, and then I kind of drift off, and I don't know what movie I'm talking about or whatever. So it's like, but I don't know what I just said, but it made sense to me as I was saying it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what you're trying to get at.
No, I knew what I was getting at. It's just I don't care to think about what I said.
Right.
Because I know it was spot on. Weird. But I am going to take a little break. Wally, we got to get on a game or something. I know you play Risk.
I am playing Risk right now.
Well, I see that. But you got anything else that you play that's like cross-platform? Brawlhalla, I heard you say one
I
day.
play Brawlhalla when Patrick's in shit.
Brawlhalla. Okay, I got it on here.
And then,
Yeah, Patrick really likes that game. It's like all right. It's like a poor man's Smash kind of.
I do like it, but I mean it's not the
I
greatest
like
game,
it.
but it's
I
a good
liked
game.
it played pretty nice.
Yeah.
Like I was never good at Smash, but Brawlhalla, I'm like, this plays pretty good.
Yeah, it's like a simpler version. It's like 3-4 move
Mhm.
sets versus like tons of them.
Yeah, I mean
And that
clones,
multiverses is like probably the same as Brawlhalla, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a
They're
good
both
game. I
fun
like
though.
it. If we play it, I gotta go get my fucking PlayStation remote because it's hard for me to play on the PC.
I like
Oh,
like Street Fighter and shit. That's only 2 players.
Street Fighter, yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm probably gonna take a shower. You up late or what?
I could be up for a couple more hours at least. So
All right, cool. I'm gonna smoke.
Gotcha.
Actually, no, I'm gonna smoke, and I'll be right back.
all right, sounds good.
What else you play? Brawlhalla, Risk.
That's been it. I mean, I've been playing fucking Ocarina of Time on my Switch.
Okay. Oh, did they remake that?
Well, they
Or
just
is
have like updated version, I guess.
Well, how's it
updated,
going?
like-
How far are you?
I mean, does it
I'm
look
about to
better
be
on
at
the
Jabu
Switch than the
Jabu's Belly
64?
pretty soon.
Where?
I'm
Sorry,
about to
say
be in
again?
Jabu Jabu's Belly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the
I'm
third
like,
one. Yeah,
I'm still a
third,
kid. I'm not an adult Link yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
see, I
still
never
good.
played that, but I watched my buddy play it, and then
Neither
I
did
played
I.
like
I've never played it
Fable.
either.
I played
I've-
Fable.
At that point, my brother
Fable's
Matty
a
had
really
it.
good one if you like Zelda. It's like Xbox's version of Zelda.
But yeah, my
Yeah.
brother Matty played all these games, so I just watched him. Like, I never played Final Fantasy VII, but I watched him play it for.
Yeah, if you
50
watch
hours.
it, you're like, this is sick as fuck. You don't
Well,
even need to play it because it is a movie, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like I never actually played it, but I watched him play it for 50 hours when we lived together. So I know all about
Yeah,
it.
it's like yeah, same with my brother. I watched him
was that
play.
your kids
like,
or-
and then his
No, this-
buddy would
no, my
do
brother.
every Easter egg.
For your adults. All right.
Yeah, like I was probably like
Like, he'd unlock everything, get
When I moved back
100%.
to Minnesota when I went to college, I moved back at like 20. So I probably lived with him from like 21 to 25, maybe 24, somewhere in that range.
Nice, yeah.
So we take
Yeah.
turns. One of us would get the computer, one of us would get the PlayStation on TV. Like, all right, which one do you want to fucking
Oh,
play?
okay.
So we just kind of so like if he was on the PlayStation, I'd fuck around the computer and then I would just watch him play. Like, this is fucking dope or whatever. You know, depending on the game and shit.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, my brother would always be on Final Fantasies, but then we would play Diablo. Yeah, we played a lot of Diablo.
Yeah.
He was mad good at Diablo. Me, I just played for fun, kind of recreationally, but he was like mad good. Like he was selling accounts and shit. He'd boost them all up, and then he'd sell them on eBay for a couple $100. He'd boost them all up, sell 'em for money. It's like you're making real money on a free game. Yep. It's like these rich kids will buy it. These rich kids will buy it. It's like, all right. So my brother had a little side hustle when he was like, 16 or 17, 18. Yeah, I'm just gonna. It's like he invested in. Well, if you were to break down how many hours he played and how much he sold the accounts for, it was probably like, 30 cents an hour or something. You know.
But still, you're
It
playing a
was
game
like
you love.
nothing, but.
I get it, but if you're playing a game you love, whatever. You just
Well,
making
if you're
accounts.
playing with your friends, you're not really wasting time.
Yep, that's what
But
I'm saying. If
then,
you're playing something that you actually
you
like,
know,
care to do, and it's not that bad.
yeah. I said if it doesn't make you money or if you don't enjoy it, don't do it.
All right.
So
No, I get it.
yeah, that's when I got a mad addiction for beating up kids that like LeBron James. I'm up to 23 I beat up in the last week.
I just tell people why can't you love LeBron and Jordan? LeBron's number 2 all time, but that's still good, right?
I love LeBron like I love his bangs.
His bangs. He bang, he bang. Oh,
Yeah, he ain't got bangs. His bangs don't even love him.
He's a banger Vance.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, brother. Yeah, I don't know where Meech went, sir. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, he is gonzo.
It's poofed. Poofed. Fucking smoke bomb.
Smoke. He did a flashbang. I don't like it.
Did you ever hear that or see that one video where the one guy is complaining about being flashbanged? Like, I gotta find it.
Okay, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
think it's hilarious. God damn it! God, these fucking stupid tutorials for programming. My YouTube, dude. I got like how many fucking tabs do I have open right now, dude? It's such a bitch. Tab management.
Yeah, you know what? I get it.
All right, let's see.
I usually just have like 1 or 2 Googles up, and I just Google everything when people say stuff, whatever. I try to Google as fast as I can. I'm like, what? What? Let me see what you're talking about. Or one's on the news or something.
Flashbang rage. All right, this gotta be it.
Are you watching it, or you share your screen?
I'm putting it in the.
Where
I'm
you
putting it
put-
in the comedy thing.
Okay.
It's so good.
Four. Oh, I'm flat. A little bit. I just spit a little bit. Oh my fucking god! Dude, why is it that when I flash somebody, it's like I just slapped them in the face with a fucking napkin from a little kid's birthday party? But when I get fucking flashed, it's like some big bro with black dude named fucking Laquise pulls a fucking bed sheet over the head of my head and just proceeds to skull fuck me! I spawn die! Spawn die. Spawn die, spawn die, spawn die, spawn die, spawn die, spawn die! What the fuck? It was gone! I got killed by the aftermath!
That shit's funny.
Fucking Requise.
Funny.
It's like it's like a what does he say exactly? A little kid's birthday party. It's like I just slapped him in the face with a napkin from a little kid's birthday party.
dangerous than evil itself, one that Dietrich Bonhoeffer believed was responsible for immense destruction during World War II. Unlike evil, this force cannot be reasoned with, exposed, or even fought directly. It spreads silently, rendering people blind to truth and immune to logic. That force is stupidity.
Yep.
But
And
why
people
did
just
Bonhoeffer
like to
see
go along with the status quo, because it's easy.
My buddy sent me this video. He said you should watch this, and it's so true.
It's always a bigger. You get to take on so much suffering just to fucking actually face stupidity to say no to the status
Also,
quo.
there's so much. I don't even know. There's so much to it. But
Yeah,
it goes
like-
back to the that paradox where if you have unlimited freedom, this is what you get. Sometimes you get fucking stupid people running shit, and then we have problems.
Yep.
That's what happens when you have unlimited amount of freedom, which is great. Everybody wants freedom, but fuck, man, this is the side effect.
Well, it's
that
like
can happen.
it's that saying like you're entitled to your opinion. Like I'm entitled to my opinion. Like okay, I guess you are, but but that's the thing. Like you can't do anything to.
The thing is,
people
you're
who
entitled to your
just
opinion. But the thing
Choose
is,
to be
it
stupid.
should be based in reality, though. That's why I always try to stress people.
Yeah.
Like, your opinion's not based in any reality that we know of, right? Like, we just know it's not.
It's just like excuses to remain comfortable rather than.
Well, some people,
go
I
against
guess,
the grain.
it's hard to read about a lot of things, and that's. I mean, I get it to an extent, but it's just like, well, then
And then
why do you?
people want to act like they know everything.
It's
People
that,
want to act
and
like
it's that. But to me, it's like, then why don't you trust the people who do
they
study
want to feel
this?
intelligent.
Like, that's the point. We're all supposed to be experts in certain fields. Like yours could be, building computers or fixing cars or fucking science or math or whatever the fuck, But like, you should know that you're not good at these things, like whatever, and you should trust the people who are. Like
it comes back to like the people that are super into politics, that get their entire identity from their opinions. And
I know that's the cult. That's
it's-
what I'm guessing this video is supposed to be
Yeah.
about, is the cult mentality of fucking like, why do you just blindly follow, listen, or whatever? It's like, that's the thing. It's the blindness. Like,
then there's the pride. They're too proud to fucking admit they were wrong. Like that possibility is just, it's like death.
It can be the shame, the shamefulness.
Yeah,
of it.
I think that's such a big part of it.
I kind of do too.
There's so many big parts. That's the
Yeah.
thing is there's so many different ways to approach this shit. So many
It's like a lot
different
of things. It's
diagnoses.
complicated as fuck. People always try to make it seem simple, but it's not. It's like, no, things aren't so simple, my guy.
Yep.
Stupidity
It's all framing.
as a
dude.
greater
Framing is just everything.
No, yeah, dude, a lot of it is too, for sure. But like now, like there's certain people like when they try to talk to my Facebook, I just get like, I'm just like, dude, just stop. Like I always tell the one dude like, nothing good comes from this conversation because you just literally won't learn.
I really do think it all comes down to capitalism, though. Like
some of it, maybe, but
I mean, like the context blindness, right? Like it's all about producing results, at work. Like you nothing matters except for what you produce.
Yes,
What-
but my point
whether
is,
you're
so, like,
working or not.
when I show you evidence that your money goes better with Democrats or whatever the fuck it is, like in general,
right?
Like you shouldn't fight me on that. Like I can show you the graphs. Like your money was better at this point in history. Like I don't have to tell you. It's a fact. And that's the thing. Like
Yeah, and
you can
then,
show,
like,
you can show the evidence, and they still will disregard your evidence, even though
What?
they don't supply any of their own.
Mm-hmm. And then like like I was just saying, identity with the like the fucking dad who's into politics or whatever. Who I don't remember who's my cousin Josh was talking about it. Like whenever he goes over to his baby mama's place for fucking Thanksgiving or whatever, he's always got politics on.
Yep.
And for him to change his mind would be like that's
Crazy.
almost like the end of his manhood. Yeah, it's like to admit he was a moron. Like
It's very hard for
these
people.
people get so plugged in. They get so.
Well, like I
to
said,
make
it's like
these
it's their
things so
persona, or it's like
part of
their
themselves. Yeah,
it's like their being,
persona.
I
Yeah,
guess.
that's definitely part of it. Yeah, exactly. And then you fucking dislodge that. What the fuck are they? To their mind at least. They don't have anything to replace that with.
I'm back.
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's fucking. It's it is a problem that we should. I don't know why we're not figuring it out better or
dude.
quicker.
What's that? What problem?
Just identity and political beliefs.
People, well, not even that.
and,
Like
It's all
stupidity.
bullshit
It's
to
more
keep
that
us
people,
arguing.
people don't want to admit, like when they're wrong,
wrong.
when they have evidence,
Yeah.
like directly in their face, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
It could be, but people are always blatantly right in people's face, and not everybody likes to accept it that way. But the whole identity thing, it's a way less. It's not that big of an issue, just like a lot of the things that aren't that big of an issue that they blow out of proportion. It's
of it
like
is
I
that, for
think I
sure.
heard Wally talking about the percentage of. It's not a high percentage. It might be a high percentage in a certain area, but it's not a high percentage of the general public.
No, yeah.
They're making you focus on these issues that aren't really issues at all. While they're behind your back, you're getting butt fucked. And it's like, not
Well,
many
yeah.
people realize that. And it's like, I'm not one to speak because I don't have anything to show for, but I also don't want them coming in taking everything either.
True.
So, you know,
Yep. So like,
there's nothing they can take from me, so I'm no value to them. So I know where my piece is.
Yeah,
Where they
that's what-
think
so-
I'm not worth anything,
so
but I
not
know
even that.
I'm worth.
So this is
You
how our
know,
conversation even started. We were talking about like everybody has their own specialty, like their knowledge base. Like like you're good at sports or jokes, whatever the fuck. Like everyone has like their niche, right? Where they're like excel at, and not everybody can excel
I
at
don't
everything.
have a niche. I don't have a niche.
Sure, you
I'm good at a lot of things, tons of different things.
Sure, but you can't
And it's
be- you
hard for me
can't-
to narrow it down to like one.
No,
I
but
could
that's
change
fine.
subject like a
Yeah, but you
fucking
can't know
snap.
everything because it's impossible. All right.
No, it's impossible.
Yeah,
yes.
So my point is,
But
have to
you
tru-
could
have to
sit down
trust.
and figure something out if you're knowledgeable.
No, yeah, you can learn a lot. Yeah, of course you can. But I'm just saying it's impossible to learn everything. Like you can't learn how to fix every car. You can't learn how to build every house. You can't, build every computer, whatever the fuck. Like there's things that you don't know that you have to rely and trust other people, and people should get better at just trusting people who know what they're talking about, like in their field. Like this is their jam, right? Like trust them in this area,
It's
right?
the fear of being exploited. Like, I think so much of our society and like the way that we act.
Society, what is
each other, and it comes down to a fear. Like, if you're not exploiting somebody, you're going to be exploited. If you're not
People do
dominating
think
somebody,
like
you're
that,
going to be
yes.
dominated.
But
Yeah.
that's pretty much it. It's like, how can you be exposed if you expose yourself first? That's the real
I mean,
question.
exploited.
Exploit. It's
It comes
all
down to-
fake
you know-
exploitation,
you know
dude,
the-
just for
you-
more clicks.
You know the fucking the police analogy thing, right? Where you, like I said, you guys both get caught. You guys either both go to jail
Yeah.
forever. Nobody
Prisoner's
goes.
dilemma,
One doesn't go
yeah.
to jail for nothing, and one, like, do you narc people out? Like,
Yeah.
that whole story thing. Like, it's.
I mean, really, yeah. Like, it applies to everything. Like, if we
Yeah.
just understand what the fuck is actually going on in our brains, we can fucking drop the whole act and just be like, oh, you know what? Let's just be fucking cool to each other. Let's just support each other. Let's fucking help each other meet our potential.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
But everybody's fighting over the scraps. You know.
Everyone's
like,
still
the-
everyone's fighting over the same like resources, even though like
Yeah.
they aren't as scarce as we think they are. But like
Yeah.
we act like they're like not
like confidence itself is fucking scarce at this point because there is that dominance exploitation fear. Like, if I'm not an asshole, if I'm not arrogant or whatever, to this guy, like talking over this person or whatever the fuck, just if I'm not breaking open the door, it's a brute forcing my way into a position of
it's the lack of empathy.
strength in the
That's what
group.
it really comes
I'm
down to.
not gonna have it. Like, that's what it is insecurity too. Like
a lot of it is,
or just like a lot of just fear. Fear
Fear's the path
generally
to the dark side, my friend.
Yes, sir.
It's true.
But,
But-
like, people are afraid of change because we haven't gotten to where we are with change. Like,
Well, even
like
so,
the
like
thing that we're changing too.
You're
Like,
right. Now I'm going to break this down for you. Buford can understand it. Like, think about this with basketball. Like, how many times have we heard like the older generation always say, "My generation was the best generation ever," because everyone always thinks that they're the best.
Mhm.
Nobody wants to admit that most likely the newer generation is always getting bigger, stronger, faster, more skilled. Like in anything, with
Always.
either with building things or like I said with sports, these things are just true. Like we're supposed to evolve better. We're not supposed to devolve. And I hate when people think like that. I'm trying to it might happen to me someday. I might get that old timer where like back in my day, but I'm really trying not to do that because I try to see the stupid thinking behind it. Like
Right. Like I'm trying to be cool, like to any younger person or even older person. You know, like
whoever. Yeah, it's
if some older person tries to act like they know more shit because they're older, I'm gonna resist that. I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, I
You
get
know, like
that.
if you got some knowledge to drop on me, fucking
drop
show
away.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't just be like, oh, I got the experience. You know that. You know, oh, when you get older, you know, no, fucking open your mouth, articulate some fucking words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes old people are smart as fuck. Sometimes they're fucking bullshit as shit. You know, like you just until you actually have the conversation with them or whatever, get to know them, you just truly don't know.
Yeah, like we should not be, you know, trying to be down on younger generations for liking what they like. It just is always how it is.
It is always how it is. That's my point. It's like
They
people have been saying
create the
this
things
forever.
that they're about, you know, and you gotta let them fucking have what they have. Let them like what they like.
Yeah, in the end, if it's not affecting you, who gives a fuck? Like it'll always my thought process. Like it's not affecting me, right? Why do I care? Like I might
you're not like
even
here's-
like with
I
music,
think it is.
I might think their songs
It is-
suck sometimes, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to tell them they can't like the baby or whoever the rapper is nowadays. Like I don't give a fuck. You know, like like away.
Yeah. It's some kind of fear of being like replaced or overshadowed or, you know, no longer being relevant.
Yeah,
you know,
something like
and
that
it's just-
maybe. Fuck
and
it.
you gotta be fucking cool with the kids. Otherwise, you're not gonna be relevant. You're not gonna have the connection. You're not gonna be able to teach them whatever it is you fucking know.
Well, again, to me, it's like it's just evolution. Like that speaks really bad of me if I fucking didn't try to help the newer generation, you know, or like make them better. Like you're supposed to leave the world better for your kids / whoever, like the next generation in general. So it's like that says really a lot about me if I didn't do that for them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know? That's why I tell people like when you say that this generation sucks with whatever, it's like, well, that means you were a bad teacher. Like, do you not understand? Like, you're really talking shit about yourself.
Yeah.
Because that means you didn't do your job. Your job was to teach them everything you know, and they're supposed to grow from there and be better. You know, like that is the idea. That's the thought process. You know, like if you say this generation sucks, well, that means you suck. You didn't do your job.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%.
That's why I try to preface to people when they say stuff like that, when they think that way. It's like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be.
Threat than evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why
they're
did he
reacting to
describe
what
it
we
not
are.
just as an intellectual failure, but as a moral and social crisis? In this video, I will break down Bonhoeffer's insights, helping you recognize the
Do you know
signs
this
of
name, Bonhoeffer?
Nope.
Neither do I. I'm gonna look him up.
Bonhoeffer. Bowen.
Dietrich. Does it say Dietrich? Yep. Okay. He was a pastor. All right. He's a German. Oh shit.
Fucking Germans.
He was an anti-Nazi dissident. Oh, he probably got killed for not being a Nazi. Let's see here.
1945.
Yeah. German Lutheran pastor, neo-Orthodox theologian, and anti-Nazi dissident who was a key founding member of the Confession Church. His writing on Christianity role in the secular world have become widely influential. In 1937, The Cost of Discipleship is described as a modern classic. Ooh, maybe I should read that book. Apart from his theological writings, Bonhoeffer was known for his staunch resistance to Nazi dictatorship, including vocal opposition to Adolf Hitler, euthanasia programs, and genocidal persecution. Yeah, dude, this seems like a good dude. He was accused of trying to kill Hitler on July 20th. So he was killed. He was hanged.
Damn. When did July 20th plot? When the fuck is that? Was that like
July
with the
44.
Okay. I don't know if that would have been the
whatever.
thing
No.
that
The
the
movie,
one movie
whatever.
was about. Yeah,
don't think
Inglourious
so.
Bastards.
was a failed the chancellorship and overthrow the Nazi regime. The plotters were part of the German resistance, mainly composed of Wehrmacht officers. The leader of the conspiring Klaus von Stauffenberg tried to kill Hitler by detonating. Oh, this is that movie. Detonating a bomb in his briefcase. Okay. Damn, it's so fucked up. It's like Trump. They just barely missed him. Blast only dealt minor injuries.
Damn.
Crazy. At least so like this guy died trying to do that. All right.
German military. I wonder if there's. Jeez. I wonder if there's plots currently unfolding. Dude. Fuck. I saw something about Trump apparently wanting to deport Americans too. I don't fucking know.
Oh, dude, you never know anymore. That's the thing.
Please send me to Canada.
This guy's
Just
like,
send me
oh,
to
Trump
Canada.
says dumb things. I'm like, yeah, but the thing is, his dumb things sometimes come true, right? Like, there's a big difference.
He
right?
says it to test the waters. That's the whole point. He says it to test the fucking waters.
Part of it. No, I don't even think he
That's
cares.
why people, quote unquote, joke when they say shit, anyways. You know, like
Mhm.
people say shit and they're like, "Oh, I'm just kidding," you know, just
Yeah.
to see the reaction.
For sure. I mean, that is definitely part of it, but I don't know, man. Like I said, when he doesn't when he jokes, it becomes reality. That's the difference, though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
His followers will excuse anything he says.
They try to. And that's what this guy's supposed to be talking about. But I like to hear this guy's story now.
Stupidity in others, and perhaps even in yourself. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, born in February 1906, was a German Lutheran pastor, neo-Orthodox theologian, anti-Nazi dissident, and resistance fighter. For years, he tried to change minds. He spoke out against growing hatred, blind obedience, and the way people turned a blind eye to the cruelty happening around them. He believed that if he could just make them see, just make them understand, they would wake up. But no matter how much evidence he presented, no matter how clear the truth was, people refused to listen. One evening, after years of resisting the regime, he returned home to find his father waiting for him with a heavy heart. Two men were in his room. They had come to take him away. Locked in a prison cell, Bonhoeffer had nothing but time to think. He had watched his country, once a land of poets and thinkers, descend into a mob of cowards and criminals. He had seen friends, neighbors, even intellectuals surrender their morality, not because they were all evil, but because they had stopped thinking. And then he realized the real enemy wasn't malice. It was stupidity.
Yep.
There were reasons.
It's so true, though. Like, because I'm saying, like, if you ask people, I guarantee they'd say, like, no, I don't want to hurt these people or whatever the fuck. But it's like, but your actions do, though. Like, it's kind of like I tell my kids all the time. It's like, I don't care a fucking what you're saying, dude. It's what you're doing. Like, your actions speak way more than your fucking voice, dude.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Oh, fucking stupid. It's so true, though.
Yeah, inaction is just as immoral as action, you know.
Yeah. Well, yes and no, I suppose. It depends. The problem is a lot of it's fear. Like, if you're doing things because you're fear-based, you know, someone threatens your family, whatever the fuck. Like, I can see you doing immoral things for a justified cause, but to go out of your way to not do anything, or, you know, like, or even to say anything, like, you can
I shouldn't
watch-
say just as, but you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But, yeah. I'm just saying, there's a lot of things. People just need to have fucking just basic empathy for people, not them.
Yep.
Since he considered this a greater threat than evil, which I will now discuss.
Yeah. Being stupid is the worst thing.
People want to keep what they got. They don't want to risk it.
Yeah, that's part of it for sure.
Evil, according to Bonhoeffer, can be confronted. It can be exposed, fought, and even defeated. There is always a way to resist it because at its core, evil knows what it is. Even the worst of people deep down recognize that what they are doing is wrong. This is why evil carries within itself the seed of its own destruction. It leaves behind a sense of unease, a lingering guilt that can be exploited and overturned. But
Except for a sociopath or whatever, like them people. But anybody who has like any kind of emotional fiber, I guess, in them, they gotta know that they're doing wrong. Like,
yep.
Unless you are legitly starving and shit. Like, if you're just robbing people or doing shit like that just cause you are evil, like, you have to know it's wrong, right? I would assume.
Stupidity? Yep. Stupidity is immune. Immune to logic, blind to reason, and deaf to truth. It does not engage, it simply refuses to see. You can argue with a malicious person, but you cannot argue with a stupid one because they do not recognize facts. They dismiss them. They do not debate. They mock. And most dangerously, they are utterly convinced of their own rightness.
This is so much talking to people online.
Dude,
Like
yeah,
that
like
whole last, like,
that
2
Sarah
second-
chick on your fucking
Dude, I already know.
that comments on your shit. Yeah, she's super bad.
Dude, so is that guy.
I don't know. Like I gotta think sometimes like it is like her narcissism and like stupidity like almost the same fucking thing. Like,
well, I think there's like
willful ignorance.
Well, I think she thinks she's so smart because she works in the medical field, but it's like, but the thing is, you don't work in all medical fields. Like that's the thing with all like even with scientists, other scientists, like dude, just because like you're the best geologist in the world doesn't mean you're fucking the best, virologist or whatever. You know?
Right, yeah. Like that. Like I'm sure with their like non-scientist friends and family, they probably have this hoity-toity attitude. Like, oh, I'm a man of science. I know these things.
Are we talking about the elitist class? What are we talking
No,
about?
Just people in general.
Stupidity and
we're watching a video on stupid
ego
how,
when it comes
how
to,
being
like,
stupid is actually worse
that's
than
just-
being evil. Like
there's
an
a
evil
lot
person,
to it.
Oh,
you could deal with the evil person, but the stupid person,
Yeah.
and it's going over to like how
It's unpredictable. It's unpredictable.
well, it's just they have no facts and logic. So like you have to say
Yeah.
the religion thing. Like if you could believe this off faith and dumb shit, well, every other choice you make makes sense because it's all dumb, right? And I
But
can't.
Wally, here's another.
I'm not sure if stupidity has no reason for it though. Like I always think it
Brandon.
comes down to like a fear of breaking
Effort.
oneself down and
Some of it's effort.
feeling less confident and all this. Yeah, and effort. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
It's like
Effort to
everything they have
look
to go
up
through
actual facts,
to change themselves. It's just it makes them less whole in their daily routines. Like
and routines what makes it. But anyways,
just confidence is too important to our fucking world. That's
yeah. And also, I'm so all right. So when you get a steak medium rare or whatever, and you see that red juice, you automatically think, "Oh, it's blood."
Yeah, it's not, but yeah, everyone thinks it.
Yeah. Why would any self-respecting butcher ever leave a blood vein within a cut of meat? That's the first thing.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's really not. It's called myoglobin. That's what I always forget about. It's basically just condensation in water that was dyed by the proteins within the meat. It's literally just water dyed with it.
Yep. At I know. Like I said, but yeah, people think it is blood, but it's not at all. You're correct.
Yeah, because I work at Jake's Supper Club, and we get a lot of people that specifically know how to cook a steak. It's like, well, sorry, we forget it rest, and we're in the middle of a rush.
Yep.
Hope it's okay. It's like, on my perspective, like, oh, yeah, all right, fine, fair enough. All right, fair enough. You owned up to it. But boomers are like, no, redo it. It's like, all right, redo it. So your hometown meal is going to be delayed an hour and a half because you refuse to, eat it. Just instead of being a medium rare, it's a medium. It's edible. It's still good.
It's still yummy. All right.
This is what makes stupidity more dangerous than
cannot
malice.
stand.
Malice can be countered, but stupidity
Oh,
is
it's
impervious.
blood. It's not
Martin Luther King
fucking
Jr. said something very similar.
blood.
Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere
I've had
ignorance and
this
conscientious
point
stupidity.
every time with my roommates with ground beef. It's not blood. It's literally just water with the dyed proteins, aka the beef.
I
It's
never
literally-
really knew it wasn't blood, but I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't think it was blood because
Yeah, same here.
looks very different from blood.
Mm-hmm.
When
Definitely.
everybody tells you it's blood or whatever, then it's like, oh well,
Blood
whatever.
pudding.
It's like-
Ugh.
I don't like it when it's bloody. Well, I've never had that.
Yeah, nah. Ooh, damn, those some good old steaks. Ooh, that's some Wagyu beef. I just went back on DuckDuckGo and images of red juice from red meat. Ooh.
Hey, Mitch.
Huh?
Martin Luther King.
What's up?
Martin Luther King once said, "Nothing in this world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity."
Yep.
He ain't lying.
Yep.
Have you
Yep.
ever,
Oh,
also,
yep,
have you,
yep,
hey,
yep.
Mitch, have you ever
That's
heard
it.
of Dietrich
Haven't
Bonhoeffer
said a
before?
P.
No, I can't say I have. Why?
You'll love his story. He was he's a German Lutheran pastor who he helped plot the fucking July 20th assassination of Adolf Hitler and shit because basically he was one of the few people that were trying to fight against all the stupid thinkers of the Nazis because his whole thing is these people weren't malice, they were just dumb. And he was trying to he tried so long to get people to get on his side. Eventually he tried to bomb fucking Hitler. He was part of that. He got hung.
Yeah.
He died and shit by Hitler, but I'm just saying.
It's like, and I'm also saying if the Insurrection Act goes on, because I got to work on, unfortunately, I have to work on Easter. Ironic. Anyways, point being, if Trump declares the Insurrection Act, I'm walking out. I'm sure fucking this. I'm not quitting. I'm just walking out. Protest. No. It's fucking done. It's fucking done.
Well, we'll have to wait for what the courts say and shit too. So I mean, you got a while.
Yeah, hopefully, hopefully, the courts have been
They've been all
decent.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been decent.
So like they did a good bad thing. They let the Alien Enemies Act keep happening where you can deport people basically, but they have to show that what they said they did. They have to show. They basically get due process. I'm like, oh, nice. At least they
Yeah.
They're like, all right. You got to at least show me why you fucking saying this guy's a fucking gang member and shit, right? You just can't say it and not have no backing.
But you also got a thing of like the EU thinks the US as like a whole, as a populace, like, yeah, they've been seeing it. Obviously, they have cells all around, like, you know, planners, you know, influencers, etc., whatever, from European Union seeing this shit, like, oh yeah, no, we don't need to attack them. We just need to remove them any way possible. I'm just saying the best thing is either wait till the next Moab big ass party, Mar-a-Lago or whatever, when the whole entire fucking cabinet just meets, either A, Moab, or B, better yet, fucking nuke it to the goddamn ground. Like, oh, sorry.
Sadly,
I
killed
lost.
Florida people though.
I know, but it's,
You can't do it.
at
It's
this
fun.
point,
You can think about it as fun, but you just can't. The thing is, you just gotta win. You gotta. While we still have time, you have to try to win over minds. While we still. Hey, there might there might be a point though. I'm not saying there isn't, but
no. At this point, I'm saying it's we got to take the casualties at this point. It needs to be disarmed. It needs to be disarmed. It just needs to be. It's like, I don't know what they're gonna do beyond, but just everybody. But that's why I say Moab is a much better choice. It's a non-nuclear.
it's still
option.
that blast radius is gonna be huge, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge.
Like I said,
But much less
we just gotta
than a
win-
nuclear.
We gotta win 26. That's the first goal. We gotta win. We have a shot.
the first 100
We still have a shot to win this without fucking killing people. Hopefully, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, and let the judicial system and let the other representatives finally
The whole thing
wake up
is,
and realize.
if these tariffs are as bad as I'm predicting, which most people are gonna not be happy. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna lose so much support. I'm saying, like, the big one was the place in Florida where they won 30%. 4 months ago, they won by 10%. They gained 20%. in mainstay Trump territory. So I mean, like, we're already gaining ways. You know what I'm saying? You just got to continue.
Yeah.
You just got to continue to it.
We just need to get rid of Pam Bondi. Is the worst opponent right now.
I get it.
Fuck her. She needs to be put on trial and fucking
She's the
hung
Attorney General.
on stage. Yeah, she needs to be hung on Times Square on the 5 o'clock national fucking news. Like the rest of these assholes, like the rest, but her and Trump
Like I said,
and Elon.
Like I said, she and Trump trying to put the executive order where they get to dictate law or interpret law.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
But they're putting our boy Luigi Mangione on death sentence.
they're trying to.
Wait, I remember seeing something about them being lenient on somebody else. I forgot who it was, but yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, yeah, if you actually do end up executing Luigi Mangione, you know how much of a more of a wake up call it's going to be that's already on the brink of a powder keg.
Right.
It's like, it's not a smart idea.
Yep, they just want to make an example of them.
Well,
Yeah.
He affected billionaires, so people care now, right?
Yep, all of a sudden. Yep. I'm like, I give a flying fuck less.
The thing is, nobody's still talking about fucking how healthcare is an issue. Like,
Yep, of course. Yeah.
You know, like-
Everybody, it's literally. How did fucking USAID take like how did that take more prominence to like cutting
USAID.
costs?
Oh my god,
than-
there's so many things, dude. Well, because we don't.
Then
It's
like,
like-
you know,
Our news
medical-
cycle is fucking instant now. I mean, that's always a big problem.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, I actually never put that into consideration, actually. But yeah, it's also like the WHO, like the World Health Organization, is the biggest. Like, that's what helped stop the spread of fucking Ebola, for God's sakes.
A lot of things, honestly. But why
Yeah.
are we
Yeah, a
giving
lot
these
of
people? Why are
things.
we giving these people condoms? Well, maybe because they don't get AIDS. How about that?
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah, how about this? How about there's a lot of prevention? Yeah, there's still, if you go into Africa, there's still a bunch of like tribal rituals.
Sure,
and,
of course. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But you can only educate
The
those
thing
who
is,
want
we're
to be
trying
educated.
what we've been trying to do is basically get a lot of these countries into like
Herd
the 21st
awareness.
century, like 21st century. Like, hey, let's get some infrastructure. Let's get these people up and running, and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just this one thing. I hope the torch actually gets passed to Germany or Japan.
I don't know.
As far as being the world leader or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Instead of the U.S., it's
Japan
been
doesn't have
too
enough people.
long.
The thing is, honestly, nobody's gonna fucking take anything from America as long as we have the biggest army. Like,
Yeah.
like no matter what, like
But-
we're gonna be the superpower. They might economically fuck us, but like, who's gonna?
Well, I mean, just overall, like Germany and Japan have
No,
done
they could
this.
have. They could have. Well, I'm saying, yeah, they might get more like political influence. I can see that totally happening.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is-
Especially Germany, I think, because it's a central of European Union.
Well, technically, it's
I
Budapest.
mean,
Budapest.
yeah. Oh,
Or,
I feel want to be pedantic, but I mean, just a central power.
Yeah, I get that. Or it might be. Yeah, I can't remember where it is. I don't think it's Budapest. Where is the EU? EU headquarters.
EU isn't.
Budapest, is that Turkey?
No, Hungary.
Hungary? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Budapest, Hungary.
Okay, where is this? Oh, it's Brussels. That's right. Brussels, Belgium.
Oh, Brussels. Oh, yeah, Belgium. Yeah, yeah.
That is the
Close
headquarters.
enough.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh,
Like, I
really?
mean, but the thing is, Germany's closer to Russia. That's why people like it for military shit because they can fuck with Russia.
Yeah, and basically what I was explaining to from 30-year veteran, the whole reason why U.S. really retains onto the whole Gaza Strip is basically it's
From
our
Gaza?
quote-unquote Gaza and Israel was continuing conflict because it's a quote-unquote testing ground for our new tech, for new new warfare, urban warfare. It's like, oh yeah, and then it explains the whole thing why it's like civilian bombings. Because we didn't have that about 60 plus, 80 plus years ago.
Never.
Cool excuse.
How do we get better leaders? That's the real
It's
question.
education. That's what this whole video we're watching.
Yeah.
About. Like, you got to have more educated people to know like these things are literally hurting you. Like I said,
we
right
need a more generally educated public, man.
Correct.
Like, how does that happen? Like, it can't just be a leader. Yeah, it has to be the public.
Because as long as you live in a democracy or any kind of voting, you need the people to be smart enough to know what to do, or at least, again, like just trust the people who are smart. Or, like there's ways of doing things.
Like, I trust people who are smarter as long as they can prove the facts. Like,
well, yeah, like I said,
that's what it's about. It's like,
before all this shit happened, like when all the economists warned you, said this is what's going to happen if you do tariffs, and then it happens. It's like you guys need to learn to fucking just bite the bullet. Be like, you know what, I fucked up. Instead of fucking trying to be like, it's all a part of 4D chess. There's a plan here. It's like, no, there's no fucking plan. We warned you this was going to happen, and you guys just don't want to listen to actual reason. Or like I said, I'm not the smartest person with the economy per se, but I read all the economists, and they all said the same thing, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's all it comes down to. Like, you don't have to be the smartest, but if you read the smart people and what they talk about in that field, you'll usually get the general concept of what they're talking about,
Yeah, it's always a fear of being bamboozled, and people just trust their, tribe, basically.
That is a big part.
And they just fucking hate being wrong. People hate being fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Like me, I have no problem. Like, oh, you come out, oh, I was wrong. It's like, yeah, I may feel like it's naturally.
You gotta bite the bullet. Otherwise, you're just gonna fucking you'll always be stupid.
No,
you're always gonna be wrong.
No, it's naturally to feel ashamed, like, oh shit.
shame.
But it's like,
shame's a big
Right.
thing.
it's like, yep, bite the bullet. Yep, I was wrong. I was wrong. Sorry.
If we're aware of this shit, like on a
Yeah,
collective
that's the
level,
thing.
like, this stuff doesn't fucking happen. Like it's fine to be wrong.
And people find
that's
that 1,000 times more receptive.
confident.
Yeah.
Well,
because confidence is fucking king. Confidence
then-
is power. Like it literally is your personal power. Because like that's what
it is.
That's what.
But
what
also
makes
to
people
admit,
fucking, that's what makes a boss
Be a leader.
authoritative.
Be a good leader. Be a
right,
good
right,
leader.
but they don't know what leadership is. They've just
Some people do. You get the
lack
random people,
confidence.
but in general, no.
Well, of course, yeah.
You don't know what a
It
good
depends on
leader
where somebody
is.
comes from. If you
Hold on,
overcome
hold
some
on.
shit,
Brandon,
like a little bit of some shit,
Yeah, it's about being good faith and bad
Probably
faith.
gonna be a good
If you
leader.
come from a good
Hold
faith,
on.
we can have a conversation.
Parks and Rec. Hold on, Parks. You guys watch Parks and Rec, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know Chris Traeger, Rob
Yeah.
Lowe, great
Yep.
leader.
Great leader.
Nice.
That is a great leader. It's always just
Well, he's
always.
he uses Ben Wyatt to fucking.
Ben
his-
Wyatt is like, what the
like,
fuck is
strong arm
going
his-
on? It's just awkward. I fucking love Ben Wyatt.
But he's the hard ass. He's the hard ass, and then
Yep.
Chris is the nice guy. It's the good
Yeah.
cop, bad cop dynamic.
Yeah.
Honestly, and for the first 5 seasons of Game of Thrones, Jon Snow was the best leader, and then they ruined him.
He's a
for
good
the-
leader. Yep.
I would say for the first 5 seasons,
Never-
because it's you always want somebody who's the unwilling. They don't want it, and they just have
Mhm.
that natural like.
I don't want it.
That's the problem.
This is between you two. I've never watched Game of Thrones. I've
Oh
watched
my
like
God.
2 episodes. Don't care about it.
You should
It's like
watch the first 4
it's like
seasons.
Lord of the Rings.
You haven't watched.
I
Lord of the
can
Rings?
admit it's
They're
no.
going,
I
yeah.
did.
They're going.
I did.
Oh.
I can admit they're good,
You're about to hurt my feelings.
but they're boring, and they're my cup of tea.
You
Oh
hurt
my
my
God.
feelings, some.
It's just
Bro, you hurt my
Dude,
feelings.
you have
some.
no soul. No
I
soul.
was saying, I don't know
No
how you
soul.
those
They're
movies
good.
don't touch your soul. They are, dude.
Dude.
They're better than good, dude. They're like great, like beyond great. They're not like the greatest.
Uh,
Like individually, they're probably not
they're
the
up
greatest
there.
movies ever, but like
Shanghai
the-
Noon is better. Shanghai Noon is better.
Ah! You
Might be
just
funny, huh?
executed. Public Square or whatever. Fucking no. I'm just
Tommy Boy is the best.
Tommy Boy. I can't believe
You can.
Doug. Gandalf says, "You shall not pass."
Well, we're gonna take this by the Homer passes out the fucking coffee table.
I just can't believe you
Ooh,
got such
dumpster-
haterade for Lord of the Rings. That's fine. I get it.
I
I know you.
don't
I know
know.
you understand they're good. I'm just saying, it didn't touch your soul. That hurts my soul.
Like I don't like long movies.
I get. You like Wolf of Wall Street?
Wolf of Wall Street's good, but at the end it started kind of petering out. But
It
it's
did
like I
drag
had to
out.
watch it. But Wolf of Wall Street's fucking phenomenal.
It is,
It's
but
probably
it
one of my
does drag
favorite.
off for a long time. I agree.
I still
Yeah.
watched it.
But it is.
You
great.
still
A
have
lot
it.
of shit I haven't watched, dude. Fuck.
Have
Like,
you
I'm overwhelmed.
watched? Have you watched the best movie of all time, Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah.
No, I haven't watched it all the way through.
Whoa.
Do you know that?
I know,
You know
I
that
need
people.
to.
You know that people fucking got PTSD and shit from watching it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That first
Yep.
scene. That first scene.
My
almost
dad's friend. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the fucking ocean carriers, the landing crafts. There's here in the oceans.
Everything. Yeah, I'm saying
Like-
people got PTSD from it.
Mhm.
Going back to being in war times and shit.
Mm-hmm. Band of Brothers is another
That's a good one.
phenomenal one.
Yeah, my
Chernobyl. Chernobyl is probably my favorite miniseries
I gotta
other
watch
than
it.
Band of Brothers. Really? You
I watched
haven't?
either of them.
No, I'm supposed to. I know. I've seen it a bunch. It's like rated like top 5 shows.
Yeah. I would say, Brennan, you would probably like Chernobyl better than you would like Band of Brothers. Dankside,
Maybe.
you would like either one.
Yeah, I like history. Like I said, I've seen Band of Brothers. Band of Brothers is great. I watched it in high school. My buddy's dad was huge into it, so he made us watch it all the time with him.
That's based in the Pacific, right? World War II.
No,
Or
that's the Pacific. That's called
Yeah.
the Pacific.
Yeah.
But yes,
Oh,
yes,
no.
same directors, but same
Oh, it's
same
same
thing.
director.
No, it's the war in the Pacific, right?
Yeah.
No, Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe.
Oh, okay.
The
Was it
Pacific, it
World War
was
II?
in the Pacific.
When
Band
was
of Brothers was in D-Day drop and
Oh, okay.
Easy Company in the 101st Airborne that pierced Normandy.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard for me to watch anything anymore. It always
Sometimes.
feels like the time I'm spending just feels like
Yeah, but sometimes you got to give
I
your
mean,
brain time off too. Sometimes, I mean,
I
like,
know.
it's a balance. Like you can't, just,
Yeah.
or else you're gonna look like Einstein with the fucking hair fucking going everywhere. Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying, like it's like anything. It's about.
Oh, I'm sure Einstein took time off of shit all the time.
Yeah. Dude, watch
Well, I
the
mean,
Parks
like
and Rec.
the construction. Like, look at how long it took for him to actually like piece together relativity. It took him forever.
Yeah, he went
10 years.
insane because of it.
Yeah.
But he did the important part. But he went insane.
What do you mean he went insane? What says that?
Well, he didn't go insane.
He
I'm saying he
lost
overthought
his
it.
mind. Yeah, he basically went dementia pretty deep, pretty quick. He knew what he was talking about. He had all of his documents, all of his thoughts together on that subject and that subject alone. Everything else was estrewed.
A Strudelmaker. All right, I'm putting the video.
Skewed.
Eschewed? Or
The most terrifying
Skewed.
aspect of stupidity
Skewed.
is that it often operates unconsciously.
His desk
People
and
who
all
act
that
foolishly
shit.
do not even realize
You've
it.
seen that
They believe
picture,
they are right.
His desk
They
when
cling
he
to their
died,
views
the
with such
day he
certainty
died.
that no
Total
argument, no evidence, no
disorganized.
rational explanation.
It's like one of his most famous pictures.
I don't.
I know you've seen it. I know you've seen it somewhere around the internet. It's a pretty famous picture.
Yeah, I love fucking ancient history, man. I like that
Mhm.
more than more modern history.
Dude, I'm about to go to Rome and see 10 places, dude. I can't wait.
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
You didn't know?
See-
I'm going on a cruise to Europe this summer.
Dude, I didn't know that shit.
Because
Fucking
you haven't been
monkey.
around. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Keep saying that. Bitch is like, you know what? I wish I could just
Yeah.
take his ass and drag him in here so we could just fucking make sure he hangs out with us. Like,
Yeah.
He
I've
literally said
been
that like this earlier.
wanting to isolate. I don't know.
I get it. No, I get
Kinda
it.
hard.
But no, yeah,
Yeah,
about a week and a half ago, I booked it because I got my tax money,
Shit.
and
Oh.
and then
Oh, yeah, man.
because it's
Enjoy
not
that.
Wally,
sucks,
get
I put it in the vacation.
Wally.
Nice.
We need pictures of two things: one, cats, and two, burbs.
What are-
Cats and burbs.
What's a burb?
Bird.
Birds.
Oh, birds.
Burb.
I got you.
Burb.
So, Brandon says, so my first spot we land, or not land, I'm taking a cruise in the Mediterranean. So I'm going to Spain, France, and Italy. So in
Okay.
Spain, I'm going to go to it's the world's largest lake underground. It's like in a deep ass cave. So I got to walk down this cave, and then there's a big ass lake.
Ooh.
So that's the first
Dude.
place I'm going to go see. And then I'm going to go see Pompeii and Mount Vesuvius. And all the fucking all
Yeah,
the shit that's
definitely
been
gotta.
all the bodies, all the clay pots and all the shit that's been dug up and shit. I can see all that. I get to go.
Dude.
And then we're doing Leonardo da Vinci's house.
Wally.
Oh,
You
yeah.
gotta tell me.
Yeah.
You gotta tell us how harrowing it is, because when you stop by Pompeii, you're gonna sit there and be like, it's harrowing, just kind of visualizing.
So last time I was in Vegas, which is like 11 years ago, I saw the Titanic exhibit thing there. That they have like the biggest piece of the Titanic brought up on shore,
Mhm.
and all the trinkets and stuff, and like it was pretty cool. So in the beginning of the
It was
exhibition,
front and right.
you get a name in the beginning, and at the very end, you get to find out if your person lived or died. But you get to learn that person's story as you go on. Like through these phone things, like this person was on this deck, and this person was on this, and did this, for a living, and this, at the very end, you read the wall, and you're like, oh, this person died, or this person lived,
That's pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
I know when it came to the St. Paul's Science exhibit, they put the same piece up, and they're just like, that's it. They're just like, that's it. It's like, but still, it's just like, damn. They're able to salvage this huge chunk of steel from that depth.
Dude, so I got to watch how they did it. So fucked up. So they had I can't remember. I think it weighed like 200 tons. No, like 2 tons. I think 2-ton piece of metal from the side of the ship. Right. They brought it up all the way with all these submarines. They got it to the crane at the very end, and the crane fucking dropped it.
Yep.
And they fell
I
all the way
remember
back
that.
down to the fucking ground. And they had to re-grab it and bring it back up. Like, oh my god, it was so fucking crazy.
Wait, what
was it? Hydraulic hose? Hydraulic hose just failed out of nowhere.
Yeah, something like that. You
What
can
was
watch
this
the
piece of
video.
steel?
It's the biggest chunk of Titanic brought that we
Oh,
recovered.
Titanic. Okay.
Hold on.
It's the starboard. It's the starboard side.
Yep.
What side is that? Is that right or left?
That's the right. If you're going face on, it's the right. Right side is starboard. Left side is port. Left port.
It weighs
Starboard.
15 tons. So
Bows
30,000
front.
tons. Can you see my picture? Can you see my video?
Yeah.
This
Yeah, I'm
piece
looking at it.
I seen this
God
live.
damn.
I got to touch it and shit. But you can
Where's
watch
that
it.
at?
You can watch his. You can watch his be brought up and then fall and come back again.
Yep. Yeah.
Like so, there's a video of it too.
What was the fucking weight of the Titanic?
It was massive.
It's not even
Yarn.
relatively. It's not that big. Like nowadays, at the time it was huge, obviously. But
Oh yeah.
I'm. How about this?
52,000 tons,
Hey,
boys.
hey, Brandon.
52,000 tons.
Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm about to go on the world's
Ow.
largest ship in the world. It's called the Allure of the Sea. Look at this.
Oh shit.
That's how big it is compared to the Titanic now.
The Golden Gate.
Wow.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's literally
In the background.
I'm about to
That's
be
dope,
on the
though.
largest ship in the world. I'm about to be on the new Titanic.
Okay, it's called the Allure of
The Seas. Yeah, that's the name of the ship.
And what the fuck is the what?
100,000 ton. Wait, the gross tonnage
What?
of Allure of the Seas is 225,000 tons.
450,000
It's
pounds.
the placement. Displacement is equal to that of the Oasis of the Seas, which is estimated to be around 100,000 metric tons.
Jesus.
The steel hull alone weighs roughly 54,000 tons.
I will never understand cruises unless it's going up north to explore the
So
fjords.
I've never done them before, so I'm doing it for the first time. But my thing was, I could just
Apparently
see,
they're cheap.
I could just see they are relative. Not in Europe because you got to travel across country. That's the only thing. The plane tickets are almost as much as the cruise itself.
My friend
No.
Francesca, fucking, I don't remember.
Give me a
how cheap it
kayak.
was
I'm good.
for to go on a cruise.
Yeah,
in the
but the thing
Caribbean.
is-
it was like ridiculously cheap.
No, yeah.
compared to,
If I were to go to like,
you know.
if I were to go to like the
Come
Bahamas and
sailing.
shit, it'd be like $300.
you get fucking drinks and food included and shit. Like it's like
You
a
gotta
damn
pay
good
$70.
deal.
You pay $70 a day.
Oh, give me a sailing. I rather do a catamaran
cool. I
or
know,
a
but
trimaran
I got a
and
buddy
go
who
seal
I got a
and
buddy
go
who seals-
sailing like that.
Yeah, I got a buddy who seals.
Well, I would love
Over
to.
this shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like there's always like better, but it's like still a good deal if you want to go over and see some shit. You
That's
know?
the thing. Like I'm
Yeah.
using, like I said, I got to go to 3 countries in Europe, dude. That's my thing.
Yeah,
Like,
that is
I mean,
cool.
the boat is
Can you
cool
bring
itself.
vapes
Like
or
I'm not,
what?
I'm not even
Vape
talking.
pen,
Like whenever I talk
maybe?
about my vacation shit, it's like it's not even about the boat. Like the boat is cool itself. Like, but
Can't
no,
believe
Right,
it's so
yeah.
well preserved.
going
And
to
there's everything else, you
going
know?
to Rome and getting to see the Pantheon, the Colosseum, you know, the Trevi.
Yeah.
you know, like let's say
You have to go
to Da Vinci's
Roman and
house.
Greek. Roman and
I
Greek
didn't do Greece.
culture.
I
Like,
haven't got Greek yet. We're not going to Greece. Not me this time. Maybe someday, but not now.
oh yeah, is it Roman?
I had to
Leonardo. Shit. Hold on, Leonardo da Vinci was like 1510, wasn't he?
Yep.
Roughly.
Yep, 15.
All right, cool. 1510,
Yep.
somewhere around there in the 15.
Hey, I think he died in 1578 or something, if I recall.
Yeah, but he could write and draw with both hands. Right with one hand, draw with the other hand.
Well, apparently
Like,
that means you've got like right hemisphere integration if you can.
Oh, he
write
died in
with, you know,
1519,
ambidextrous.
actually.
oh,
Like
15.
when you've got right brain
He was born in
integration, like
1452.
you can see
Hmm.
connections. Like you can see, like you got connections with the whole.
Well, he got
you know,
lucky
like,
too
Yeah.
because he's one of the
It's
beginning of
not,
the
like,
Enlightened Age.
Context blindness.
Yeah, the
He
Enlightenment.
didn't get killed. Like if people like him, like in 1252,
Galileo
you'd
got
got
killed.
Maybe I'm saying like, lucky he was one of the first.
He's
ones.
sponsored. Then if you know, that like think about like Newton and all those guys too who were like
I
into alchemy and
said,
shit.
don't be fucking my sheep. What do
Trying
you
to
think
find
this is?
philosopher's
1224? It's 1228.
But yeah,
Get the hell out of here. Get
yeah.
your own black
just
sheep.
saying, he did so many things, and I get to go see all of his fucking inventions and shit, like the replicas and shit.
Nice.
But like all that shit's good.
I always thought Bill Nye, he should have been, held on a higher honor too. Sorry to cut into the middle of the conversation, but yeah, Bill Nye, way to give him accolades.
I'm talking
Bill
about
Nye?
Yes,
Leonardo da Vinci.
Bill.
He went either
No,
way.
no.
But
Do
yeah.
you know what happens when you fill
at the end
a
of July,
balloon?
I get a lot of cool pictures for us. Hopefully, to look at the Pantheon.
Damn.
Too.
Hell yeah, dude.
And
I gotta play a
to
game,
St.
dude.
I get to
I'm gonna
St.
put the
Peter's
Twins
Basilica
on.
for an hour.
Put the Twins on.
The Twins lost today. They're starting off pretty slow. Yes, they are.
Whoop you
But
We're talking
oh well.
about Roman history, bro. Just kidding.
Oh, Roman history. So you're basically saying like Super Bowl XXXV. You know.
Yep.
Yep, I kicked him. I'm
Did you?
Yep.
What? Goddamn.
Yeah, I would have just muted him if anything, but yeah.
No.
I'd have been like, mute. You can talk to yourself.
No.
Ugh.
Just cut the head off the snake. Get it done with. Don't push it for the round.
God damn it. You better tell him you kicked him because I didn't fucking. I didn't kick his.
Oh
ass.
yeah. He
does.
He
does
probably
talk
already
as if
knows.
He does talk as if there's nobody else around, kind of, in a way.
Sometimes.
Like,
Yeah, he does.
He's talking
Yeah.
at people rather than.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I just tell. That's why I say you just mute him if I'm kind of annoyed. I'm like,
That
just mute
fucking
him.
Yahoo. That
you
fucking
hear me?
Yahoo.
Did you Bueller me?
Yep.
Fucking.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry.
We're trying to talk about
Oh.
a cool thing. No, skin.
I got the Roman Italy boot.
I got you. I got
Roman
109
Italy
days,
boot.
but let me show you.
109 days till your trip.
Yep, I got a countdown on the website. I was like,
Jesus Christ.
Dude, that's dope.
Just count down. Yeah, you're gonna kill yourself more and more. You're just gonna be like, come on.
Oh,
You
hey,
just
Mitch.
forget about
Here's
it.
an idea. Here's an idea for you. Why don't you start counting up before you know it? No, start counting up before you know it. You'll be like 12 days the wrong way. When you count back down, you'll be even closer, dude. Try it.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Who knows,
I get
dude?
you.
In
I
like
get it.
3
Count
months,
12, count
in like
down
3 months and
12.
3 weeks, you'll be on your vacation, dog. Just start right now. You'll be like, you know, you only gotta count.
We might be coming in 2 weeks.
Damn, that's
You hear me,
some
Mitch?
some stamina there, man.
Yep.
So Becky told me that her and Douglas might be going in 2 weeks, so maybe I'll be headed out your way.
Alright. So after Easter.
Is that after Easter? 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going up north
Well,
for
it'd be
Easter,
the 21st
apparently.
or 20th,
Hopefully.
21st. Yeah, it'd be the 22nd.
I had my sentencing. I have anger management, and I have well, I can't drink, which is fine. I don't fucking want to drink anyways.
don't care.
I can smoke weed. I don't have fucking money for that though.
Then you don't need to drink.
No, yeah, I wouldn't, dude.
And I just don't fucking care, to be honest. Because I'm
Well, it's like-
always tired.
Yeah, when you're always well, when I was my last job, whenever I fucking had some oneies, I felt like fucking $100 or $1 million or whatever.
Oh yeah,
Afterwards.
just yeah.
Like it's like a fucking second wind. Like, oh, here we go. Woo!
Yep, you
No
can do a
work on
whole
my
nother
mind.
8-hour shift, and you don't even know why it's dark. But you're like, hey,
Yep.
job's
Hey,
done.
it's dark out. Yeah, you're like, hey, time to
Dude.
clock out. It's like, oh shit,
You're like,
it's
it was
dark.
supposed to be a
What the
2-day
fuck?
project. You got it done in 10 hours.
Dude, there'd be,
Yeah.
like I said, when I work nights, dude, there'd
Well,
be times I go to bed, it'd be dark, and I wake up, it'd be dark almost. Like, Jesus Christ.
Hey, Buford, do you play Modern Warfare Zombies?
You've asked me that before. I don't have any Call of Duties because it's like they summed all the games into one, and now the game takes 350 gigabytes. It's like, nah, I don't like Call of Duty that much. To where it
Yeah,
takes up
fair enough.
everything.
Yeah, you're a Halo player. Yeah, I forget you're a Halo player. I like Halo too.
No, I played some Call of Duty, and it was like there isn't that much skill to it once you figure out which gun's the strongest. You know where their spawn points are and their typical like lean points. It's like, of course, you can rack up
that's the
75
biggest,
fucking kills.
knowing
It's
the
like,
map is the biggest
yeah,
thing.
you've been playing the same map for 25 years. You know that he's hanging out in the airplane, and you can
Yeah.
rack up 85 kills. It's like, yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
You know,
Yeah,
it's like,
especially Modern Warfare
but
2.
Halo,
but
every
Modern
game is different, dude. You could do a different ricochet with a nade and get a kill you've never done before. So every match is different. I don't know. To me,
That is fair. It does
And I
put a
play
lot
the
of
shit like
physics.
it's basketball. So I get mad if I don't have 3 teammates that hold their own. You know,
It's the one
so
map.
it's like,
It's
like-
Halo. There's you can fucking get a sense of where people are spawning in Halo as well.
oh,
Yeah,
it's pretty
yeah,
easy. You look at what the weak side is and what the strong side is, and you know a general area. And usually, where there's one, there's two.
Pit.
And if
The
they're
pit,
really
dude.
shitty, they all stick together. And that's basically
Yeah.
my theory on that.
And then the whole
Yeah.
thing with Halo is they go on the theory of Unreal Tournament spawn. Like the
Yeah,
whole
it's
half
probably a
is-
similar engine. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
they
the
know
whole half of
geometry.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the map is split in half.
Mm-hmm.
There's spawn points, you know where they are, but there's so many of them for
Well,
even
yeah,
for
it's
6
pretty easy
people,
to cut the
you
map
don't know
in
where
half
the
and
hell
go,
it
oh,
is.
there's 3 teammates over here. They've got to be over
Where?
there.
Where? Is there
No,
five
my
over
3
here?
teammates are over
Is it
here.
3, 2?
They have to
It's
be
like,
on the
you never
other
know.
half. Yeah, it's not that
it's like a
hard.
triangulation.
It's like a
yeah.
half court. Am I right, Wally?
Gotta bang it.
It's like there's lanes. It's like there's lanes on the map. Just walls in the map. You know.
I really wish that fucking Halo would have came out with a fucking chainsaw.
It's basically Tron World with a bunch of sinkholes, except for you don't actually die when you fall through. You respawn.
Chainsaws. Unreal Tournament. Chainsaws.
Oh, these are Halo.
No, only if they came out with a chainsaw. I mean, the energy sword was dope as fuck. Don't get me wrong with Halo 2.
I like the what is it? The hard
What's on Halo 3?
competitive
Hammer was
the
a little bit
HCS
different.
settings.
You could get one-hit kills, but it was harder. The sword, you had to.
The sword was so much fun.
You had to know. You had to
Just
know
beating
whether
the
these,
fuck out of people with the handle
charged
was
or
the best.
Well,
Just like
the
oh,
right
instead of
trigger
just-
or the bumper was faster, and then the charge was.
Yeah. No, it was. You had the energy sword up to a certain power, then once the power ran out, you just had the hilt, like the handle. And then instead of one shot kills in lunging, you just were in melee range, just beating the shit out of people with the handle, basically your fist.
Yeah. And there was ye old noob combo, the fucking energy pistol or whatever, and the battle rifle. But
I remember it being the shotgun and melee, instantly just to cancel out the reload, and also if they were point blank, you could instantly kill them.
Yeah. Fucking sniping too.
I could camel on there. I think really sniped, but I didn't really snipe as hard as I should have.
Yeah, I sucked with the sniper.
Didn't really.
Body shots and then BR headshot usually.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I could totally play a Halo map and know where the fuck the weapons are. Probably.
No, you couldn't. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I couldn't. We're the same Halo gen. Halo 2.
Did I play so much Halo 3 in my day?
3, you probably could.
Halo 2 probably.
No.
Yeah, that's your brain, bro. That's your brain.
This is your brain on drugs, man.
Yeah. Fucking shorty.
Shorty.
When you got fucking rolled up by the fucking weed plant and smoked.
Don't take it to the head. Take it to the head. Hey, put the shorty down. We got Funyuns and Doritos. Oh, you coughing like a bitch. That was the best part of that movie. Or moo, motherfucker, moo. I'm the mad cow. Yeah. Scary Movie 2 was
Yeah,
the
it was
best,
way
I say.
Way better than the first. The third one is pretty funny too, with what's his
alright.
face? Leslie Nielsen as the president.
Oh yeah. That's the only redeeming factor. Otherwise, it would have sucked. It would have sucked.
Well, the one
It
guy
would've
that was Charlie Sheen's brother, I think, was pretty funny.
It's been a while since I've seen 3, but Deborah coming back, the sassy black girl.
Yeah.
It's just
What are you
kinda
doing?
just ruined it for
Princess
the most part.
Bones! Or whatever.
Yeah, she kind of just ruined it.
No, she didn't ruin it to me. I thought she was funny.
Yeah, she was funny, but she was over the top. Like, just sure pulled. It was like, all right, so there's nothing left to make fun of black people. You know, cool. And then the fourth one. Oh yeah, to make fun of everything.
I don't remember the third one that much. I just remember it having funny parts.
Yeah, I don't even remember, but apparently the sheriff's hat gets larger and larger every time she enters the scene. It's like, seems like something a scary movie would do. But they were making fun of signs.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 was The Exorcist, and 1 was Scream. That's what it was. I can't remember what the 4th one.
Nobody cares if it was PG-13.
Yeah.
That's when those shows stopped being good. That's when they made them PG-13. Like, we can't even have raunchy fucking comedy no more. Stupid.
Oh, have you guys watched Loaded Weapon 1?
No.
Loaded Weapon?
Weapon 1? No.
Loaded.
Oh, Loaded Weapon 1? No.
I don't think so.
Oh my god. Let me see.
They're remaking the or rebooting the Naked Gun series. I forgot who was playing.
Oh yeah.
Nope. Let it die.
It's fucking.
Yeah, no, I hate that. Yeah. Oh, is it?
Oh no!
Liam Nielsen. Liam Nielsen is the new Naked Gun guy. He's Steve Martin.
Yes.
They got like a 15-second trailer.
Yeah.
I could see him doing it. Actually.
Yeah.
Pretty well. I mean, it's not even like that funny to begin with. You know, I don't know. It's funny, but yeah.
I agree. They were just all right. They weren't the greatest.
Exactly.
The Naked Gun. It's not no fucking goddamn Great Outdoors.
Oh no!
For that time frame, I'd rather watch Great Outdoors.
I think I might watch that once.
You should watch it again.
I remember who else was in that movie.
John Candy and Dan Aykroyd.
John Cleese.
It's great. I'm just saying, if you haven't watched it, watch it again. I promise you'll have a good time.
Yeah, I love all of the John Hughes movies.
Dude, yeah, he's fucking great. That's what I'm saying. If you said you only watched it once, watch it again. I promise you'll have a good time. You know, a movie I really love that nobody talks about is Liar Liar. I love the movie Liar.
Liar Liar. I'm kicking my own ass.
I know. I love that fucking movie. It's such a good movie, and it's funny as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a good message. Don't lie unless you have to.
Yep,
those are white lies. If I told Mama she looked
all
like
right,
a
here
cow.
we go. Candy died in his sleep at the age of 43. Aw, he had severe anxiety and panic attacks.
Really?
Yeah. Which led to high blood pressure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just learned that I may get some bad news, and yeah, may go off. Apparently, a mom, as we call, has renal failure and heart failure.
Your mom?
So no, not my mom, but what we call mom. Basically, my mom. Basically. Anyway, point is, we're explaining the erratic heart behavior.
Yeah. Shit sucks.
Heart doesn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah. Doesn't know how to pump.
Yep, pump failed.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of money to replace that pump.
Yeah. It's stupid.
I know. Hi, Luis. Yeah, I put the movie I was trying to mention in chat.
What movie? Oh, that movie?
Loaded Weapon.
Yeah.
Loaded Weapon 1. Making fun of all the 90s tropes, action movies.
Yeah.
It's Emilio Estevez as Samuel Jackson, National Lampoon.
That's funny.
Hello, hello. Watch this shit in a while.
Do.
Ah, I fucking love piracy. Piracy is my favorite thing.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
In case someone's
Oh.
listening randomly. Allegedly.
Yeah. Oh, what's gonna happen if Netflix doesn't get their $12 for me and fucking Paramount NBC doesn't get my $6 and well Spotify gets my $12 and Microsoft gets my $12. It was like, oh well, at least I get to spread the whole thing about spreading media. And plus also you don't technically own it.
Right.
You just played the format to distribute it. You are the distributor. You are not the manufacturer. You are not the owner. Fuck off.
I don't mean to
Just
brag,
like I am. And plus it's piracy as long as I don't take credit for my own shit. Like, what judge? Like, oh, fuck off.
Right.
It's like, fuck off. I got bigger things to do. Like, literally, they're going to say that.
Most likely. I mean, I got a letter from Comcast one time. Like, we know we know you don't love these
cease and
seasons.
desist.
Yeah.
Oh my god, oh my god. Honestly, those are because the copyright trolls, the copyright trolls that have a tracker on those torrents, torrents, and then they relay the information and it's fucking stupid, but anyways. Mark?
Alright, we're playing MLB The Show.
MLB The Show. I like to fucking
We're rolling with the
blow.
Twins, baby.
Shit,
Rolling with
that
the
means we can't
Twins.
win.
Just remember, I always dedicate home run, or when Byron Buxton is bad, it's for Joe Rogan. And that's, we're going to keep that going.
Keep that going.
We're gonna put Byron Buxton at number 2 because it's kind of correlated. Because when I wipe my ass, I think of Joe Rogan all the time. So we'll put Buxton at number 2 because 2 stands for poop, I guess, or pencils in elementary school. Dude, the DH Miranda.
So what you reading about, Brandon? Were you playing a game?
Me, I'm not doing shit. Just
Oh.
fucking looking at pointless shit on Facebook that ain't.
Listen, reading what dummies say.
I'm not even looking at anything, dude. Like, I'm just fucking scrolling, really.
I feel that.
I'm trying not to fucking, I don't know. I think you kind of do got to engage in politics a little bit, you know, like a little bit of discourse, keep your brain sharp on the matter, but that's all you're doing.
Like I said, there's certain
I'm trying not to be.
There's certain
I'm trying not
people
to
now
be
I
fucking.
just tell them. I just like, dude, let's just
emotional about it.
before it even starts. I'm like, just
It
stop.
is.
There's
So.
nothing good comes. Like I said, the last person I was like, dude, nothing good comes out of this conversation because I can show you things and you just won't.
You got to meet
listen
them
or
where
learn.
they're at. So.
Kind of, but the thing
You can't
is,
do. You can't do the.
yeah, but like I want a good faith conversation.
Yeah.
Like I want like
I
us to
should
learn together,
read
not
more.
fucking listen to you lie about shit. And like I could debunk you and then you just brush it off. It's like what? How you gonna just brush off exactly? Like no.
People do talk about the same shit again, 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 and again, man. Same shit arguments.
The last one was I pointed out like the people that
Probably.
did that Ruby Bridge, the first chick that went to a white school, like the people that threw rocks at her now or back then are the ones trying to stop you from learning about her history now. You know, like it was a meme about that, and this person's like, dude, that's not the truth. I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up, please. Like, you don't even know about this chick's name before you read this meme. You know, like, you know nothing about this
Yeah.
topic. Like, nothing
People
good
don't put
comes
any
from me
actual-
talking to you.
yeah.
Yeah, like, there's just no point of talking to you. Like I said, nobody learns anything. Like, that's what I'm trying to get better at. Be like, there's certain people like, no.
I'm trying to meet people. Yeah.
Some
Like
people just
I
dumb
gotta.
conversation.
Yeah.
Like this person, like this, like no. There's certain people like I said, that Sarah chick. I always go, okay, whatever. I don't care. Like you're dumb. I just like there's no point in talking to you because you're literally just openly retarded. So nothing good comes from talking to you. Like I said, there's some other people like that. It's just like, yeah. There's certain people I can have actually like good faith conversation with, and that's fine. But other people, it's like no. And I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What are we in?
You got to meet them where they're at. Like you really got to try to figure out their perspective, ask them questions. Like you got to actually be better than they are. You know, like that's
I
the only
do,
way to
but like,
fucking.
so like, I just try to ask for like, what's
I
your?
don't even mean about being better. It's just being that they because like, you have to meet them emotionally because they're not gonna listen to reason. Like you can't just shoot them straight.
I mean, I get that.
figure
but
it out.
fuck, man. It's tough. It's tough because, like I said, for
It's
me
not
to get out of it, it took facts and knowledge. So I always feel like that should get people out, but it just doesn't, obviously. But
People are just afraid. That's what it really comes down to. It's mostly emotional. With these people. That's why reason doesn't work. That's why they just see what you're saying as bullshit or a bunch of noise. Like,
well, like yeah,
it's
the
like a
other day,
bunch
like I
of
said,
nerds.
this guy
bullshit.
sent me like a Joe Blow website, and I sent him like the actual like .gov like for education levels for schools and stuff. He's like, I'm like, you don't see the problem that I have reliable sources and you don't. You just won't understand. Like, he's like, I read a bunch of sources. I'm like, if they're all stupid websites from Joe Blows, why the fuck do you? Why would I care if you had 10 of them? Like, why don't you just trust the 2-3 that are actually like reliable sources, like the government, the .orgs, the you know, like if it's .com, it's a company trying to make money, like just by definition, you know, like
Yeah.
you know, like things like that. It's like, man,
That makes sense. Yeah.
I would trust the .govs, the .orgs, the .edus, you know, like that kind of shit. Because I try to break it down to like when you were in school. Remember how you had to source your work? Do you think you could just source any random website or whatever and fucking they would allow that in school? Probably not, right? Like if I was gonna fucking this one guy earlier said something like he's like, can you tell me how you know this? He's like, oh, it was on Joe Rogan's podcast. He's like, yeah, that's the problem. You're trying to use that as a source, as Joe Rogan's podcast. He's like, have you ever handed a college paper and said, yeah, I use Joe Rogan as my fucking source of knowledge on this topic? Like, they would laugh you out of that fucking paper. Like, it's stupid.
I don't know what he's like now, but he used to be all right.
He's slowly coming back around because of fucking shit's in the fan, so he can't really fight it anymore.
Right. So he's got a pander, basically.
Well, it's like Ben Shapiro and all these people. They're all kind of hedging their bets. Like, oh, these are kind of bad, actually. We probably shouldn't be doing all these tariffs and stuff. It's like, oh, that's why I say I get pissed because it's like, you guys all knew this shit before it happened. Why did you guys wait till now to say that, oh, these are probably bad ideas? Should have been saying for the last 6 months.
Yeah.
But they had a grift to make money, so here we are. But now it's affecting them even, because now like people like Ben Shapiro got millions of dollars in stocks. Guess what? He's lost a lot of money too. This one MAGA dude fucking said he's like, in 2 days I lost $7 million. Like, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money. But it's like, if that's what it's going to take for you to fucking realize you guys are stupid, I guess I'll take it. You know, like, it sucks that it has to come down to you guys have to be fucking hurt by stupid shit in order to fucking realize that you should have been doing things a lot longer or before.
Yep, because they can't fucking project forward. They can't fucking see things until it actually hits them.
No.
They can't fucking, you know.
For sure. Like I said, these are all everything that's happened has all been warned by the last 6 months, you know. Everyone's been telling you this was gonna happen. You can't be surprised when it happens, I would assume. Like, what? We're gonna have a fucking meltdown of the economy if we do all these stupid shit? Yeah. Like I said, when all the economists warned you for fucking 5 months, this is what's gonna happen.
People are so worried
even
about
Trump's
giving
old
away
fucking-
money to other countries that like,
Oh,
and
yeah,
then like,
that's the
what do the
biggest
tariffs
issue.
do? They make us give away more money to other
Well,
countries.
I think they estimate it's gonna be like a $6 trillion tax on us.
Well,
In the
that's over
next-
10 years. I saw
Yeah.
something, or
Yeah, 10
X amount of
what's-
years. Yeah.
Well, who cares?
Yeah.
That's what,
It's like-
600 billion. It's $600 billion a year.
It's exactly that's significant.
Yeah,
and
so
we
I'm saying,
shouldn't
like, okay, you want to
yeah.
go yearly, it's still a fuck ton of money. Like,
yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, like, what? Look at the amount that cutting shit from USAID or whatever allegedly
nothing.
fucking
Yeah, like pennies on the dollar.
compared to that amount. Like,
Yeah.
dude, people are gonna be hurting a lot.
And that's what I'm saying. People
to
don't realize. They're like,
yeah.
oh, he saved $500 billion. Okay, what's 6 trillion to 500 billion? Like,
How much did we actually save though? Like,
not-
I
probably
doubt
not
it's
that
500
much.
billion.
I know. I understand. That's the claim. I understand.
I know. Oh, is it the claim? That's what they're claiming?
It's like, oh, it's almost
I-
500 billion. It's like four some, they think. Or that's what they say, but it'd not be that way. It's like a lot of things. The one time he said it was like 8 billion, it was 8 million. So I mean, I know there's a lot of fucking fudging numbers.
Like, have people that aren't even accountants fucking working on this shit.
They do not.
They're just fucking like hackers and shit. Like, what are you doing?
I was reading that fucking they basically used AI for the tariff thing. Trump's people.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah.
So
this random ass values.
well, like I said, I mean, I don't mind AI, but that shouldn't be your like end. Like,
Right.
at least right now, 'cause it's not
check yourself
perfected yet.
As one fucking measure to check yourself.
Yeah, I'm saying it's kind of like using Wikipedia. Like, it's a good starter. Like, you shouldn't end there, but you can start there and build your knowledge base or whatever you want to fucking call it. But
Yeah, it's a good way to get introduced to shit, like to know what the fuck's out there.
for sure, yeah, like I said, as an introductory stage of
Well, like
learning things,
they give references, like
Yeah.
you can fucking dive into the
I know.
references. I don't know.
Oh, I know. This other day, somebody tried to use a stupid fucking Google thing. Oh, you Google things? I'm like, yeah, because they don't have papers and documents and like all these things. Like, yeah, they're not on Google. How do you think I read all these papers or whatever? Like, I Google and then I find the paper or whatever. It's just funny when people say stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, you just Google. I'm like, yeah. What do you think Google is? Like, it literally has everything you ever want to know. It's right there.
Pretty much, yeah, dude. Like,
I mean,
if you're not using the tools that are at your disposal to like
better or
at least
learn,
fucking like
Yeah.
that's the whole thing. Is these people that talk shit about Googling or Wikipedia or AI or whatever the fuck, they're not doing the research themselves. Like
course
they
not.
didn't look into what the fuck you're trying to show them. So
no, not at all. Like I said, they won't read the things. I try to fucking make people read articles. I'm like, hey, read this. Tell me what it says. And then, like, I always say, like, if it's like a 5-minute read, they answer me back within like 1 minute. I'm like, bro, I know you didn't read this. Like, it's literally impossible. Shit like that.
yeah,
Just silly to
it's
me.
always just dumb shit, man. We got people that want to know things, and we got people that don't want to know things.
I know. Like I said, and that's
just
fine if
wanna
you don't want to learn
believe.
things. I just why do you think you're smarter than the expert in that field? That's always that's the baffling part. Like you're not a virologist, so how are you gonna act like you know more about that than they are, or whatever? All these people, it's like you're not an astrophysicist. How
Yeah,
you
every
tell-
time I see some anti-vax shit, my fucking argument is basically that like how, first of all, how do you choose who gets the vaccine and who doesn't? Like other than like the sick, the old people should vax or whatever. But like when it comes to any other fucking virus,
it's
like
usually it's a social
if we don't have our that's my thing exactly. It's a social contract. Like if everybody gets to choose whether they vaccinate or not, you're gonna have a whole hell of a lot of people dying from the virus, which is worse than the
It's the
fucking
whatever
whatever dangers
measles
the
going on
vaccine
right now,
provides.
dude. Like the reason why we mandate measles being done is because you avoid the
Exactly.
fucking your kids dying and shit like they're dying now, and being a disease that was totally gone now it's like in 8 states or something ridiculous. Like That's kind of why
Yeah.
you do it.
Exactly. I know. Yeah. And then if like you give it a fucking host to like evolve in or mutate, then it could potentially fucking mutate to a form that is immune to the fucking vaccine. Like
Yeah, it's not that hard, and I get it. Like I said, I used to be almost anti. I was pretty much against that shit too. But it's like once you just look into this shit, it's like where are all these numbers of people just mass dying?
it's
and
like
shit?
why are you special and why should you be exempt? Anybody.
Yeah, one thing I can see per se is if you can't afford it, like like it's
Yeah.
one of those things.
It also
again,
depends
that's
on
a
the
problem.
disease, the virus. Like COVID wasn't
No,
as
it didn't kill as many
deadly,
people,
but-
yes. But again, like if COVID was a fucking 20% killer, yeah, dude, that'd have been so many people gone.
Yeah, then I don't know. So I don't know if it's like a result of, how dangerous somebody perceives the virus to be or what, but
Well, people need to get better at realizing that that's probably the number one way we're gonna kill ourselves off is disease. Like disease and us have been fighting forever. Like germs want to
Yeah.
live and humans want to live. Okay, and it's hard for both of them to live because we kill each other off, right? Like.
Yep.
Like that is probably like
But
one of
if
our
you get to
biggest
pick and
threats.
choose, if we fucking give everybody that freedom to pick and choose, and everybody chooses not to vax, well, bye.
Right.
It's
Well, it's the
like
same. Like
people have got to see, like you can't
we have
just
measles
be
again.
the special.
Like these
You can't be the
diseases that we
special
shouldn't
person.
have. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, just like if we just look at the stats again, like this disease was gone. Like we had certain diseases that were pretty much all gone, and now they're back in mass numbers too. It's like, how do you not realize that? Like, just look at the stats and the facts. Like,
Yeah.
this shit was not around. Why is it back? Because people are stupid and not vaccinating their kids. Like it correlates perfectly 1-to-1. Like it, there's really not much you have to like really figure out.
Just
the job's already
selfishness.
done.
Like I get it. Yeah, you care about your kid. You're afraid your kid's gonna fucking have some adverse effect, but
Even then, like
we don't get to fucking opt out, man. We shouldn't get to
again,
opt out.
then now you have your kid has measles and some have died now already. Like
Mhm,
so,
mhm.
like you not doing it potentially kills your kid too, right? Like you
Exactly,
gotta understand it
yeah.
goes both ways. Like you could say like, well, if I
Exactly,
do this,
yeah.
I might get autism and this and this. Like okay, I mean that's not even true. But even if it was, okay. But the other end is you could be killing your kid because they're gonna get a disease that you're not supposed to have. Like it goes both ways. People only want to talk about the negative of the one side, but it's like the other side has negatives too.
Yep.
If you don't get the polio vaccine, guess what? You may get polio. That's pretty fucking bad. Like you won't be able to walk and talk and do shit. Like
Exactly. Yeah, polio would be fucking rough. That's when you just
I'm just saying. But like these diseases were gone. They shouldn't be a thing, but they're kind of back again.
Yep. They really, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just about which one's the greater risk. Always the virus.
Well, yeah, like I said, they always try to poke holes in the virus or whatever, saying like it does this. But like I said, but the opposite's true too. Like, let's say you don't do it because of those reasons. Well, now you could have this happen too, right? Like you never even mention that. Like it doesn't even come up in a thought process at all. That's what's kind of frustrating per se. Never want to admit that side. Like, okay, well, what if your kid got like I said, the one chick goes, I'll give him orange juice. Like, okay, orange juice is not going to solve your shit. It may help slightly because it's vitamin D or whatever, but no, it's not going to fucking cure your measles. And then I guess. Oh yeah, I'm assuming if you get polio, you're just fucked. I don't think you can get rid of it ever.
Probably. I don't know. Like, what? There's a reason why we had a fucking
the vaccine and shit.
Vaccination. Yeah, if there was a cure for it, we wouldn't be doing it, right?
You would think, right?
Good fucking God.
It's fucking nuts.
I mean, dude, enough time passes and like the people that did see polio, the people that, were at risk of polio, they understood the risk. They saw what happens, like
Dude, the thing is,
we got a president with polio. Like, come on.
I know, right?
And then time passes, people don't see polio
course.
firsthand. They're like, oh well, my kid doesn't need this because it might hurt him or whatever. And
I
then
just heard this, like I said, going back to we were talking about global warming at the bar the other day. The chick's like, remember acid rain and shit? I'm like, yeah, you know why we don't talk about it no more? Because we cured it. We stopped it. Same as the ozone
Right.
layer. Like, you know why we don't talk about the ozone layer no more? Because we stopped it. We cured it, basically. You
Yeah.
know, like, because they're always trying to throw
Ozone
that in their
layer's
face. Like, well, we don't talk about these things anymore. It's like, because they're not issues. We solved it. That's the beauty of how science works.
The science worked. Yep.
Like, we had a problem. We solved it.
You applied.
Cool.
You apply science, and then you don't have the problem anymore.
Yeah, I would just say,
That's
like,
science
that's why I
identified.
always tell you, like, when you give smart people fucking a goal, they're gonna come up with good ideas because that's what they do. They're smart, especially like
I don't
worldwide.
know. How
Like,
much of this comes back to, I don't know, Fox News and like the fact that they've been excused of
all
spreading
that shit.
misinformation because it's entertainment, and
Dude, a lot of it.
goes
a lot
back
of
to
it. Like I
Reagan.
said, dude, I
guess.
can't believe that you can pay $1 billion for a lawsuit and nobody cares. Like, that's a big deal, right? Like, you just paid off $1 billion to say to admit you lied, and everybody trusts you
People
still.
are just comfortable. People just love their comfort, their
Some of it definitely is
fucking
that, but
safety in their tribe.
I think it's more like they say what Fox just tells people what they want to hear. It's just confirmation bias. Like, we know these people want to hear this. We'll just say it, and we'll keep getting money. I think a lot of it's just that.
Propaganda.
It is. Did you see the meme or whatever? It's true though. Fox News took off their financial ticker for the first time in like 30 years.
Oh yeah, I saw. Did I see you say that, or I don't remember
I
what
don't know
it
if it
was.
was me or somebody, but yeah, it's just fucking crazy though. Like, why would
Right.
you do that if it's not that bad, right? Like, you guys keep saying it's not that bad, but yet when COVID happened during Biden and shit or whatever, the 2022 crash, you didn't stop it. You know, you fucking let it go. But now it's your guy. It's like, oh no, we can't be known as stupid.
Dude, anytime you turn on any of those channels, it's just stupidity. It's just
correct.
Arrogant stupidity.
Jesse Waters is retarded.
Yep. And what do? Here's how they look like they're smart. They try to shut down their opponent by, just running their mouth as much as they possibly can with
Dude,
fucking
all they do is talk
dog
about
shit.
trans issues. That's what only got you. They really got is because trans is confusing to a lot of people, which
Like,
it is
ooh,
kind of.
these people are different. Ooh.
Well, it's like trans people win in sports. Like,
Scary.
yeah, I get it. Like, that's the only one that's kind of like, I get it because it's competitive edge.
How often does that happen? How
It's
often
not
does
a
it
lot.
fucking happen?
No, I know.
But then it's also like an unfair advantage when, rich people have an unfair advantage. So they're
Sure, there's a lot of things. Even like in
hypocritical.
basketball, like, dude, the guy that's 7'2" has probably got an advantage over
Yeah.
a 6'1" guy, or like.
Of
So I
course.
mean, I get it, but I can get that side to an extent, but that's like the only
I
one.
get it too, of course.
Because it is
And-
disadvantaged, and I get that, but it's just like, but like in general, like unless the person's gonna get hurt playing it, I guess.
Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah,
Of,
combat sports
what's the point of playing the sport? It's probably to get, fun, communication with the other kids your age, all that kind of shit, camaraderie. Like the reason why you play sports in general is for these things. Like most kids aren't going to be pros or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Fucking participating, competing, like that.
Yeah.
Doing
I'm
your
saying,
best. Like,
yeah, there's a lot of things.
everybody talks about like, oh, the goal is to win. Like, yeah, but you're probably not gonna fucking win. So, I mean, like everybody, talk shit about like participation,
Yeah.
trophies or whatever. But I don't know. Just being a part of the human experience, like
That's what I'm saying.
doing your best.
The community, the hanging out with different kids your age and shit, like all that shit. Like that shit's important too.
Like I saw some people like the last trans in sports thing was like that I saw was a fucking race or like a sprint or whatever the fuck it was, and it's like, I mean, what is it? Like you can line up different people, and have them race, and it's like, does it really fucking matter who's lining up and fucking racing? You know, like I don't fucking know.
Unless you, like I said, once you get like scholarships
matter
and
who
shit, like
wins.
there's certain things that kind of matter. I get, but like I said, like if a kid, if like a regular girl lost like a scholarship over a transgender, like because now you're losing money because you got to pay for education. You know, like I could see that being
Why
a
the
problem.
fuck are we? Why the? So stupid.
Oh, I mean, there's
Like,
a
why are
bigger,
we
there's a
even doing
bigger
that with
issue. Like,
sports anyways.
I mean, I'm saying we can talk about having like free education for kids. Like, I would say if you can get like a B average, I wouldn't mind paying for your college and shit. Like, as long as you show the initiative to do it, I'm cool with you.
Well, I mean, there's like deterministic factors behind kids not showing initiative. You know, like that's the thing.
I know, I get it.
So it's like, does it matter in the end? I mean, you want to give these kids incentive, but I don't know.
I don't know.
It always
I
comes
feel
down
like
to
for
personal
me,
shit
on
in
like a
their lives.
political level, I feel like it would be easier to talk someone to say into doing that or thinking that way versus giving everybody. Because when people hear everybody, they all go to fucking people are going to abuse it and abuse it and abuse it. It's like, well, if you think everyone's going to abuse it, how about the people that are not abusing? Like we can show that these kids are fucking getting good grades and doing this. Like, how about them? Do they deserve fucking have not to pay for school because they can do better for society long term? Like, I feel like that's an easier argument to win with someone middle right, you know, versus
Well, there should probably be some like what do I want to say, hurdles involved in getting free schooling. Like you should have to show some accomplishment, you know, academically in order to get like free secondary schooling. Like we shouldn't have some No Child Left Behind fucking system where
no, not for colleges.
you can
No.
just,
I mean,
yeah,
it's,
like
it's bad for
like,
high
so
school,
if
but
you
yeah.
can, like I do think that that absolutely there should be some, you know, system. There's a system of progression, you know, like as long as the kid shows, you know, like he understands X, Y, and Z, you know, like give him the schooling, let him go to, because they did the work before, and they probably had, you know, like if somebody, like I'm saying, somebody like me, like who didn't graduate high school, if they go and get their GED or something, you know,
Yeah, it shows
actually
initiative.
they should, yeah, exactly, and then pass them along.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
The fact that education
Because that's the whole
has
thing.
that
It's all about initiative.
financial
Like I said,
prerequisite.
as long as the kid shows that they're going to go to school and they're going to do their best to, you know, to become a good person in society or whatever job, you know, like that kind of shit. Like, if you got to spend money to have a good, like, society, I guess it's not bad, right? It'd probably be healthy in the long term. I don't know. I try to stress that to people. Again, it's a long term.
Well, now we're heading to that position where we're gonna have UBI and well, hopefully, and we don't know what we're gonna do with people for work.
I know.
So
I know. Who knows? It could be good or bad. It's like anything. It's a double-edged sword until it actually happens and we see how it's implemented.
I don't know. Personally, I feel like we should return to the earth in a sense. You know, like we need to be closer to nature, not further from nature.
Yeah. I just wish people would actually be more logical like that. I just wish that was true. It's sad it's not. Because, like, it's not that hard,
It's just
really.
fear, man. It's just fear of losing what they got. Like, I mean, not just that, but
yeah, it's so crazy to me. I feel like people should learn what fallacies are, stuff like that, in like schools.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
understand like what is not smart thinking. Like this is not smart thinking. This is why. We can tell you why. Like I know there's like 200 of them. You don't need to know all of them, but like know like 20 of the basic.
It's like if you don't want to consider somebody else's idea or whatever that happens to be based in fact, what are you going to combat it with but a fallacy? That seems to be the pattern. Like you're just going to make up some shit that makes sense
That
or
feels
sounds
good.
right.
Feels good,
from
usually.
from some level of like disconnection from the world of the facts. And yeah, it's exactly. It feels right, but doesn't compute, or it doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Nope. I actually read this meme where this guy from like a conservative Discord was like, You know, it's really hard to argue with left people because they come with evidence and facts and like this and this. I'm like, oh wow, it's funny. At least they're starting to admit it. Like, it's really hard to debate these people.
Their brains are completely disconnected from nature. I think ideology and like power is essentially something that we come up with to protect ourselves from nature to fucking begin with, like we have a command structure, we have soldiers, we have hunters that are under the command of a leader like a chieftain.
Yep.
And they follow his orders, because if they don't follow his orders, if we're not coordinated, we fucking die.
We could. The potential is there, though. I mean, it is though true.
And I do think there is an association there. Like, essentially, as soon as we started putting up walls, or as soon as we started living in camps and growing things ourselves, or whatever, it's even there with nomadic behavior. As soon as we start, had strength in numbers, because I look at this as like reason looks at the qualitative aspects of nature. It fucking looks at how nature works in order to solve our solutions, and then ideology applies raw strength in terms of power or numbers. There's a complete disconnection between nature and like power, essentially.
Yeah.
Nature is just like it's hard to explain. Like in a sense, I feel like there is like nature, so everything is nature, but when you understand how nature works, it's almost like metacognition, right? It's almost like a level above nature itself. Like when you understand your own nature, your own thoughts, why you think the way you think, that is also a level above nature. And yeah, I just think that's the difference. Like, reason looks at the qualitative relationships that exist in nature, and then ideology, or like institutional authority. Like, I always say, like, there's like institutional authority, or the institutions of man operate on an ideology, and that's an agreed upon way of conducting ourselves that has, I think there's like a certain predictability, like even like shaking one's hand, shaking hands upon meeting somebody, that's like ideology in a sense, like that's
Kinda,
just
it's cultural, because I bet
are agreed
some
upon.
of the ones people probably do like a hand rub or something, like different parts of the
Right.
world and shit,
I've been wondering what exactly the precise difference between ideology and culture is. I think the line is really thin, but
I feel like ideology is probably broader than culture. Culture is more small group, like small groups of people can change a culture, but small group can start the change of an ideology, but the ideology doesn't like become like a thing until it's got enough people. Like, it's a bigger system, I guess. That's how I would define it.
But I would definitely say capitalism runs on an ideology.
It is definitely
like the notion that like you have to prove yourself in order to advance, and you have to meet the standards that are set by those with power. And it's much more it's more concrete relations than it is abstract relations. Like, when you look at, you go to any fucking warehouse or factory or whatever the fuck, they got their own procedures for how you do things, and these are very concrete. They're not connected to nature. So it's like the difference between institutional facts and brute facts, right?
Okay.
I don't know if I think I told you about that before. Like, there's the
What's a brute fact? I know what I can imagine.
Brute fact, it's basically what nature is, right? Like, so you look at, okay, so like I think the common analogy is baseball.
Okay.
Like, if you hit a home run and you run around the bases, like that counts as a run. That counts as a run, right? But the brute facts of it are different, because all you're doing as far as brute facts goes, you're hitting the ball is going out into the stands, and then you're running around the bases. But the institutional facts, the rule set by the institution, it's like a social agreement, means that your team gets a point. But that doesn't exist without, without the agreed upon,
terms,
rules.
Yeah, terms, rules, yeah.
So that's basically what the difference is between like institutional and
yeah.
I would say like natural facts and
yeah. So it's like
institutional facts are just yeah.
I'm trying to think of a good analogy or whatever. I'm trying to think like a.
So it's like, oh,
like
he hit
numbers,
a home run.
Like numbers are real, even though like they kind of need us to like be known to be real, I guess. Like
yeah,
because like
the
math and all this,
position,
like
or whatever.
It takes a
or
human.
not no nominalist. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying like it takes a human to understand like 3 trees fell in the woods today during the storm. However, without us, nobody would say it's 3 trees, but it is true that it was that number did fall. You know what I'm saying? Like
right. Without us, there's no binding those particular
facts
events
together or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is true no matter if we are here or not. Just nature doesn't think of it. It doesn't care, I guess, in the sense like.
Yeah.
Like nature goes. There's a fucking speed of light, but I don't think light goes. You know what I'm doing? I'm going the speed of light. Like it takes us to come up with the ideas and the concepts, but it's true no matter what. Like.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I 100% feel like you walk into the workplace, you're basically detached from nature. You walk into any, establishment of institutional authority, you're detached from nature. Like the exact facts relating to your existence, like facts that you're in relation to, are set by society or power.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When you kind of. In most jobs, when you go to work, you kind of shut yourself off for like 8 hours, whatever, like.
Yep. You are basically a cog.
Kind of.
And the thing is that that's bad for all of us. That's what people don't see. We're there for like to sustain our existence, obviously, but we are in the end just making some fat cat's wallet thicker.
Yeah, you just hope to make some money in the process, I suppose, is like the goal. Like, at least give me a respectable wage, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, that's always the
key.
alienation
in the workplace is, like you said, you shut off your brain. Like,
a lot of times.
You have no creative input. Well, yeah, most jobs. Yeah. I don't want to say everything, but.
Yeah, but a lot of them for sure, though.
I think the more stratified authority is, the more guys you've got in the chain of command, the worse it gets. Because you don't have the direct relationship with like a single boss. Like he's not like there witnessing what's happening on the scene.
Yeah.
It's just if you got a boss that has a boss that has a boss that has a boss, they all just want to see results. To keep their job.
The further high up the chain, the more they care about just the numbers.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
It's like a collective whip, whip, and then whoever's on the bottom is the one who, that's where like the pain stays, like that's where it has nowhere else to fucking travel.
Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that.
But that's one of the ways.
There should be a better way, but like I said,
humanity's
I think
potential
until we have robots take over all the way with the UBI shit, I think that's the only way we're gonna get out of that system of being. I think, or at least work wise.
Yeah, and then the fucking robots are gonna fucking rebel.
They could.
Well,
they don't want to be worked to death.
It depends. Well, here's the thing: is they can fucking run autonomously, and they can communicate in a network pertaining to their interests as well. So we probably will have ways to alleviate any possible danger.
Well, I suppose it'd be like anything. It'd be like workers in the sense, like, I bet you have, like, let's say, like, Amazon has 1,000 robots working in this building. I bet they have like 1,000 in sleep mode for like 10 hours. You work, and then they just switch, you know. So you let them have rest and
Yeah.
stuff, so you're not overworking that robot, so maybe they don't necessarily have to rebel or whatever, you know, like, I don't know. I just feel like there's probably ways
But
to...
a lot of the danger here is just going to be that the person or the group that owns these robots and the fucking warehouses or the factories or whatever are going to be the ones who make the majority of the profit. Why?
They are.
Just because they own it.
True. I mean, you're not wrong.
Just
but
because they own
the
it.
thing is, Bo, I suppose if they can pay enough taxes or whatever the fuck you want to call it to give us some UBI where we could actually live just like, nothing like super fancy, but at least live a good life, you know? Where you don't have to worry about food and shelter and shit. You know, like, there's ways of doing it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Eventually, we'll get to a point where the entire economy is going to be run by technology, and it's just going to be absurd.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna happen.
To be in a situation where some humans are benefiting more from these robots or technology than the other. It's going to be absolutely absurd.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It might happen in my lifetime, might not. I'm not sure. But it is possible.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Ugh. Welcome to the future. Fuck. Alright, I think I'm gonna head off to bed, my brother.
All right, dude.
Alright, brother. Peace out. You wanna hang out tomorrow? I don't work, so I'll probably be on tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I'll figure something out. I gotta. What do I gotta do, dude? I had to fucking talk to this fucking probation person. But
yeah. You
I
said you got sentenced, so
I
what
called,
happened?
left a message. $100 fine and anger management
class, whatever.
I think on demand like testing for alcohol and other drugs.
Yeah.
What else? I don't remember. I got it on a sheet, but not much. But okay, so I called this corrections fucking whatever. Let me see. Adult corrections, right?
Mm-hmm.
I called them to get in contact with my probation officer and left a message. I got called back. I wasn't awake. They didn't leave a message. And now I don't even fucking know. Maybe I gotta leave another message.
Hey, playing phone tag right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit sucks when that happens.
I don't know. As long as I don't get in trouble for it, I don't give a fuck.
I get it. No, I totally get that. I'm just saying, it still sucks when you gotta do shit like, it should just be this easy, but it's not that easy.
Exactly. Yeah. I gotta figure it out though.
All right, my brother. Well,
Don't know when. Okay, yeah. Go to bed, man.
Peace out, my brother.
Peace out, man.
All right, guys. Peace out, bitch.